not like to turn down an audience that's engaged. So it was a little bit tight in some spots. But we made it.
We know farming isn't an 8 to 5 business. That's why we want to give you the tools to do business anywhere, anytime. With MyVitera, you have a powerful tool at your fingertips to stay connected no matter where you are. Create online contracts, receive customized alerts, view your account information, and access grain prices in real time. Talk to your rep today and find out more about how you can harness the power of MyVitera, keeping you connected in real time. This is MyVitera.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Canada's Farm Show Launchpad, presented by Deloitte. This is undeniably the biggest stage for the best in agriculture. That is one wide screen. It's a challenge for the cameramen to get your good side all the time. You quickly find that out. I would like to begin this morning by acknowledging that we are on Treaty 4 territory, the original lands of the Cree, Ojibwe, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. These lands represent the traditional place where nations come to meet, share information, and trade, not unlike what we're doing here at today's show. If you were here yesterday, welcome back. My name is Sherilyn Jolly-Nagel, and I am your host for the Farm Show Launchpad. I farm with my family just in southwest here, Saskatchewan, in a town called Mossbank. On our farm, we grow lentils, sometimes chickpeas, durum wheat, canola, some barley for the beer that you're drinking while you're here, and some alfalfa. We don't have any livestock on our farm. We have a really lazy farm dog and more cats than any one of us can count. My husband and I are busy raising 2 teenagers. They are tractor driving, gunslinging, dirt bike riding daughters, and we are thrilled to be raising them on the farm. I'm also a speaker on agricultural topics, and for the past 20 years, I've worked at advancing some policy initiatives that aim to promote better business strategies for our farmers here in Saskatchewan and Canada and around the globe. And I have the pleasure of being your host for all of the shenanigans that happens here on the Launchpad stage. Over the next 2 days, this stage will feature ag talks and panel discussions and keynote speakers and new product launches. And of course, we had the Agtech finale, and we have the Global Agtech Summit, which you're going to hear more about this morning. So I encourage you to come and join me right here. Maybe pass me a dad joke or two. I don't know why they get credits for all the humor, but apparently dads rule the joke world. So if you've got one you need me to say, pass it my way. And all the speakers will be right here on this stage. We want you to be in the know for the show. So go ahead and download Canada's Farm Show app, and you'll get up-to-the-minute details on all of the exhibits, the Launchpad speakers, the events, and more. And you can find that app on Google Play and the Apple App Store. And if you're so inclined, have fun with us on social media. And you can use the hashtag CFS2023 and follow us at CFS Regina SK. Today is Indigenous Peoples Day and Innovation Day at the show, presented by Farms.com, Innovation Sask, and Greenwave. To start the day off on the Launchpad, I would like to invite my friend, Jordan McFarlane, the Incubator Manager at Cultivator powered by Connexus. He's going to come to the stage and share with us all the details about the Global Agtech Summit. Welcome to the stage, Jordan. Big round of applause for Jordan.
Thank you, Sherilyn. Appreciate that. I think I might have we'll try the lapel if I can. Just testing that the lapel mic is working out here. Thank you, everybody. We're excited to get things kick off. My name is Jordan, as mentioned, Incubator Manager at Cultivator powered by Connexus. We help people launch technology companies, especially ag technology companies, and then scale them globally. We're really excited for our first ever Global Agtech Summit here at Canada's Farm Show. What we're doing at this show, I just realized I forgot the slide clicker. Making errors already, my bad, team. What we're here is to really connect founders from around the world. So just by a show of hands, can we see a few of the founders who've snuck in here already? You'll see them on the main stage. We've got farmers and we've got funders. So this is that rare scenario in which you see all three of those elements coming together for one show. So we're really excited to bring that today. You'll hear keynote speeches, you'll hear fireside chats, you'll see panel discussions, and we've got excellent opportunities in the casual seating space for many conversations to continue this evening into the PBR over at the Brandt Center. So we're really excited about that. We run an Agtech Accelerator here based in Regina that actually brings together companies from across Canada, usually 10 a year, 5 companies from across the UK, and as well this year some special guests from Australia who've all flown here to focus on building their companies, talking to customers, partners, retailers, all these other folks really designed to create this global ag tech hub from right here in Saskatchewan. So we're honored to partner with Canada's Farm Show on this event. And one thing I would be remiss if I didn't mention is the success of these early companies. So last year in our first cohort, those companies went on to raise over $30 million in private capital from around the world. So we're hoping that given the farmers, the funders, and the founders that we've got here today, we see an even larger number coming out of this event. With that, we want to make sure we give a big thank you to the many partners who make this possible. So you can see the logos of our partners here, both local, both national, and international. None of this is possible without the logos that are on this slide here today. Many of these folks are in person here today, and you're actually going to get to hear from them later during our company introductions that will be happening later this afternoon as part of our demo day where each company is pitching. So just want to say a huge thank you to our partners, and if we can, a round of applause for those partners for making this possible. We really appreciate that. Also want to give a big thank you to the investors who've made their way here to Regina, despite some hiccups at the Pearson Airport over the last couple days where some people were caught in transit. We greatly appreciate the funds that are here. If you look at the millions and or hundreds of millions of dollars that are represented collectively by these investors, it is quite impressive what we're seeing come together in Regina this week. All the funds are amazing, but I do want to give one special shout out to Regenerate Ventures, who made the trek all the way from the UK. So let's give a big round of applause to the Regenerate crew for flying all the way over here and making their way. We greatly appreciate that. Also want to give a big thank you to the farmers who've participated in our Million Acres program. Our goal is to connect founders in early stage technologies with over 1 million acres of farmland from across Canada. A big thank you to the Shoemakers who hosted us at their farm in Gray, Saskatchewan on Sunday. A great learning experience. We're always looking to connect with more farmers, ranchers, other folks in the agriculture industry. So if you are interested in getting connected, please check out cultivator.ca/agtech to learn more and join that growing network of producers. Sorry, I'm really bad with the clicker here today, so we'll get going. But with that, really excited to bring the star of the show. We're kicking things off with a bang today. As mentioned, it is National Indigenous Peoples Day. We're very excited to have this event taking place on Treaty 4 territory. It is my honor to have Cadmus Delorme join us to kick off the day as we look to create meaningful connections in reconciliation as it relates to agriculture. Cadmus is an extremely impressive person, speaker, and change maker in our community, both locally and nationally. For those of you who know Cadmus as well, he's also an extremely accomplished golfer, so I don't know if we'll see that swing on stage today, but an absolutely amazing individual. He's got some excellent stuff to talk about today. We're honored to have him kicking us off today, so with that, everyone, let's please give a warm welcome to Cadmus Delorme.
Thank you very much. Nanaskamun, I just said thank you in Cree. It's such an honor to be here at the in Regina at the Farm Progress Show here on National Indigenous Peoples Day. Every day is National Indigenous Peoples Day for me, so for us to share today collectively, it's a big honor. I was recently chief of a First Nation for the last 7 years. I'm 41 years old today. I probably look a little young to some of you for maybe being a chief, but it's that reserve water I get to shower in every day why I look so young. My journey through 7 years as a chief, I come from an agriculture First Nation. And the First Nation that I grew up on, we have a lot of agriculture land. And when I became chief in 2016, we farm 0 acres of all of our lands that we have and registered to us. When I exited being a chief 2 months ago, we farm 6,500 acres today, and we have a livestock of about 200 head of cattle. And during this journey, I wanted to fit in with the ranchers and with the farmers. So I went to Cowtown and bought myself a pair of cowboy boots. And I'm a pencil farmer, I guess as you would call it. I'm a strategic farmer. I'm the one helping make the decisions in the board meeting rooms and the chief and council meeting rooms. And I was standing in the farm this last fall with our farmers. And one of the farmers looked at my cowboy boots and he says, "I bet you those boots have never touched dirt before, Chief." I was like, "Yeah, they haven't." I told him, "I'm not going to lie. I just really want to live the part." And secondly, when we got our first crop, we sent it to VITERA by Grenfell, Saskatchewan. That's where my First Nation is from. And I got so excited when we took all of our final product there. I told them, "I'm going to go there and I'm going to pick up our first check. I just want to see how it feels to pick up your check." So nobody said no, because nobody really says no to the chief. And so I walked into this building and I walked up to the front desk and I asked her, I'm like, "I'm here to pick up the Cowes First Nation check." And she's like, "We don't do checks here. You get it deposited into your account," she said. And I had a good laugh. I'm like, "Well, we're learning here. We're learning." But I say that with excitement, and I'm going to take us through a quick journey. Today is Indigenous Peoples Day. And today, all of us here in this province, this country, and guests that come internationally, agriculture is our now and is our future. And Indigenous people want to be a part of the growth. We want to be a part of what the success this country has developed. Today, in our history with Indigenous people in Canada, we all inherited a history today. Nobody in this room, nobody in this province or country created what we know today as residential schools, the Indian Act, or 60s Scoop. We all inherited this moment. And sometimes when, as Canadians, we learn about the history and how Indigenous people partake and the role we play, sometimes it comes from a place of guilt or maybe a little bit of shame, or just, "I don't want to go there. I thought I learned the truth and I'm just going to leave it at that." But just remember, today we inherited this moment. So there's nowhere that no Indigenous person wants anybody to feel pity or to try and do any of that. We want parity. Indigenous people want parity in this country. And I'm going to tell you a quick journey story of Cowes First Nation, where I'm from. And so my presentation today is going to talk a little bit about history, but because this is the Farm Progress Show, it's all going to tie in to the headlights of the vehicle we all play today and how we all can participate and help grow in this great agriculture field. So the picture you see on the screen is a beautiful picture of Cowes First Nation. We're an hour and a half east of Regina. We're between Copel Valley. Oh, I went too far. How do I go back? If I hit back, oh, there we go. And so we're an hour and a half east of Regina. We are north of Broadview and right on the within the Copel Valley. And this land you see here is our agriculture land. Today we have something called the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action. And today I want to help each of you with 2 of those numbers. Number 67 is called professional development. Every one of us as Canadians can always learn a little bit more about our relationship with Indigenous people. So today I'm going to take us on a quick journey of number 67, professional development. The second number is number 92, business and reconciliation. Indigenous people want parity in agriculture business in our areas. And any farmer that lives in Saskatchewan has a First Nation or land that's owned by First Nation within your vicinity, and some have worked with First Nations. And so that business and reconciliation is really important to what we're doing. So those 2 numbers we're going to fulfill in the next 20 minutes. One of the things we got to start off with, though, when we talk about agriculture and with Indigenous people, oh, there we go. It has about a 10-second delay, so I'm going to try and hit it before I know it's going to change, is we got to understand the First Nation perspective. In this country, there's 630 First Nations across this country, 74 in Saskatchewan, and in Treaty 4 territory, there's 34 First Nations. We also have the Métis Nation and the Inuit. The Inuit is in the north, the Métis are throughout. There's a Métis Society of Saskatchewan. But we just must understand that Indigenous people are rights holders, not shareholders, not stakeholders, rights holders. And once we better understand that, that business relationship will advance so quickly. One of the things about Indigenous people is farming didn't just get started with Indigenous people when Canadians arrived. Indigenous people have been farmers for centuries. You know, we had our nomadic way of life as the ancestors of my bloodline. My bloodline would live the following way. They would live in the Qu'Appelle Valley in the summer, plant their gardens, plant the Three Sisters, the corn and so forth. We would move down, my ancestors would move down to Montana, Minnesota for the fall and winter, and always end up in Cypress Hills in the spring, and always come back to the Qu'Appelle Valley in the summer. Indigenous people have always farmed this land. You know, agriculture is now with how you plant them in rows and so forth, and how that happened, you know, when Canadians arrived here. But Indigenous people have always been farmers as well. And our relationship to the land is very similar to how farmers have a relationship to the land today. That has always been Indigenous people. So this is really good to know, because sometimes when we learn about Indigenous history or Indigenous people, sometimes some of us go right to the residential school or the Indian Act or so forth. There's a beautiful Indigenous worldview that has always been there. And Indigenous people have always been farmers. One of the things that we must understand is when Canadians arrived, when the British North American Act got here, a treaty needed to be set. And today we're in Treaty 4 territory. At that time, there was a gentleman named Chief Cowsis. So we got to understand the First Nations in this province, majority are named after the individual that touched the pen on their behalf to solidify treaty. So Chief Pipot, Chief Poundmaker, Chief Cowsis. These were individuals, and now these nations are named after that last hereditary chief. Chief Cowsis knew that change needed to come at treaty. He watched the smallpox pandemic in 1860 take out half of his family, and his Indigenous worldview medicine couldn't keep up. He watched the buffalo deplete to almost nothing in 1870, the only thing he was ever taught to sustain their way of life. He watched new Canadians come to this land in 1872 that he's never seen before. He knew change was coming, but he didn't know what this change meant. And as he was sitting there trying to understand during treaty discussions at Treaty 4, there was this individual representing the Crown, representing Canadians, and everybody kept going to him. So finally, Chief Cowsis asked, who is that person? Why do they keep going to him? He asked the interpreter. And the interpreter said, that's a lawyer. And Chief Cowsis said, what's a lawyer? He didn't know what a lawyer was because he only lived that Indigenous worldview. And the interpreter said, he went to school. We taught him to read books. He's a lawyer. He protects laws. And Chief Cowsis asked the following, if I agree to this treaty, could you help my children be like him, but always make sure they remain like me as an Indigenous person? And that's the importance of what treaty is today, is Indigenous people, we want to thrive in agriculture. We want to thrive in education. We want to thrive in trades. But the thing is we also want to make sure our Indigenous worldview is always there. And what we inherited today, and remember, we didn't create this, we inherited it, is Indigenous people for the last 5 generations, that Indigenous worldview was tried to be deleted. And it's still in there. And so today, that is our responsibility, and what we inherited is how do we help now as Canadians and what we inherited to our responsibility to help Indigenous people attain that parity. And it's all about our treaty relationship. Chief Cowsis stopped the nomadic way of life, and he took a reserve, a parcel of reserve land, and he asked for agriculture tools. He even announced that we are now farmers. My ancestors said that we are now farmers, and we are going to take a piece of land and we're going to grow our farming with our Canadian allies together. And that's what treaty is about. It's about the relationship to grow together. Some of the things that we got to understand in the history, and I'm just telling you the history part because I'm going to get to the other part of how Cowsis gained strength in agriculture today. But in 1888, Chief Cowsis and the Cowsis people lived a nomadic way of life. And we settled on reserve land in and around 1880s. After treaty, Chief Cowsis and the people ventured around looking for the best place to find reserve land and to live that new life. We first tried to stay in Cypress Hills, but the land in Cypress Hills was not grain agriculture strong. And so after 4 years of trying to break the land there, the ancestors of Cowsis moved to where we are today, north of Broadview in the Qu'Appelle Valley. At that time, Chief Cowsis started to help develop the land with the Cowsis people. My ancestors went to the Métis Nation in Winnipeg and hired some of the best Métis farmers to come and teach Cowsis how to be farmers. And so we took off really fast in farming in the 1880s. As we were thriving, we would compete against the local Canadians in the 1880s with cattle, with crop competitions at the local pre-farm progress shows. And we were even winning some of these competitions. Like Cowsis people were thriving and really loving this adaptation. But something we inherited today is Canadian policy at the time wasn't really appreciating this success. So there was an implementation of something called the pass system in 1885 that really hindered Cowsis people from progressing in farming. A First Nation could not leave the reserve until all the other farmer Canadians took in their crops and sold all their product, and then the Indigenous people could come after. And it really put the price down, and it was really hard to break even. And after that, Cowsis just kept thriving. They weren't letting that hinder them. In 1907, where Cowsis is today, and I have a picture of the land here. In 1907, so you can see there's the #1 highway on the bottom, the Qu'Appelle Valley's on the top, and there's a block of land there. Cowsis broke all that land from 1885 to 1907. Canada wanted that land. And they tricked the Cowsis people into surrendering this land to Canada. And it was an illegal surrender. And Canada took the most prime land from Cowsis in 1907 to make sure they had land to give to our World War I veterans when they got back. And so Canada, again, wasn't being an ally to Cowsis as we were trying to thrive in agriculture. But that didn't stop Cowsis people from continuing. Even though the pass system and the surrendering of our primus land, we kept developing land and we kept thriving up until the 1940s. Cowsis First Nation until the 1940s was still progressive farmers, even though Canada wasn't being an ally to Indigenous people in the farming progress. There's an individual, his name's Harold. He passed away last year at the age of 95, I believe. Harold was born in the late 1930s. Harold wrote a book called The Treaty Promises. He was a farmer his whole life from the 1930s until he couldn't farm anymore. And he talks about it in this book, how Cowsis First Nation and Indigenous people have always been farmers and have always wanted to be a part of the growth. So if anybody wants to read a book, Harold is sitting with his grandson and his great-grandson here at the seniors' home he lived at the rest of his days. But there's a book he wrote called The Treaty Promises that really talk about the 1930s and 40s. But something happened in 1950. In 1950, Canadian policy started to adapt. They started to welcome in more Indigenous into the inclusion. The oppression started to stop. And so Indigenous people were allowed to leave the reserve because the pass system ended. So Indigenous people were allowed to take their product to the market without waiting for Canadians to sell it first. And so it also welcomed more non-Indigenous people to come on to the reserve in 1951. And so you see in my graph, oh, did I go too far? I got to go back here. This is a really, really touchy, there we go, stop right there. Okay, listen to me. You could tell to my budget, I did this graph myself. I just wanted to throw that out there. That in this graph, the blue is from 1890 to 2017 in a lineage. The blue is Cowsis people farmers. We started off as not agriculture farmers and how we do it today. But by 1930, 1940, we were progressive farmers. In 1951, the Indian Act changed and then non-Indigenous people could start coming onto the reserve. The red line is non-Indigenous farmers farming land on reserve. It started in 1951. And by 1970, there was more non-Indigenous farmers farming Indigenous land than Indigenous people. By 2000, and I remember this as a little kid, there was almost no Indigenous farmers left. All non-Indigenous farmers, neighboring First Nations, farmed reserve land. And so employment was low. The profits being rendered off this land was not going to that Indigenous nation and so forth. And so we just got to understand the lineage journey that we all inherited to this point. One of the things that we must also understand moving forward is there are many First Nations that want to be farmers today. Like even going around the Farm Progress Show, you don't see too much caramel colored people here. And I'm not calling out all the beautiful vanilla colored people here in the room. But all I'm saying is we know we're going to hit reconciliation one day when the Farm Progress Show has that Indigenous growth in agriculture as well. And it is happening, but it's not happening at the pace. And I want to explain to you more in a technical presentation how Cowsis has done it and being one of the first to gain farming again. So I want to introduce you now to Cowsis First Nation today. Today, Cowsis First Nation, we have 127,000 acres registered to Cowsis First Nation throughout Saskatchewan. Our First Nation, which is north of Broadview along the Qu'Appelle Valley, we have 28,000 acres. That's our reserve land. Within that, we have half of it as agriculture ready today. Half of our reserve land is agriculture ready right now. 6 years ago, it was all farmed by non-Indigenous people. So we also have treaty land entitlement, and that's a term that some will hear, and if you haven't heard it, what that means is Indigenous nations were not compensated the correct land when treaty happened. So treaty land entitlement empowers nations to purchase land to get to that equality that they were supposed to get at the signing of at the agreement of treaty. So Cowsis has added an additional almost 70,000 acres of land throughout Saskatchewan we purchased with treaty land entitlement. So that's why you sometimes have urban reserve land. Sometimes some farmers, you'll have a couple acres of reserve land, like checkerboards around here. It's because that land was purchased. Because Cowsis should have got that much at the beginning, but because you don't want to evict the local farmers around Cowsis to grow it there, First Nations are provided compensation to buy land anywhere in Saskatchewan to get to that threshold. So today, Cowsis First Nation, including our treaty land entitlement, adds up to our 127,000 acres. Over half of it, 65,000 acres, is agriculture ready today for Cowsis First Nation. It is governed by the Indian Act, a government policy, and just if I'm not here to give you a history lesson, but the Indian Act is not business friendly. That's why Indigenous people are not a part of the growth. It's not that Canadians want Indigenous people to thrive. It's that Indigenous land is not owned like how a Canadian owns private land today. Cowsis First Nation's 127,000 acres is owned by King Charles in the Western worldview. It's land set aside for the Indians, so the Bank Act of Canada will not touch Indian land because there's too high of a risk for any bank or investor to do it, because it's not equity, it's not an asset. It's just like a rented land. And so that's the challenge in Indigenous growth, is the Indian Act is not business friendly. I just wanted to mention that Indigenous people have always wanted to be a part of the agriculture growth. The misconception at the beginning is that Indigenous people, it wasn't a part of our culture, it wasn't a part of our Indigenous worldview. That is a lie. Indigenous people have always been a relationship with the land and want to be farmers and in agriculture today. It also that in Canada, the Crown was supposed to help Indigenous people transition. It was a part of the treaty relationship. But the advancements in technology were not given by Canada to Indigenous people. As our great-grandparents and farmers that are generational today were advancing in the technology, Indigenous people were not given those technologies. They were not even allowed them on reserve. And so as the advancement happened, the old cow and plow was still advancing in 1905, but that didn't stop Indigenous people. It kept on growing. But we just got to understand some of the misconceptions that some of us might think is the truth. Because today, in 2023, sometimes new Canadians, baby boomers, Generation X and Generation Y, what we were taught in school about the truth, it wasn't the truth. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that wasn't the truth. Today, our millennials and Generation Z are being taught the truth. They're getting Native studies, Indigenous studies. They're our teachers. We're kind of the students now in our recompass on what the truth is. And that's just something we must put our guard down to understand. But the picture of the black and white is Chief Louis Osoup and other First Nation chiefs back in 1886. They took a trip to Ottawa to explain to Ottawa that Cowessess wants to be farmers, but Ottawa must change their mindset because they're not allowing that parity. This voice was happening as far back as 1886. Today, the colored picture is my first cousin, one of my close cousins, Big Al. He's one of our laborers in our farm today on Cowessess First Nation. Everybody in your farm operations has a Big Al, hard worker, doesn't complain, works 15 hours. You know, Big Al is one of those workers on Cowessess First Nation and one of our assets in the back. I'm just going to share with you a little bit about beyond just agriculture. Cowessess First Nation wants to be a part of the growth in many things in this country. We own a golf course on our First Nation. One of my other hobbies is golfer. I've taken a few lunch monies in my time, but I just want to say that we own a golf course. So Indigenous people are a part of the growth. Just east of Regina, anybody driving to Emerald Park or White City, if you ever see a turbine just south of the #1 highway, Cowessess First Nation 100% owns 11 megawatts of solar. Is that a hint that I'm done? Oh, okay, sorry, it cut off for a second. Owns a turbine and lithium battery storage. This is about a $35 million project, and Cowessess, it's our part, and it's our relationship with SAS Power. I'm telling you this because Indigenous nations are growing in business, but agriculture, not so much yet. We're going to get there. Also, Cowessess is property management owners. If you ever get a Tim Hortons on 7th and Albert, that whole property is owned by Cowessess First Nation. I show you these just to let you know that there are things happening. Beyond agriculture, Cowessess First Nation is controlling our destiny when it comes to child welfare reform. But this is why I'm here. I want to share with you 4C Farms, and I only got 5 minutes left, so I'm going to take about 8 minutes. I'm already apologizing to the next speaker. This was the plan. In 2016, when I became chief, the council make the decisions. I'm not the decision maker, and this isn't because Cadmus was chief. This was because Cowessess First Nation wanted to do this. I was just blessed to be a part of the journey and to be the nudge to make it happen. We started talking about farming in 2016, and at that time, even internally, as Indigenous to Indigenous, we were telling each other, we're not farmers anymore. We're not farmers anymore. I was like, but we are farmers. Like, we just don't know it. It's kind of sleeping in us. And look at all this land. It took 2 years for Cowess's First Nation amongst Indigenous to Indigenous to convince ourselves that we're farmers again. In 2018, we broke 600 acres, a cute little 600 acres, and we planted 3 crops. And 2018-19, any farmer might remember that was one of the worst weather seasons in the last decade. So we really, really tripped hard on our first year. And at that time, because I'm a strategic farmer, I'm not one to know farming. I'm the more of the macro strategic level. I thought it was a cash cow. I'm like, oh my gosh, we're going to make millions of dollars right away. And I realized that farming is not a cash cow. It is one day at a time. And so we started a team. We assembled a team because Indigenous in our own community, and please remember, Indigenous people don't want pity or anybody to feel sorry for us. We just got to remember, Indigenous people kind of got to reawaken this. We hired a couple locals. We hired Jessica Nixon, non-Indigenous person, to come tell us about how to strategically plan for farming. We then posted for an agrologist. We hired a non-Indigenous person in Grenfell, Saskatchewan, Reed, and he started to come and remind us again. And why that's so important is we asked for our local allies, Canadians, to come and help us and remind us what kind of farmers we always have been. In 2000, we broke another 700 acres, and I mean broke as we planted. We started to tell a non-Indigenous farmer that we're going to farm the land next year. So this is your crop this year, but next year we're farming this crop because this is our land. And we started to take some of our prime land. In 2021, we bumped it up very high to 4,500 acres. In 2023, we did 6,000 acres. Right now, we're doing 6,000 acres. And in the next 7 to 8 years, we're going to bump it up again to 10,000 acres. And Cowess's has 65,000 acres available to farm today. And I do believe at the progress we're making, we are going to be one of the biggest farming industries in our Treaty 4 territory. And that's a First Nation that wants to be a part of the growth. But in order to get there, we had to make sure we did a plan. We just didn't want to show up to a meeting and say we're farmers now and let's just do it. No, we did our due diligence. It started with a plan, our internal plan, to convince we were farmers. Then we hired a company, and they helped us with our grain farm operation and what we needed and the assets and the input and the investment needed. And remember, Indigenous people, yes, we have trust dollars. Yes, you probably hear we have millions of dollars in accounts, but that's not a checking account. That money's locked in there. So Indigenous nations can't just go into these trusts and take money out. That's not money. That money is locked in there by government policy. So Indigenous nations, when you make a dollar, you don't go on a vacation. It usually goes back to language or goes back to a house that needs investment on a First Nation. So every time you make a dollar, it's not always being reinvested. And so in our farm plan, we have to realize we have to start with $0. And we couldn't find internal dollars because we were investing our dollars in the social areas to make sure that the social side can be. Then we did a third plan about the byproduct. How do we diversify our plan? How can Cowess's get into the chemical selling, into the machinery selling, into the gas selling and so forth? So we have a third plan on how to get into the byproducts as well. Because as we assess agriculture, just always ask, does an Indigenous governing body or nation have any equity ownership in this? You're most likely going to hear 0 answers of yes. It's because Indigenous people have never really been welcomed into the agriculture. But now today it's starting to happen. Oh, I pushed the button. Let's try again. This is some of our assets we grew. We realized at the moment of truth at the beginning that a $700,000 combine was not really within our realistic reality. And so we started adding some of our products as best we can. They were usually auction sale, local buys and stuff like that. But we realized our biggest purchase was bins. We needed to have our bins to get that moisture, to get our product in the best price to get it to. So we kept purchasing bins. Bins and bins and bins. And I have a picture of our bins here. I'm just going to show you. When we purchased our first bins, I suggested let's put them right beside our main road where everybody drives on Cowes. So when you drive by it, it reminds us that we're farmers when you see these bins. And there are bins. I always say that they're Cowes' own bins. And so instead of buying combines, we started buying bins. And we realized that we couldn't grow our profit enough to just start buying our own machines. So we called out to our local non-Indigenous farmers and asked if any of them would custom farm for us. We know there's a rate that happens, and it's a set rate for the province and national. And so in the beginning, all of our work was custom farmed, and we just kept purchasing bins. Now that we have enough bins, we have more bins today than 2021, we are now starting to buy our own machines in each of the areas. And we understand that for every 4,500 acres, you need one machine in each of the supply chain right to the end product. And so we're almost there. We almost own our first fleet of all our machines. But why I say that is it's really important to understand the relationship and the transition and empowerment that many Canadians can help when Indigenous people are moving forward. I'm just going to start to end. I know my time is up, and I never have enough time for everything that I want to share. Oh, there we go. Oh, I hope it's probably going to go again forward. I'm going to go back. So this is a virtual picture of Cowes First Nation in our bins area. That is Cowes First Nation. It was in the fall of a couple of years ago. But we now farm our purest land on Cowes First Nation. We're focusing on a lot of our site work, our main area, growing our workers and so forth. The challenge we face today as a First Nation, remember, Indigenous people don't want pity or anybody to feel sorry for us. But the thing that we challenge with is it's not a 9-to-5 job. And sometimes, we hire as much Indigenous people as we can, but during harvest, by the end of harvest, it's predominantly non-Indigenous people helping us from the local towns. Remember, Indigenous people don't want anybody to feel sorry or pity for us, but we just got to understand that reawakening. A lot of farm progress, and I learned this because I have a lot of farm friends, is it's generational, it's family. You take the 2 weeks off, you go home, help your uncle, help your dad, help your cousin, and you go help each other. Well, Indigenous nations, because there is some kind of a little bit, it's the elephant in the room, that relationship's not always there with the Indigenous nation and the local towns. That Indigenous nations don't help each other yet because we don't really know we're agriculture people sometimes. And so we do rely on that non-Indigenous labor from time to time. And that is actually a benefit to reconciliation and how we can help. But we are gaining strength. We're bringing it into our classrooms as agriculture. So we do know it's going to happen more and more. But we do have Cowes people that work for us. But we are respectable that we also have non-Indigenous people that work for our organization. Here's a couple pictures of the team here. I made a couple of the pictures. I'm usually the picture taker, and I try not to get too dirty. But I just want to tell you one quick story. During pregnancy test in our cattle, I got so green in my stomach, I didn't know how pregnancy tests actually worked. And they realized that I was looking a little green, so they put me down. I opened the gate where I couldn't see, so I was a lot happier after that. We feed our farmers in the field, and you could tell in the one picture, you could see the non-Indigenous people in our line. And that's really important that, you do have your Big Al's and your Serains and your Terry Leroy's that are from Cowes, but we also have our friends from Grenfell and Broadview that come out and help us during our time. I'm just going to end by just giving you a little bit of understanding of the challenges. I'm going to take 3 more minutes. Actually, 3 minutes, 10 seconds, because this clicker's not working. Oh, there we go. This is the opportunities and challenges we face today. Is the opportunity is Indigenous people have a huge land base. But the challenges is that Indigenous people are still planning how to utilize the land today. There's also a huge population boom of Indigenous people, huge in capacity building. The challenge is the training in agriculture is not there right now. It's getting better. The third thing is there's Ag Canada support. There is a challenge, though, that because Indians live on reserve land, that a lot of these ag supports that Canadians get, Indigenous people are not able to get them because of the reserve land. And that's a challenge we face today in the inequality. The way the Indian Act and the reserve land works is a challenge as well. But also, lastly, there's a very limited voice of Indigenous people at agriculture tables. Right now, this country is finalizing a 15-year plan in agriculture. The provinces are in this meeting, the territories are in this meeting, the federal government are in this meeting. I asked the question when I was chief, well, who's speaking for the Indigenous people in this meeting? And the response I got is, well, the provinces. So I called up the Minister for Agriculture. I said, so I heard you're speaking for cows in this meeting, and we're friends. And it's like, I don't know, I guess so. I'm like, well, how can Indigenous people grow if Indigenous people are not at the table in the how we adapt and progress? So just as allies and friends, please make sure if you don't see an Indigenous person at the table, just ask the question, shouldn't Indigenous people also be at this table? That's just something. I just wanted to end by saying that, remember, we all inherited this moment in our relationship today. Indigenous people want to be a part of the growth. In 2022, the picture of me on a horse, it was a Treaty 4 parade in Fort Capel. They called me and said, Chief, can you bring a horse, bring your headdress, and look stoic? I'll do my best, I said, and this is how I showed up. And I was really good on a horse till a balloon flew under and he bucked, and I'm not a horse rider, and I walked it in from there. I was good. But I just want you to remember that Indigenous people want to be a part of the growth. Today, our new Canadians, our baby boomers, Generation X, and I'm Generation Y, we were somewhat taught not the truth of a relationship in our education upbringing. Today, our millennials and Generation Z are being taught the truth. Let's make sure as Canadians, we put that shield down, and let's now rediscover that truth, because reconciliation is a means to an end. It's delayed gratification. All of our hard work today, we may never see, but I guarantee you, your kids and my kids are going to reap the benefits. I just wanted to end by 3 books. If anybody's interested, there's 3 books I recommend if you're book readers. Lost Harvest by Sarah Carter really captures how Indigenous people always want to be farmers. Carol Ann Hilton talks about how there's glass ceilings to Indigenous people in the growth of economics, and we must identify them. And lastly, Harold Lara wrote a very good book about a First Nation in this province. I just wanted to say the future of Cowes' First Nation and 4C Farms, our incorporated company, I do see us in the next 20 years being one of the biggest farmers in this province, because the biggest challenge farmers face today is land. There's no more land to buy. Well, First Nations are that opportunity to grow, because Cowes has 65,000 acres of agriculture land, and I see us at least farming 40 to 50,000 in the next 10 years, and probably being a little more impactful in a farm progress show like this. You could have had any speaker that you wanted today, and I'm so honored that on Indigenous Peoples Day you asked me to come and speak. Thank you very much. Nanaskaman. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Greatly
Do you
appreciate
need this?
That was good. Oh, yeah.
I'm walking off, right? Okay.
Thank you very much to Cadmus for a great talk there. He's too captivating a speaker for us to cut it short there. So we love that talk, and I feel like we could listen to him all day. Very excited for the future of Cowes' Farms, and love the mention of Big Al. I feel like everybody's team needs a Big Al, so great to see that that Cowes has one of those as well. What we're going to do here, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a little stage transformation. So anybody feels like lifting a chair, we got Rob Russell, principal of Emmertech, and Bree Walkinen of our team coming over here, doing a little stage transformation. We're just going to pull some stuff up here onto the stage to get set. Our next panel, which we are extremely excited about, is going to get kicked off shortly. Just to mention that later this afternoon, we will have our early stage high growth ag tech companies here pitching at 3 p.m. Additionally, just wanted to mention the seating is opening here, so you see the reserve signs, but please do make yourself welcome throughout. Hop into any of the seating that is open here. And with that, we'll head into our next panel. So At the Global Agtech Summit, we wanted to make sure we had a very diverse perspective, both from industry, from innovators, et cetera. So this next panel is called the Agtech Advantage. We're talking about how technology is accelerating agriculture. We've got innovators, we've got investors, we've got corporates coming from a vast variety of backgrounds here today to talk about a very, very exciting topic. So it is my pleasure to call up to the stage Kim Nicholson, the VP of Agtech at the Mosaic Company, who's joining us today from Atlanta, Georgia. We've got Janae Miser, Director of Innovation at UFA, joining us from Calgary. We have Alan Walters, the Chief Revenue Officer of Leaf.io, joining us all the way from New York City. And last but not least, we have Tanmay Bhargava, Principal of TELUS Ventures, joining us all the way from Toronto. So please give a warm welcome to our Agtech Advantage panel.
Well, good morning. And first off, what a privilege to facilitate this panel on accelerating agriculture. You can feel the energy, the excitement, and the momentum of agriculture and the landscape as it evolves. So let's get started. You've all experienced AgTech innovation in different ways and at its earliest stages. So we're going to start with Tanmay. What types of technology have you seen that you're really excited about?
Yeah, thanks, and pleasure to be here. So, a lot of interesting stuff, but before I answer that question, I would just provide the context on TELUS. So, TELUS Ventures being a corporate venture capital arm, we tend to follow a slightly cautious and patient approach. We do get excited about a lot of upcoming technologies, but we have to be very, very patient and see how those technologies gain adoption in the wider market, right? So as much as we focus on the underlying technology and the innovation, we also pay a lot of attention to the product market fit. What is the adoption like? What is the user experience? What are some of the pain points that the users still have despite using the technology, right? So with that caveat and with that background, I'll mention a few areas that have excited us. One, of course, is that of soil fertility testing. So we recently closed a round in Crystal Labs last month. But even before that, for the last several quarters, we had been looking at that segment. We have a couple of teams within TELUS that deal with wet soil labs. So we have first-hand the experience of what are the pain points in taking the soil samples, bagging it, sending it off to a soil lab, waiting for several weeks, and paying so much money. And oftentimes, the results, when they come back, they're not even useful anymore, that it's too late, right? So we knew the problem. And when the Crystal Labs opportunity came across, we got really excited by the tech. We dig into the IP. It was rock solid. The technology was rock solid, but we still had to do our work. So we called up a lot of people. We spoke to about a dozen or so of their existing customers or potential customers. We also spoke to teams in-house who had been using the probe for a lot of time. So we were, after all those conversations, we were able to arrive at the conclusion that technology is very promising, it's very sexy, but it also has the product market fit, right? There was a real problem being solved. People were using it, people wanted to use it, and we could clearly see the path to scalability for the tech. So with additional product features, with automation, we could clearly see a large portion of the market using that tech. So that's what gets us excited, technology plus a product market fit. So that's one area I'm excited about. Another area we are looking very closely at is that of lighting recommendations. So basically figuring out what wavelengths of light and during what durations of the day to use to elicit positive biological outcomes and behaviors from a variety of plants and animals. We think it has a big market, big potential. We are closely following a couple of companies that are doing extensive R&D. But just being patient and waiting and watching to see how this segment evolves and what is where does it land up on the adoption curve.
Thank you. I heard soil health, I heard product market fit, I heard user experience, all things very important from an adoption perspective. So
Yeah.
maybe pass it over.
Often we are too late. I would spend months and quarters and years looking at a segment, even if it means getting late to the party.
Awesome. I'll pass it over to Kim.
Sure. Well, Kim Nicholson with the Mosaic Company, and if nothing else, if you've seen our name on the beautiful Rough Rider Stadium, we are a mining company, and you may wonder, why is a mining company at the Agtech conference? But at the end of the day, we mine potash ore here in Canada and phosphate ore in the US and in Brazil and turn that into fertilizer. So we're very much crop nutrition. And so when we think about technology, we're thinking about all the ways that crop nutrition is evolving for producers out there. Are there new technologies that help us use fertilizers more efficiently? Is there equipment? Are there sensors? So we scan the globe looking at things from very much a crop nutrition lens, but we've been investing in companies, we've been purchasing companies, really trying to build technology around what's next for crop nutrition.
Awesome. And Alan.
Awesome, thank you. Great to be here. Alan Walters, I'm with Leaf. Just as a quick commercial, Leaf is an API company that basically allows you to unify all of your data, which I can explain in much more detail further, but it actually kind of addresses the first question, which is, I'm relatively new to agriculture. Very exciting industry, obviously one of the largest employer in the world with agriculture. But one of the things I've seen over the first 100 days, which I'm really excited about, is the use of technology to solve data problems. What do I mean by that? AI, machine learning, real-time data, historic data, being able to make key decisions for everybody in agriculture, whether you're a grower, whether you're a biotech company, whether you're a distributor, whether you're a manufacturer, it doesn't matter, right? The power of technology and being able to take advantage of that and being able to consolidate all of these disparate data sources is something in my first 100 days with Leaf that a lot of customers are trying to solve. I was just telling a story before we came up. A lot of people have data on thumb drives, right? A lot of data is automatically updated to cloud services, but how do you actually make that data actionable? How do you make that data intelligent? How do you make actionable decisions or real-time decisions associated with that? So as I've been traveling around the country, mostly in North America, Canada, it's really exciting to talk to financial institutions, insurance institutions who do insurance or crop loans or claims, biotech companies and everybody else on how they can actually consolidate this data and make it more intelligent. Leaf's there to help that problem, and I'm confident as technology continues to evolve, obviously AI and ML are key buzzwords, but it is something that companies, and it applies to everybody in here. It doesn't really matter what group and what segment within agriculture you fall into. You're going to be able to take advantage, make real-time actionable decisions, and make meaningful components of that data.
Awesome. This next question is for Kim, and it's around the different geographies that you work in, that Mosaic works in, and really just trying to get a sense of the differences in Agtech from an acceleration and from adoption from a geography perspective.
Sure. So a big part of Mosaic's commercial footprint is the Americas, from here in Canada all the way through South America. We mine across North and South America and then serve customers actually around the globe. But we have a focus of our investment activities across Brazil, the United States, and Canada. And as I look across those geographies, there's a lot of commonalities. I mean, any farmer in this building can tell you if they visited a farm somewhere else in the world, they can find very common things, common problems that they all share. There are differences and there are different challenges that they face. And so as I look at technology evolving across that geography, in Brazil, it feels like fintech, financing farming operations across Brazil has always been a pain point. So there's a lot of movement in fintech and related technologies. They still see some interesting platforms evolving in across Brazil and across South America. In the US, it feels like robotics and all things autonomous are having their moment. We've evolved through a lot of different technologies in the United States, but it really feels like robotics. And here in Canada, I think because there is more and more capital coming to fund early stage companies, there is a broad swath of technologies that is solving multiple pain points for the producer. But the one thing I also see is across that geography, there are a lot of solutions looking for problems. I always encourage, companies that are emerging stage, brilliant ideas filled with lots of really smart people. Make sure that you're interacting with your end user. If that's the producer, if that's the rancher, if that's an ag retailer, make sure that the solution you're developing is driving real value, real growth, because that's what drives adoption. We've seen relatively slow adoption of technology in agriculture because there's a lot of those solutions and that aren't quite, fully vetted against the pragmatism of real farming.
Yeah, no, thank you for sharing, and I couldn't agree more when we look at value proposition and value proposition on farm and how is it creating economic return for the producer. I'm going to kind of switch over to Alan for a minute. Maybe building on that a bit and the differences from an industry perspective coming from big tech, and what attracted you to agriculture?
Everybody here. It's interesting. I was not looking to move to the agriculture industry. I got introduced to our CEO, and we started having discussions, and I started doing my research. And just a show of hands, audience participation, does digital transformation scare anybody? Is everybody thinking about digital transformation? There you go, right? So, being able to help an industry, as I started doing research, it was very encouraging to me on, one, the breadth and the depth of agriculture and everything that is going on, but how digital transformation could actually impact the industry as a whole. So being at a very small tech company 10 years ago and leading it to a multi-billion-dollar company, I thought the opportunity to do that within agriculture and really help everybody, the entire ecosystem within agriculture on that digital transformation drive was very exciting. So, going back to kind of my first talking point at the beginning, there's just so much data out there, but how do you make sense of that data? What do you do with it? That's just one stage of digital transformation, right? So what I would encourage everybody is don't be afraid of it, embrace it, and then feel free to empower those solutions into the things you're doing. I think it's going to be an exciting 10 to 20 years in agriculture, and I really wanted to be a part of it. The other thing is technology used to move at a snail's pace. Obviously, technology is moving incredibly fast now. So those who adopt and are not afraid to have that change, I think we'll see prospering opportunities within their business, and I'm excited to be a part of it and help lead that charge.
Awesome, thank you. So we've heard a bit of geography differences, similarities, differences in different geographies from industry, different challenges across industry and similarities. And now we're going to go to Thanmay on the challenges when you look at TELUS Ventures versus TELUS Agriculture, and the challenge from a corporate from a corporate needs versus a future outlook.
Yeah, that's actually an excellent question, and it is one that we as a team within TELUS Ventures, we debate a lot on a frequent basis, because we exist to support our corporate mothership and all the business units in-house. But at the same time, being a technology investor, we also have to keep a sight on the far horizon, because otherwise we become irrelevant, right, in the broader market. And then I'll just provide some context on TELUS Agriculture, because I know some folks in the audience are not aware of what TELUS Ag does. So TELUS Agriculture is a large business unit within TELUS Corporation, and it has business interests all the way from the farm, from agribusiness, all the way down to consumer goods and grocers, right? So it's a business division with its own P&L. It has very specific products and services, and it sells those products to specific target customers, right? So a lot of interesting technology that comes in the market may not be relevant for them, especially any solution which not be commercially ready in the next couple of years. So they don't see a lot of value, right? And they see value in solutions which can provide, which can be revenue accretive to them in the immediate present, right? So which means if I only invest for the business unit, for TELUS Agriculture, I would only be looking at technologies which can solve the problem here and now, right? Which would mean we as venture investors are always perpetually behind the curve, behind in terms of innovation, and we are only investing in segments which are mature and crowded, right? So it becomes very important for us to find a balance of how we invest. And over the years, we have taken a portfolio approach to solving this dilemma. So I, as a lead investor, would, for example, invest a percentage of my portfolio in areas where TELUS Agriculture wants me to invest, right? I won't tell exactly how much, but let's say X percentage of my investments go into strategically important areas where the business unit can find synergies, where the products and solutions can bring accretive value to our existing products and increase the market or increase the value of our offerings, right? But at the same time, the remaining allocation is available for me to invest at my own discretion. So I can go out and invest in any moonshot technology where I see an emerging area that can be really good in the next 5 or 10 years, and which may or may not be relevant to them, which may be totally orthogonal to TELUS Agriculture, right? So that's how we approach things. But even when I invest with the business unit, I don't invest in capabilities that they need right now. I would work with them and figure out what they would want 1 year or 2 years down the line, and then invest in those capabilities. A lot of times what happens is a very interesting opportunity would come to me to invest an area that they're not looking at. Then it's my job to go and pitch to the team why they should be looking at this area 2 years from now, for example. And then I work with them, bring them along the journey, and make the investment. So it's a mix of portfolio approach and then educating the product teams on what they should be looking at in near term.
Yeah, I think from a UFA being a centralized UFA cooperative, centralized supply cooperative, where we're owned by farmers, we were built by farmers for farmers, and really balancing what we need to invest in today to set us up for the future, as well as focusing on the needs of producers today, does become a balancing act. And we also do take a portfolio approach to make sure we're identifying maybe some of those unarticulated needs and opportunities that exist that aren't at the forefront today, by also ensuring that producers are thriving in their businesses today. And so I'm going to start with, give each of you a few minutes to kind of wrap up the final question here. I'm going to start with Alan. And we see a lot of solutions, and I think, Kim, you mentioned this earlier, solutions looking for problems. And so when we think about problems first, what areas are you most excited to see solved in agriculture?
Making all of the things that we do on a daily basis more intelligent. There's so much information out there, and being able to actually take all of that information, whether you're a grower in growing season, whether you're harvesting, whether you're in seed, in chemical, or whatever the case may be, being able to actually utilize the data in incorporating technology. Back to kind of my first point, but there are a lot of folks probably in this room who have made technology decisions who are probably saying, wow, that just didn't work, right? There's some apprehension potentially. There was an investment that went bad, or just didn't work out how you wanted it to work out. So one of the problems that I think we can solve as an industry as we join together and continue to plow forward is unified solutions that actually create results for organizations and companies, for everybody in this room, which is really important. And don't be afraid to try it. Don't be afraid to start small and then expand. But the opportunity is there in a significant way to, don't run from technology. It's a great thing, and feel free to embrace it. But being able to advance the ball forward so that every company can move faster and make better decisions is one of the key problems that I'm hoping to solve for the industry.
I'll pass the question over to you, Kim.
Yeah, so I've been very fortunate. This is my 37th year in the agribusiness industry, and throughout the course of my career, I've seen a lot of technology come into this sector, everything from herbicide-tolerant crops, from auto-steer in tractors, from, a lot of different technologies. But what I'm fascinated now, and I think the industry, you hear that term soil health, it may be becoming a buzzword that's a little bit overused and undefined, but I do think we're starting to look down at our feet at the amazing resource that the soil is and the incredible microbiome that exists there, and really understanding, because of the advancements of science, all of the ways that the organisms in the soil nurture our crops, feed our crops, protect our crops. And so I see just a ton of technology coming from the aspect. To Alan's point, as an industry, we've learned to collect data. We are getting better at organizing data, but we have yet to really unleash the power of how we make decisions from data. So I'm very excited about technologies that continue to evolve in that area. And I'm just very hopeful for the future of agriculture. I believe we can feed the world. I believe that the people in this building know how to do that. And we just work together, bringing this technology forward and harnessing all the resources that can help us push the whole industry forward.
And over to you, Thanmay.
Yeah, so lots of problems come to mind, but one I'll mention is, again, like around data. And then this comes from our conversations with our clients. So we have consumer good companies, we have grocers and retailers as our customers and customers. And there is this pervasive problem, and I know there are solutions in the market, but I think nobody is doing it well enough. Everybody wants the data from the farm to flow down the supply chain to the end customers. And I'm mainly talking about the sustainability related data. So things like soil health, farming practices, tillage, machinery information, application data, right? So all these things become very valuable down the supply chain. And we know for a fact that grocers and consumer good companies are willing to pay a premium and have growers be a part of the supply chain just for that reason. But we have not come across solutions which can do that very effectively at scale and across a variety of crops. So yeah, I think that's one problem for which we are looking at for solutions very actively.
And I would echo kind of everybody's thoughts here, where I am most excited about solving the data challenges and the insights and driving agriculture forward. I am also most excited about this group of panelists, the people here, the ecosystem, the collaboration, and that agriculture is getting a space on the global stage and getting recognized for the opportunity to apply technology and grow and feed the world. And so it's all of you in this room, it's all of you at this conference, it's the people on the stage, it's growers, it's producers, and the connection across the agri-food value chain, and really excited. So I want to thank you all for your insights and your thoughts. I see the clock still says we've got more time, but I know it didn't start at the right time. So thank you all for your insights and your time, and please give these guys a warm thank you for the information and insights they've shared today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Agtech Advantage panel there. We greatly appreciate that. Let's give them one more round of applause here, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that's happening. We're going to do just a brief stage reformation here before we get ready for our next talk. Just as mentioned, seating open here. You can check out social media online. Canada's Farm Show has some excellent coverage. You can also check out at Cultivator SK on Twitter, Instagram, and other social media to stay in tune. If you get some great photos, we always love to see you sharing those as well. Next up, we are very excited here to have one of our product demos today. So today we're going to see an excellent product demo here. We've actually got a company that was a part of our Cohort 1 program, Chrysalabs, based out of Montreal, recently raised $15 million as part of their their Series A financing round. We have co-founder and CEO Sam Fournier joining us all the way from Montreal to get a little bit of a demo on Chrysalabs and then do a little bit of Q&A. So let's give a warm welcome to Sam Fournier.
All right. Thanks, Jordan, for the intro, and thanks to all the Cultivator team and Emertech team for having me today. So I'm Sam, co-founder and CEO of Chrysalabs. So I was invited here today to talk to you a little bit more about what we do, guys, at Chrysalabs. And this morning I was going back again in my room and trying to figure out exactly what we can think about. So the idea for today is I'm going to give you a little bit more detail on our tech solution, but I also want to address some specific challenges that we are seeing in one of the biggest component we do work in, which is soil health quantification, carbon sequestration. There's a lot of unclear there, and I want to shed a little bit more light there. And I guess Amy's going to be cooking me for the last 15 minutes with questions. So if you're ready, let's buckle up and go in. All right. So Chrysalabs was founded in 2017. We're based in Montreal, as you guys can hear. The big thesis for us was how can we get more information from soil so that agronomists would have more information to do better action, specifically actions that are more sustainable. So is it about the amount of chemicals that you're applying in your soil? Is it about the practices that you're implementing? We wanted to be able to validate with outcome that what you were doing for your farm was best for your soil. It's no secret that there's soil has been treating and depleting for a long time. So soil is by far the biggest asset that we have in agriculture. The question is, why are we treating soil so poorly? There's 30% of soil in North America that is either arid or semi-arid, and there's 40% of soil in North America that is at risk of desertification. This is really, really bad, and we need to address this the proper way. This is nothing new. Farming is not a cheap business. A lot of money is invested every year on chemicals. We talk about $200 billion before pandemic. It's probably closer to $300 billion now. Depending on what you're growing, what the operation, fertilizer goes all the way to 20% of your farm overhead. So every single digit count, right? Can we support you and better apply these fertilizer? Can we ask the real questions and ask more questions to the soil? This is exactly what we are working on. And if that was not enough, there's also a lot of regulation kicking in. So, it's been around for some years that there's some nitrogen regulation in California, specifically on the water board side. So we want to limit the emissions of nitrogen and all the overflow that goes directly in water. There's also here, I'm pretty sure you guys know all about that, but there's a plan from the federal government to reduce by 30% the emissions linked to fertilizer. So this will certainly impact the way growers are working with fertilizer. There's also a huge focus of CPGs and basically all the large companies that are buying the output to reduce the Scope 3 emissions. So they're pushing downstream the fact that they want to reduce the carbon intensity of every single crop, but we need to address that the proper way. And there's also carbon taxes, so they want to monitor the GHG emission and apply taxes to this, and these will definitely drive different behaviors from customers and growers. So the biggest problem is, we can't manage something we can't measure. So how can we improve if we don't know exactly what's going on? So, you can ask anyone now, is your carbon growing? Are you doing better in terms of soil health? And if you're not asking your soil the proper question, there's basically impossible for you to know. So, carbon is on everybody's lips. There's a bottleneck at most of the labs that exist out there. The number of soil analysis that needs to be done in the industry is driving, but we need proper way to do more analysis and get more answer. So out there you can work with remote sensing that gives you a lot of information on your farm, but not very specifically on soil. You have labs that give very precise information on the soil, but are still expensive and long process. And there's companies like Crystal Labs that can deliver real-time results directly in field. Okay. So this is why we have built a real-time soil sensing technology that can be brought directly to the field and within seconds give a complete soil profile to every farmers and agronomist in field. So we talk about NP and K, micronutrients, macronutrients. We talk about other parameters such as bulk density, texture, carbon. So basically all the information that people need to make real-time decisions in field. I won't go too much in technology, but just to give you a small detail, basically we are using optical design sensors, so we're creating spectrum that we are sending to the cloud, and within seconds we're using machine learning to convert those signals basically in nutrients, and we send this back to a user app that is available on phone, tablet, web browser. So there's multiple reasons why people would want to work with a solution like that. So some are seeking to increase their data density, meaning that you can get more data per field, right? So there's a lot of growers in the Midwest that would do 2.5 acre grid. They would get a lot of information. Here, people in Western Canada tends to do this by zone. But basically, you can have more information that lead to better decision. Now, it's also interesting to enhance your soil knowledge through extensive soil analysis. So let's say when you see a deficiency of any sorts, you're able to go with this probe and basically ask more questions at a specific location to understand a little bit more what's going on into your field. We also have, we're not saying that we are replacing every labs. We are a very good client of multiple labs in the US, and we do work with people that also collaborate with their labs, who they're basically trying to be more efficient and also send information to lab, but get more information with our probe. And I said a piece of our clients as well are also people that are very, very innovative from the ag perspective, but are looking at tools that are all interconnected, right? You don't want someone to send you some CSV, then you have this in PDF report, you're trying to find this a way to make this in your farm management software, then you want to implement something on your John Deere equipment. So you want this to be all integrated, and this is what most of our clients are currently looking for. So there's two use cases where we see a lot of fit in what we do at CrossLab. So the first one is how can we optimize the display of chemicals in field? So we mainly talk about large chemicals like NP and K. So you have more information in your farm. You're able to better assess what is the variability on different conditions. You can add different layers to know exactly what you want to sample, like stratification, for example. And then you're able to be more efficient, applying just the right amount of fertilizer at the right place at the right time, which is not only beneficial for all the bottom lines of growers, but very beneficial for the environment. The other use case that we see a lot of demand right now and has been growing very fast for us is everything in regards to the large umbrella of regen practices. So how can we monitor soil health as an outcome, and how can we basically drive practices that will make meaningful change? And if we monetize these outcomes, how can we get a guarantee on what we're monetizing is really happening? And this is where I want us to kind of dive a little bit deeper, because what shifted a little bit the discussion today is that we had a very good discussion on the bus to Wascana last night, and we were discussing about carbon quantification and how things were working and kind of the scrutiny underneath that, and it gives us multiple ideas that we believe we're good to address today. So that was the biggest statement of the year starting around the end of January from The Guardian. So that made the news. I don't know if you guys are involved somehow in the carbon sequestration project, that was hell of a news. So basically what does that say is that one of the biggest registry for carbon, which is quote unquote Vera, the external analysis was looking at their protocol, and they've determined that 90% of the credit that were emitted according to that specific protocol were basically worthless. So what does that say is if you were a corporate buyers trying to offset your emission and buying these credits, basically 9 credits out of 10 that you would have bought out of this specific protocol would have been zero value. So basically you're offsetting absolutely nothing. So that drives one of the biggest questions that just makes no sense, right? If you go to Canadian Tire tomorrow morning and you buy yourself a bicycle, it's very easy to know if you buy a bicycle, right? You go to the cashier, you have a bicycle, you buy a bicycle. When you buy a ton of carbon, you're not exactly sure if you're buying carbon. So the first questions that now people have in their mind is, when I'm trying to offset or inset my practices, am I really buying a ton of carbon? What is a ton of carbon? It is very difficult right now to acknowledge this because there's so many ways to look at carbon, so many different paths to look at this, that it's barely impossible to acknowledge what is a real ton of carbon. So this goes to the lack of clear guidance. My team and I are talking with a lot of project developers in the industry, and there's around as many project developers as methodology these days. So it is so complex for people to work with methodologies and say, hey, why not? We'll build our own. But we'll build our own. So the only thing that you basically need is one scientist that say that's a good idea, and one corporate buyer that say I'm going to buy this. So there's as many guidance that there's project out there right now, and it is very confusing for people to say, are we buying a ton of carbon? Are we really buying the real offset and the real value that we were supposed to bring? And the other question is, can we always sequester more carbon? So is carbon in soil an infinite value, right? You do cover cropping, you do no-till, and you'll see carbon for the end of your life, 0.5 ton a year. This is something that's been promoted for a long time in the industry, but we know for a fact isn't true. So there's a lot of companies that are promoting false value about how rich you'll get if you're farming carbon, but we know that at the end of the day, the unit economics don't work that way. So we wanted to make kind of a small difference on 3 different ways to look at the outcome at your farm. So the first one is what we would call sensing. So I'd say there's a shift between measurement and stratification. So there's a lot of people that are trying to address the problem from a stratification perspective, and some that are looking at this from a measurement perspective. So stratification would means that you look at different parameters at the farm, and you're trying to apply different variable on what's happening on the farm without necessarily looking at the precise outcome, which is soil health or carbon directly in your soil. So remote sensing would be an example. You look at elevation, you look at texture, you look at NDVI, you look at different crops that you would have in multiple fields, and therefore you're able to pinpoint some locations where you have uncertainty in your readings. This is not measurement, this is stratification. It is a support for you to know exactly where you have uncertainty. There's also modeling, right? So this has been very, very, very popular in the last few years, basically because it's cheap, right? You don't need to go in a field, but you apply biochemistry modeling to know exactly, okay, if you do no-till in this specific sector and you're growing that crop, you should be sequestering 0.2 ton of carbon. I'm not an expert, but if I go into my bank account, I'd like to know, am I $2,000 short, or am I around 2 plus $1,000? I want to know exactly the balance that I have in my bank account, and I don't like the fact that this could be modeled by someone, right? So I want to know, am I buying the real value? So the idea here is ground truth. You need to have ground truth information. If I'm making a promise to someone that I'm selling a ton of carbon, I need to be able to prove that this specific ton exists. We need to be able to go back and verify that that was the case. So there's multiple reasons why CrystalLab is part of the solution. The first thing is we work with the best stratification partner out there in the industry. So we've announced last year a collaboration with Earth Optics. They've designed a proximal sensor technology that basically is designed to know exactly where you send sample to reduce the uncertainty in field. And we do have other partners, and we are completely integrated with these partners to make it easy. We also reduce what we call the reputational risk in the industry. And this is one of the most important factors for our team. If you're a large corporation, most of large corporations right now are trying to get away from nature-based solution. And the only reason is that they don't have confidence in what they're buying. And we can acknowledge that. If you are a CEO of a large company and you're making Scope 3 claims on stage, and then you want to prove to your stakeholders that you're doing right, you need to be sure of what you're buying. And if Vera tells you that 9 credits out of 10 that you just bought are foolish, then you're not in a very good position. So the risk of reputation when you're buying carbon credit on promise because you want to have your science-based target initiative met needs to be met in a proper way, and quantification protocols needs to be very reliable. Our technology is also of support to scale the MRV technologies out there. So we want to work with other technologies, remote sensing, modeling, to support them in having more precise model. And at the end of the day for us is how can we increase the bottom line for farmers? So high confidence in readings, high confidence in the outcomes lead to high value credits. And high value credits leads to change of behaviors from farmers. So if we're not properly addressing the confidence that we have in the readings, buyers won't have confidence, and the price of carbon will always stay low. And if the price of carbon stays low, the adoption of practices stays low as well. So we need to break the cycle, and this starts with accurate measurement. So with that, happy to join Amy on stage, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Awesome. Awesome. What a fantastic look under the hood of Chrysler. Let's give Sam one more warm round of applause here. I'm sure he's thirsty, so I'll give him a second to have a sip of water. But yeah, just to kick things off, I think, Sam, to really put a bow on this presentation, in 30 seconds or less, can you give us your quick hitter one-liner of the value prop Chrysler Labs has for the industry here?
Yeah, so as we've discussed a little bit there, our vision is really, we want people to have all the information that they require to make sustainable decisions indirectly in field. So we want to be able to, be the data leader in every single decision that someone is making at the farm. So is it about display your fertilizer? Is it about how you treat soil health? Is it about how you buy your carbon credits? We want to be the source of truth for people to know exactly what they're doing.
That's fantastic. And so as I'm sure many folks in the audience today will agree, soil is truly the backbone of agriculture. Being that soil data is needed to make smarter decisions, how do you plan to scale your technology to meet this growing demand within the industry?
Yeah, that's a good question. So as soon as we start working on very large projects with either large agronomists, large OEM, large retail, large corporation, this is one of the first questions that is asked to us. So yeah, now you have a portable probe, but what's next for us? We haven't started with a portable device because we believe that was nice. It was just the easiest way for us to prove to market that our sensor was working. But our next generation is really for us to embed system in bigger equipment, right? So for example, one of the discussion we currently have is on the nitrogen management side. So nitrogen management is crucial for people to side dress directly in season, apply just the right amount of fertilizer. We want to embed our system directly as part of OEM equipment so that you can sense exactly the amount of nitrogen in field and apply the right amount right as your equipment move in field. So we have a lot of different robotics projects, automation projects, and we're looking basically for ways to reduce as much as possible all the labor piece involved in getting soil information.
That's fantastic. And Sam, jumping a little bit off script here, I know that there's many stakeholders that need to be involved in something like this. So from your guys' side, who are some of the groups that you're really focusing on creating relationships with? Is it with, the larger industry? Is it with the producers themselves? Who are your key targets right now when you think about relationship building?
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess in agriculture, it's multifold, right? So the one that needs somehow to have the confidence is the growers, because they'll be the one calling shots. But specifically in Western Canada, most of the growers are still very independent. We're not seeing that much of a tendency in the US right now. But yeah, I'd say the biggest client partner group that we have in our pipeline would be large corporation, would be large retail, but they work very, very closely to their growers. And we have a very strong customer success team to share a lot of knowledge. We have white papers, we're doing internal study, we have a lot of onboarding and training. So we are very close from the end user, but the people that enable our growth are normally strategic partners.
That's awesome, thank you. And chatted about it today and looking at a recent press release from you and probably maybe the biggest buzzword in agriculture today is carbon. So you talked about just your focus on carbon qualifications. Can you explain a little bit of why the market needs a technology like yours within the carbon space as well?
Yeah, so as discussed just a little bit briefly earlier, we believe there's kind of a confidence crisis right now in the industry, and if we're not able to properly tackle the aspect where we want people to have more confidence in their reading, when we're buying carbon, we need to remember that we're buying an asset. And when we're buying an asset, if tomorrow morning I go here downtown Regina, I want to buy myself a condo. It's not impossible that I take the keys of that specific condo, I go for a tour, I might even ask my friend to come with me, have a carpenter friend. He's going to tell me if that condo is in good shape, and I'll make a proper evaluation of what's that specific condo and what's the value of that specific condo. Somehow, for soil, we're treating this as, we'll go the cheap way, the faster way, because we want to make this to market, but we need to have confidence in this class of assets. And if we're not able to build trust with buyers, then we'll never be able to drive value. So we need to have this very high quality monitoring of what is really a ton of carbon, and we need some measurement instrument to be able to do so.
And big kudos to you and your team for being agile through the ever-going changes within agriculture and making sure you stay on top of the ball there. So in our prep call, you kind of mentioned the element of incentivizing growers as well, and directly, not just focusing on the bigger players, but understanding how the growers fit into the big grand scheme of things. So maybe explain to the audience a little bit how you plan on implementing those incentives for the growers themselves.
Yeah, and this is where we, the Chris Lab team gets pretty excited. So what we acknowledge is, carbon credit is not, like everybody puts this down to carbon credits, right? But for us, it's a way more holistic view on soil health and how you're treating your soil as an asset, like 360 degrees to your farm. So, we have a lot of discussion, and I'd say that not all these topics are kind of canned right now. There's still a lot that is going on, but we see a lot of good initiative in the industry. The first few ones are, premium that people, for example, can be bought. And right now, most will acknowledge that premium are a very hard topics, but as we move, that will be a criteria the same way quality is one criteria right now when you're buying grain. There's also insurance premium, right? There's no real reason why you have two fields, one side to another, where one field you have no organic carbon and the other is full of organic carbon. There's one that is more resistant to drought, and somehow they're paying the exact same premium. So this brings in incentives for people to be more agile and have more financial incentives. And it's the same thing when you go for insetting or upsetting. So we believe there's a suite of financial incentives that can be derived by the value of your soil, and somehow this will be taken into account. You can also think about all the sustainability link loans. So if you're a good farmer and you're able to put more carbon in your soil, you'll pay less interest on your loan, or you'll have perhaps a longer period to repay the bank. So you'll have some criteria that if you're able to check, you have basically better financial incentives. But it all drives from we need to have the proper information to make this happen.
That's fantastic. It seems like you've really put yourself in the mind of the grower when looking at these things. That's awesome. Another kind of off-the-cuff one for you. You spent more time in Saskatchewan in the last year and a half than I'm sure you ever imagined, being from small-town Montreal. How do you see kind of the Western Canadian grower fitting into this, and what's your plan for expansion within this subset of Canada here?
Yeah, Regina has been very good to us in the last year and a half. So I've never been, before kind of January 2022, I've never been in Saskatchewan before. And I guess I spent like 60 days here last year. So Saskatchewan's been good to us. But yeah, we are growing, I'd say, very good in Western Canada. It's been a very good market to us. And what I like most about, we've been very present since day one for us in the Midwest and in California. And we've been expanding in Western Canada for the last 2 years. What I like most about growers in Western Canada are the independency that they have in regards to their agronomists and in regards to people that are selling fertilizer. Not that they're not working with them, but they have their clear view on what they believe is good for their farm. They've been also very, very innovative. So they've been no-till for a long time. They do crop rotation, so they understand the bottom line of soil health. So it's easier for us to work with them, have good discussions, and we're very in line with the motivation in the end goal. So yeah, I guess the market here is picking a lot of good rhythm, and we just need key players to make this happen. And fortunately enough, there are some good players that are currently, I'd say, working on the right areas, right partners, and we're seeing a lot of good projects in the pipeline right now.
That's awesome. Yeah, Sam has spent maybe a record amount of time at the Hotel Saskatchewan, so getting those Marriott points there and spending lots of time here, even when it's cold and the middle of winter. So we're fortunate to have him pretty often. So cash in the bank, $15 million, pretty big. We can maybe do a quick round of applause for $15 million. You think it's worth it? Yeah, there we go. Not an easy feat and a bit of a journey there, but unfortunately, as most founders know, cash in the bank isn't the only problem you run into as a founder and the only thing that you need to conquer. So you have that cash in the bank for right now. But what do you need to do, other than that to continue growing the startup here? And what does Chrysa Labs plan and need to achieve to meet its next milestone?
Yeah, we want to grow in a way that is sustainable into our mission. So we don't want to kind of pump and dump. So we're currently very focused on key hires, people that would push our company further. We now are in a good position where we could look for the right people for growth. It's not that we are, we've talked about carbon and soil health sequestration, soil health parameter, and so on. No, this is. It's a focus for us, but it is also a focus that the market is shifting on us somehow. So we have a lot of projects right now all across North America in specifically these regards. And I guess the kind of ask for the crowd here is, any technology will be part of this transition, and we need somehow, there's a coexistence of legacy technology that are there, new technologies that are the future of agriculture that need to coexist. And the ask here is, you're just one phone call away, perhaps, of building that big project that might be a revolution at your farm. So, we're here to support.
That's awesome, and you kind of touched on it there, but I guess one last, we have some of maybe the best growers within Canada in the room here today, and we know that they play that key role in there. So what is your, big call to action for those folks, and how can they, help be a part of this rocket ship that is Chrysa Labs?
Yeah, I'd say connect with myself or my sales team, but otherwise, we're very, very interested in kind of knowing exactly, we've built a large thesis starting from the soil, but we know soil is interconnected to most of what's happening on the farm, right? So we're always very happy to have a good discussion with a grower to understand exactly what are the hurdles, what's the bottleneck that they're seeing from an input perspective, from an offtake perspective, and somehow everything is linked to the ROI that you can provide to the farm. We strongly believe that the information that we deliver from soil is a key component to that, but there's way more than that. And as we have more data at farm, evolve the need for modeling. So it needs to be interconnected. So very happy to have discussion on how we can support from different angle and how can we integrate solution to make activities more efficient farm.
That's fantastic. Well, I think we're safe to say that Chrysa Labs has a home here in Western Canada, and really looking forward to the success to come, and really appreciate the time today. So let's give Sam here one more big round of applause.
All right, we're going to add a little of this. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Amy, and thank you, Sam. So we are so lucky to have Sam with us last year as a part of Cohort 1, of course, and then you will see our Cohort 2 companies today at 2:45 when they are doing their demo day. So you lucky viewers get to see 16 pitches. They will be pitching for 3 minutes in hopes of securing investment from all of those amazing investors that you saw on the screen earlier. But a little bit of behind the scenes of what Cultivator's been up to at Canada's Farm Show in the last 2 days. So it has been an absolute whirlwind. We had what is called 24-hour startup Agtech right over in the Ivana Center there. So that is a partnership with Canada's Farm Show. And what it is, instead of me explaining it, I'm going to show you the video. So this is our last year video, but gives you a really good idea of what this event is and then what these participants all went through. So without further ado, let's see what they went through.
It always seems like it might be a good idea to play a 1.5-minute video until you have to awkwardly stand on the stage watching it. So I apologize for those that had to watch that with me on there. But, so that, like I said, that was our last year's 24-hour startup Agtech. So what went down 48 hours ago was that we had 33 participants join us. These are folks that have never actually met one another before for the most part. They come together Monday at 5 p.m. And then what they do is they pitch ideas that they are passionate about in the space of ag tech and innovations that they think can really push the industry forward. And so then from there, they come into teams, and then what they do is they build a MVP or a minimum viable product in 24 hours. So that is as hard as it sounds. And so these folks all come together. They have 27 experts that came in. So these are industry mentors. They are tech talent. We have mavens that come in and help them with the teams. So tons of people come together to make this happen. And like I said, they started with 9 unique ideas, and we actually got that down to 5 ideas, which then formed 5 teams. So yesterday they were here on the Launchpad stage pitching an idea that they just came up with 24 hours ago, which was really neat. And of course, we had 25 mentorship sessions. So if you're doing the math in your head, this is a lot of numbers to fit into a very small time. So we're very impressed with them. And probably the most impressive stat at all is that they did this, we think, on an average of 1.5 hours of sleep, because they were coding all night to come up with that. So with that, I'm going to bring Jordan back up to the stage, and we are going to show probably a quick little video for Canada's Farm Show before our next speaker gets up here.
Check, check. All right, we love a good hype video here at the Global Ag Tech Summit. And one thing we wanted to mention and highlight really quickly here is the global aspect of this program and what we're looking to do. As you may be aware, we have a unique partnership here with Innovate UK. So we actually have James from Innovate UK here today. You'll get to hear from him a little bit earlier. But one of the things we love about our partnership with the UK is that it happened very organically thanks to our friends at IRAP, who are major public funders of many of the high-growth technology companies that you see here. The beautiful thing about this partnership with Innovate UK is we are, in fact, here in Canada and in Saskatchewan, their North American ag tech partner, which we're really excited about. So of all the places in North America they could choose to partner with, they choose to do that here. As part of that partnership, what we see is 5 UK companies per year joining fully into our cohort of 10 Canadian companies. So that creates this global aspect, this global perspective. Those individuals travel from the UK twice a year, so once in our March kickoff week, and then again here in June for our wrap-up week. And what we are very excited about this year is a new element where we will be taking Canadian companies to London, England for the World Agritech Summit in September. So our companies will now participate in a reverse soft landing where they'll get to connect with potential customers, investors, corporates, and other individuals. So we really appreciate that UK partnership. What it also does is it allows us to show off some of the Canadian delicacies such as poutine, ketchup chips, curling, and many other activities that we love to engage in as well, and some good Canadian Football League football as well. So we're really appreciative of that. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, coming off a little bit of a flight delay, literally right off the tarmac to the main stage here, it is my honor to present our next speaker, who's going to be talking to us about the path to acquisition, harvesting innovation with Combine. So Alan Goubeau, the CEO of Combine, is going to talk about their grain marketing management software, which is purposely built for farmers, and how they went through their acquisition earlier in 2023. So both this story is fresh off the press with the Combine acquisition, and Alan is literally fresh off the plane. If you saw somebody running behind you about 5 minutes ago, he's going to be waltzing up onto the stage here. So without any further ado, from the plane to the main stage, let's give a warm welcome to Alan.
Is there a clicker? Yeah. Okay. It's green forward. All right. Okay. Awesome. Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Literally just got off the plane. 2-hour delay in Toronto, but glad I was able to make it. So I'm going to talk a bit about Combine, our situation or setup with Bayer Crop Science, and a bit more broadly, some of the things we see going forward in supply chain. So just to, there's a 2-second. Let me just get this. Great. So just a little bit of context about myself. So my family farms in Ontario, mixed dairy and grain operation, classic corn, soybean, wheat in that area. My broader background's in chemical engineering, and I mention this because I'll talk a little bit about some of the things that influence how I think about what's going on in ag and ag value chains. But more importantly, the start of my career actually took me to China, and what I always found fun in China was seeing the boom there and then going back home in Ontario and seeing how everyone was quitting dairy and getting into soybeans, because early 2000s we started really feeling the global macro effect on ag. Prior or post sort of my engineering career, spent a bit of time in the consulting space, my initials being A and G. The internal joke was, let's call the Mr. Ag guy, and that gave me an opportunity to work on a whole bunch of projects with input players in animal nutrition, crop protection, seed, fertilizer. And that's kind of what led me into the world of tech, kind of thinking about what was going to be the impact of technology on agriculture. And so I would say learned a lot through that process, also still learning, made a lot of mistakes. And so one of the things that's worth noting is I started and landed in a company at the time called FarmLead, which was trying to build a grain marketplace. Without going into the details as to why that wasn't necessarily the right approach, out of that came the idea for Combine, and that's going to be kind of 3 of the things I want to cover today. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Combine, what it is that we do. I'm going to talk a bit about how we came to end up in the world of Bayer and how we're operating within that. And lastly, I'll talk a little bit about what I see as some of the trends going on in ag supply chains and ag grain value chains specifically. So I like this very simple framework to say when you think about revenue on a farm is largely the composition of what you're producing and how you market. Combine specifically focuses on the marketing part. We think there's a pile of great solutions when it comes to managing production on a farm, but we focus specifically on the marketing piece. And so when you think about grain marketing from a farmer's point of view, you're having to manage a lot of different sources of information between what you're planning to grow, what you've actually harvested, what you may be storing, assessing the quality of that, and then depending on if you're marketing different commodities to different buyers, you also end up having to coordinate a whole bunch of information as it relates to the transactions you're doing. So on our farm, for example, we will market our corn across approximately 3 buyers depending on the year, our soybeans across 2, and then wheat goes to another buyer. So we're dealing with a whole bunch of these permutations. And so what we set out at Combine was to build an integrated crop marketing system purposely built for farmers and the advisors that work with them to manage the revenue and risk side of running a grain farm. That's the core of what we do. And the way we do that is we say we got to start with core foundational record keeping. May sound trivial, but getting this part right is what allows us to then do a whole bunch of other things. So We focus on really helping two core sources of information get really well organized. What I like to call what it is that you have or expect to have in terms of quantity you're expecting to grow or you've actually harvested and or stored. And increasingly what we're looking to do is to get this information into our software by directly integrating into the other sources of software that often contain this information. So think of things like grain carts, bin tracking software, and so forth and so on. The second key part is really managing kind of what's happening outside the farm gate. So contracts, deliveries, settlements, and really take a unified view. And what we found is most farmers are doing this through some version of Excel, but to really tie all this information together, nothing's been purposely built. People hate typing, so I'll talk a little bit about how we got rid of some of the typing, but we're working really hard to get rid of even more typing by directly importing information from the back office system of grain buyers. And so what that leads us to is, allows us to put together the record keeping that allows people to then really understand their marketed position, get a sense of pricing and risk, think about cash flow, all these things. So our philosophy is you can't make good decisions if you don't make informed decisions. You won't be making informed decisions if your foundational information isn't organized. So just, very briefly. So this is a lot of talk about AI in the world and whatnot. We actually do use AI, but in a very simple, quiet way, which is we can read, scan, parse, and convert into a digital data structure, an email, a PDF, a picture, whatever you throw at us that contains information about grain transactions. So this is how we get rid of typing and try to make things extremely simple when it comes to staying on top of grain marketing from a farmer point of view. So kind of leave with the other thing that we obsess a lot about, and kind of ironic that we're in the ag space, we talk about silos, but what I'm talking about here, trying to refer to, is information silos. So I think one of the big things that is preventing a lot of interesting innovation to happen in agriculture, in our case, we picked our lane, which is grain marketing, is there's a lot of siloed information. Siloed information between a grain cart system, a combine, yield monitor, as planted acre reports, siloed information in terms of grain testing results, and then same idea, different grain buyers operating on different software systems leads to a whole bunch of information that exists in silos. It exists, and our big focus is to try to put it together. So one of the big things that we are launching this year is something we call Combine Connect. The whole idea is to unify the information that sits kind of on the left side inside the farm gate that speaks to tracking that crop inventory as it evolves through the growing season, whether it's projected, as harvested, as weighed, as stored. And then conversely, outside the farm gate, dealing with the different contracts, delivery statements, settlements, et cetera, across different buyers. Our whole view is how do you unify all that information in one place without making people type, without making people deal with documents. So this is one of the big drivers that we're pushing forward also within the broader industry. So where does this lead to? Is if we can get this part right, our real end vision here is to help farmers optimize the value of every bushel they market. And our whole thinking about when you think about optimizing grain marketing from a risk and revenue point of view on a farm, you're really dealing with a broad toolbox between, if you're in the top right corner, which is kind of where we're busy right now, dealing with sort of classic physical grain trading, different contract types, how do you use storage, how do you think about, is it worth carrying that grain into the future, the impact on cash flow, opportunity cost, all these things. But our ambition is to get gradually also into that bottom left and think about, well, how does crop insurance inform your forward crop marketing strategy? So you're going to feel more comfortable selling more grain ahead of time if you know that you're hedging the risk of not being able to deliver on those contracts by thinking about how crop insurance gets involved in that. And then depending on different farmers, we'll use the management of price risk through futures and options. I don't want to commit my grain just yet, but I am interested in holding or locking in a price partially. So this is for us the whole combination of things that need to come together if we're going to build a truly farmer-centric integrated crop marketing management system. So I'll leave you with kind of the last core things that drives a lot of our thinking about how we work. We really look at collaborating. If I'm trying to break down data silos and get everything more streamlined, we have to collaborate. We don't believe in doing everything ourselves. That being said, so we take a very neutral view towards the Agtech ecosystem. If there are 4 or 5 companies that provide grain carts, they should all be able to integrate into Combine. But we're always farmer-centric in our thinking. So if we talk to grain buyer software systems and they say, oh, I would like to have visibility on inventory on farm, we say that's not possible because that's a prerogative that a farmer must decide whether they want to permission that kind of information sharing. So that's like first core principle. I talked about our second principle, which is we want the software and ag to talk. We picked our lane. We want to focus on anything related to grain marketing, but we think that that's an important part of how we position ourselves and how we want to move forward. And the last thing I'll say is we focus on software. We do not want to compete with the variety of advisory services, crop marketers, hedgers, crop insurers. If anything, we want to enable them, and we think it's important that the broader ag service world modernizes how they manage their relationships, exchange information with farmers. We have a piece of the puzzle, and we want to figure out how to work with them and drive their business relationships, their advisory businesses forward. So let's talk a little bit about Combine and Bayer and how this came to be. So, like, why is a crop protection and seed company looking at grain marketing? And hopefully I can help demystify that a little bit for you today. So, if you take a step back, and I ran this by the Bayer team, so they're okay with me saying this, but Bayer, basically, they kind of have a couple core things that they're thinking about. The first one is they definitely believe that digital is going to be a key enabler of agriculture. For those of you familiar, they own FieldView, through their acquisition of Monsanto, so large footprint in sort of digitizing fields and figuring out how do we create value out of that. They have that footprint in reach, so they kind of are like, how do we put innovation into that reach that we have? And they are starting to work on things where they are combining what I would call hardware and software. So if you're in the corn world, you may have noticed an announcement earlier this year where they talk about Precision corn, which is short stature corn. So it's about a third of the size of normal corn. Completely changes how you manage a cornfield if you're a corn farmer. But they're also embedding with that the actual prescription on population density in a field and all these things in a digital plus physical combination. They realize that they need to do a better job of innovating along with users. So very scientific organization, tends to think a decent amount internally, incredible thinkers, biotechnologists, all these things, but also realizing when it comes to particularly digital, you need to be side by side to figure out how to build a good product if you're trying to build something that's user-centric and usable. And the last thing I would say is they focus on the field, right? They sell inputs, they sell a digital solution for the field, but they're realizing life on a farm doesn't stop when the combine picks up the grain. There's a whole bunch of other things that are happening. And so how do they think about what they do within that broader context, and thinking even further out, thinking about what happens after the grain leaves the farm gate and is processed into different things? How should they be thinking about what they're doing at the field level in this broader context? And this is sort of where we tend to bring a lot of broader thinking to them, and I'll talk about that a little bit after. So I'm going back to this very simple framework. Remember, I talked to you about production and marketing. Well, when you kind of push that, you start saying, wait a minute, crop production, that's Bayer Crop Science and Climate Field View's world. Inputs, the field activities, you're looking at precision ag platforms, you're managing acres, and you work with an agronomist. Crop marketing, you're focusing on price, you're dealing with inventory, contracts, price risk, a bunch of apps focused on that. You're managing those bushels, not those acres, and you're thinking about how do I work with a risk or marketing advisor. So I like to say producing crops and marketing crops, they're related, but they are fundamentally different. So this is sort of where there's some interesting complementarity, but difference to also think about. And so there's a lot of innovation that we can do across these two themes, whether it's how does production influence my thinking about marketing risk, but also how can I influence, for example, the quality of wheat coming off a field by agronomic decisions such that it leads to a better marketing outcome because I'm hitting protein premiums. So how would we do that? That's really hard to do without kind of tying all these things together and working pretty closely and seamlessly on these themes. And if you're thinking ahead and you say, and I'm not here to have a debate on what's the view of sustainability and ag and all that, but this broader theme about, are there things we can do at the field level that will lead to potential marketing outcomes in the world of downstream sustainability? So just think from the world of Bayer Crop Science, for example. This company sells crop protection chemicals. There's a lot of technologies coming out to significantly potentially reduce the volume of crop protection that you need to accomplish the same goal of a clean field. Well, that may have an interesting value downstream to buyers, and so how do you think about tying all this together? So our operating model within Bayer is pretty unique. We actually started the conversation with Bayer 13 months before we closed the deal. And the reason that happened is we were doing some internal work for them on some of their supply chain thinking and pilots. One thing led to another. They were also trying to think about how do we make field view more relevant? How do we think about grain marketing? It's constantly being mentioned to us as a pain point from farmers. And so they said, you know, would you be interested in a potential joining the company more broadly? But we spent a lot of time thinking about the appropriate model. And the reason I say this is we deal with the revenue side of the farm. It's a delicate, important piece of information that any farmer would want their input provider to know. But at the same time, keeping us completely away makes it really hard to do some of these innovation themes that we want to drive. And so we came out with something that if you're more in the tech investor world, you might say it feels a bit like a venture studio and an incubator in one place. The idea is we're a fully dedicated standalone team. We have a steady source of capital to do our work. We're working on our idea. We have access to the Bayer network internally and externally, and we can say no to a lot of things, and we do say no to a lot of things. And we can tap into also farmers when we're looking for feedback on specific things we're working on. So we run as a standalone business with our own brand, our own P&L. We have our separate technology stack. I literally have 2 laptops. Different customers, different data, and we will treat any Bayer platform like a third-party partner. So any information exchange that may happen has to be authorized by farmers and has to be approved and whatnot. We basically treat them as if they were a third party, but obviously it's a lot easier to work on things more quickly when you're part of the same broader family. And the other interesting thing is thinking broadly about innovation. We actually remain open to joint venturing, to partnering with non-Bayer folks, even may look at external capital down the road as we build this out. So very much like a venture studio model in that sense. And so what's the benefits of this? We have a very focused team. All we do is build product day in, day out. We have gained quite a bit of credibility and access level with some of the higher, bigger players that we've been trying to have conversations with for a while, because we're effectively saying, hey, we've got a much bigger partner kind of in our back corner here, so let's really talk about trying to get something done here. Obviously, from our point of view, it's pretty hard to sell software to farmers and distribute it, so we do gain a distribution advantage. And what we, as I mentioned, we can innovate a lot more quickly through this setup. And what we also do is we can help if we see things that are interesting outside of Bayer and we think it could be relevant with Bayer. One of the things I like to do is introduce non-Bayer companies into the Bayer world to say, hey, you should be talking to this person or that person because there's something interesting to do here. So kind of talk about the third piece I wanted to touch on, and this is sort of speaking a bit to some of the innovation themes we think about, is when you take a step back and sort of this is, I'm going to put a bit my chemical engineering hat on, I think a lot about stuff comes off a farm, it gets processed, we split it up into starch, into oil, into energy, into whatnot. So when you think about the part we focus on the grain farm and the first buying point, but that stuff typically gets processed into your classic fuel, animal feed, food. You probably heard this. So when you think about that, and I was talking a bit about how does Bayer think beyond the farm gate and Combine think beyond the farm gate, this is sort of the big picture framework that we have in mind. Now, when you think about sort of the physical flow of bushels, as it kind of moves its way from a farm into these different areas it'll get processed. I'm just using the example here of an oilseed field, bin, truck, crush facility, and then you start splitting it in between oil and a protein concentrate that makes its way to a feed mill. We focus on these 4 core steps. And think about it. What happens is we find ourselves right in the middle across that farm gate between what's on the left side, the data sets that speak to what happened on the field, what happened on the on-farm storage, and on the right-hand side, what happens when you transport and you deliver. So sitting in between these 2 data silos, we start thinking if the world eventually moves to some version of not only are we going to think when we're marketing grain about the quantity and the quality, we already track quality. There's a recap number, it's called a grade, and if you want to get more granular, you can pull out the test report. What if we imagine a world where some version of sustainability becomes part of this is what I have? And so whether that's the form of a score, the same way that you would grade, how do you kind of bundle this concept of a grain passport or data packet? We think that we could be that digital bridge that unifies the information across the farm gate. That's sort of our long-term positioning should this become relevant over time. And so really this supply chain connectivity is exactly what we do. We meet between the field and the on-farm inventory and everything that happens when the grain leaves the farm in that central node called Combine. So I'll kind of leave with a couple final thoughts. The first one is we really do believe in collaborating and partnering. We think that's a fundamental way to drive a lot of the more digitally focused innovation in the ag space. But as I said, we center it around farmers. And so if any of you in the room kind of see yourself aligned with some of these themes, we care about how much grain you have, what exactly you have, quantity, quality. So any solutions that speak to this are of interest to us in terms of how can we partner. I've talked about how we will be, over the course of the summer or late summer, early fall, enabling the possibility of direct electronic document interchange around contracts, low ticket settlements. So if you're a software provider in that space or a grain buyer who's trying to think, how do I create a more seamless interaction and information exchange, come talk to us. If you're an advisor in either the marketing or risk management or a crop insurer, potentially even a lender thinking about cash advance against grain, there are a lot of things that we probably have 60-70% of what you need, and how do we think about inscribing Combine in that relationship you have with farmers. And then the last thing is, as different companies are thinking about, you may have heard the term climate smart commodities, scope 3 emissions. These are areas where we can also enable quite a bit of information flow between field, bin, down to buyer. So come see me, come talk to me if you're seeing yourself inscribed in any of this. And last but not least, we're farmer-centric software, so if there's farmers in the room, I want to hear from you. And we take feedback, we take building with farmers pretty seriously. We don't claim that we've got everything right or everything perfect. We're building as we go. So we love the feedback, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So by all means, check out the app, give us some feedback, come find me, and if you want to reach me, this is my contact info. I'm, I guess, 7 minutes ahead of time, so if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer those. Okay, I guess no questions. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, man. I greatly appreciate that. Thanks for coming.
A huge thank you there to Alan for literally coming right off the plane onto the main stage here. We'll give him a couple of minutes to, unpack his bags and settle in here, but we greatly appreciate the presentation from Combine. As mentioned, a huge congratulations on the acquisition and opportunity. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is being served for those Global Agtech Summit folks, so lunch is just directly through those doors over there. Make sure you got your pass to get your food there, so if you've got your Global Agtech Summit, we'll head over there. We will continue programming on the main stage. There's just going to be about a 5-minute intermission until we've got our next product demo from the great team at Crop Intelligence. So Crop Intelligence will be up shortly, but we'll have about a 5-minute intermission here. So thank you very much, and we will see you shortly.
Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbiter Discovery, and the shuttle has moved to power. Discovery Houston, trim to ATO. Nice to be in orbit. Beautiful, beautiful.
All right, well, welcome to Canada's Farm Show Launchpad presented by Deloitte. I'm Tina Beaudry-Maller. I'm a partner at Deloitte in cybersecurity and risk advisory, and it's my great honor to be here today to introduce today's product launch by Crop Intelligence. I'd like to welcome Alana Serhan, Territory Business Agronomist, and Andrea Deroux, to the Director of Agronomy for Crop Intelligence, to the Launchpad stage to talk about their new feature update, Real-Time Insights. So, Andrea, Alana, would you please come to the stage and please join me in giving them a nice farm show welcome. I even said it wrong.
Hello, everyone. Test one. There we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome. It's a tough place to be when we're between you and lunch, so I thank you for those of you that stuck around. Thank you for the time and for being here today, and to give you a little bit of insights as into what is crop intelligence. The goal throughout the next 30 minutes is to uncover some features, product highlights, but to serve some discussion and questions around our product that we'd be happy to answer afterwards in our booth. So come join us after our talk today in the booth at the back of the room. Formally launched in 2017, Crop Intelligence has collected more than 4,300 site years of data across 30 different crop types, and it's provided insights on over 600 farms. We believe that our product is changing the way that producers think about soil moisture. But how did we get here to where we are today? Real life, real results speaks to who this company is at its core. It was built for farmers, by farmers, and their feedback. What I want to share with you next is how we stay true to this core philosophy. And we do that by focusing on the 4 pillars of crop intelligence. The 4 pillars of crop intelligence speaks to each facet of our business and how we service our customers. The first is the software. The software component of crop intelligence is the primary building block for everything that we do. Our patented software allows users to make sense of above ground and below ground data and give them a measurable value for insights. Our second pillar, the hardware. In order for our system to generate value and provide value to customers, we require hardware to collect raw data and feed our system. The third is the agronomy. The agronomy is the backbone of the first 2 pillars, the software and the hardware. Agronomy allows us further insights into what our system can do. It allows us the opportunity to place the hardware in an area in the field that gives us the best representative sample. But the agronomy also allows the software to do its job and provide growers with an opportunity to achieve more. Lastly, but certainly not least, the business side of what we do. Crop intelligence is unique in that currently today we do not sell to the end-use customer. Our goal is to allow our local boots on the ground vendor network the ability and the opportunity to service farmers in their communities. This local knowledge is crucial for deep, meaningful insights. But what makes us different? Crop intelligence is a software-based application that interprets weather station data and soil moisture throughout a season to create a value called water-driven yield potential. Crop intelligence models yield potential based on real-time, site-specific data. It includes crop available water and current year rain to date, basis a 30-year average for that geographical location. Water-driven yield potential is a benchmark value that allows farmers to make decisions on the one resource that they cannot manually apply: moisture. We are not just another weather station company. We provide insights to the customer, the tools that you need to be able to make decisions. We take farming from a data-driven venture into real-time, quantifiable action. As a company, our past and the inception of this idea has a deeply rooted history. Since the creation of Les Henry's first soil moisture map in 1978 to where we are today, there has been a lot of lessons learned about moisture, and more specifically, soil moisture. I want to draw your attention to the early years, before our product hit the market and key stakeholders really started to pay attention to soil moisture. As was mentioned, in 1978, Les Henry created the first soil moisture map for Saskatchewan. In 1998, 20 years later, one of the founders of Crop Intelligence, Ryan Hutchison, started to play around with in-field environmental monitoring systems. Ryan installed his first in-field weather station in a field of potatoes in southern Alberta. Fast forward 14 years to 2014, when several Field Connect weather stations were installed in a handful of canola fields in southern Saskatchewan. These were some of the first soil capacitative sensors that were being used in dryland farming in Western Canada. Following 2014, learnings took place. They hit the drawing board. They realized that there was a lot of data that they were collecting, but it wasn't being utilized. Notes were made and plans were drawn up. And in 2017, the first version of Crop Intelligence was rolled out to a select group of customers in the South Country Equipment Network. A short 12 months later, in 2018, Crop Intelligence reached new acres across Canada and parts of the northern United States, officially spanning the territory to across the Northern Plains. In 2023, earlier this year, Crop Intelligence launched a product called Crop Intelligence Irrigation after collecting more than 30 site years of data, helping 15 different producers have insights on their farm that they currently didn't have before. The vision has come to life. This brings us to where we are today, here with you today. Insights around water-driven yield potential, our core component, is where we are. We continue to leverage with what we have with Crop Intelligence, with water-driven yield potential, with the addition of our new product enhancements, such as Crop Intel Irrigation and our alert system, which now interacts with the customer. This continues to develop and evolve with what producers in today's economy need. Our core water-driven yield potential is our patented product, and we continue to provide value and insights around that product. Along the way, we've refined our system, the tools we need to capture the data. As was mentioned, our software requires hardware to gather and collect data and feed our system. We require hardware to gather that data. With this in mind, our team has created a hardware agnostic system, meaning that the brand of hardware in a producer's field does not matter. Each user will have the exact same experience. In addition to that, we can actually collect and interpret data from all different kinds of manufacturers. With numerous weather stations already in the market today, the goal of Crop Intelligence is to utilize what you currently have and extract more value from it. We want to make sure that that weather station and soil moisture probe aren't just a really expensive rain gauge. Another important piece to us is to highlight the use of a larger diameter soil moisture probe. For Crop Intelligence, the hardware gathering the insights is critical. And by using a larger diameter probe, we can actually measure a larger volume of soil around that probe. Not only does it solidify the confidence in our soil moisture readings, but it helps pass that confidence on to producers. This is why we prefer a larger diameter probe. Now I want to share with you one customer experience from our network, an actual customer utilizing this idea and applying it to real life on his farm.
You got audio?
We might have to start that again.
Program 7 years, probably 5 to 6 years more focused on the probe part of it.
Yeah, the last few years it's very much focused on
probe.
the water.
Yeah, you betcha.
Yep.
So you have all this data in the year. How are you using that data to help support decisions on the farm, or what kind of decisions are you using?
Well, here for an instance, this last year, the end of last year, we were when the probes were removed, we were very, very dry. Even 4 foot down, there was no moisture there whatsoever. So made the decision through the winter that as we had very little precipitation and everything, that we would reduce our nitrogen application input this spring. And so seeding went ahead and everything, and then the moisture probes were put in, and then when they came online, we were very surprised to see the amount of moisture that we had down in the soil. Now, that's pretty much this area. We had suspicions of it, but this just totally confirmed it, that we have some moisture movement underneath. And so it then, after we had a couple of rains then, after seeding, decision was made, right, we've got to go around and top dress everything and bring everything back up to the normal amount of nitrogen.
Yeah, you betcha.
Yeah.
Is there any specific data that you might obsess over in the year? I mean, we've added some farm gate features and stuff like that now. When you open up the app, what's the first thing you look at?
Probably I go and look at the moisture probe, see what the roots are doing.
What the roots
yeah,
are doing.
it's great there watching that crop growing. And even through wheat fields that are seeded 2 days apart, you will see the root activity at totally different levels. Yeah.
So it's really a signal of plant health even maybe a little bit
Yeah,
too.
it
right?
is, yeah, because if all of a sudden it stops, you know there's something else going on. You can actually, there'll be things that could show up before you can see it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you bet, you bet.
So that was a short clip from one of our original customers when we very first brought a station, a probe into the area, figuring out what we're going to learn from it. He was just outside of Indian Head and stepped up and volunteered to let us play in his fields, and a big part of crop intelligence and an important customer to us. Right now we are going to do a live demo, and if you are a customer, open up your app, follow along. There's lots of new tools, lots of things built into the app now, all customer driven. We listen to our customers, we listen to our vendors. A lot of the things you're going to see here are driven by the minds of agronomists and farmers and how to use this data. So one of their newest features is the app's alerts with push notifications. So now the app will talk to you where historically you've always had to physically open up the app. So we should have a notification come through here, for example. So our water-driven yield potential has gone above plus 15. So it'll tell us now, based on the settings that we want it to, what's going on with our stations and in our fields. So we're going to open up the app and take a look here. When you click on the app, it takes you to the main page. Here we'll have your field, your zone card of your field, and it gives you a snapshot of the last data. So environmental data comes into our system every 15 minutes. Probe data is collected every hour, but gets updated in our system every 24 hours. At any time, you guys can recache it and update it as quick as you like. But it gives you a quick snapshot here of what's going on in your field. So right now, you know, a little bit cooler, but lots of available water, lots of yield potential. Also on this main page, if you have more than one station, so you want to look at them all at the same time, you can go up to the top corner and click Map, and it'll populate all of your stations. So right now it's defaulting, showing me the air temperature of that particular station. I can go to Edit Map Filters and have it show me another parameter. So everyone's favorite thing is rain, right? So 24-hour rains, if you have probes across the north part of your farm, south and east, you can go in there and say, hey, it rained up north, our sprayer's headed south today, and a quick snapshot of all that data there. In addition, there's a forecast button, and we pull in forecasting from Mateo Blue, and they use some public radar networks across Western Canada here, and it can give you a quick snapshot of what the next 4 days are going to look like, as well as a little indicator at the bottom of a radar with some rain and where it's coming. So where this station is located, it's pulling it for that pin, that site selection part of it. We're obviously in good spirits for some rain today, and then not for the next 3 days. So I'm kind of curious about that alert. So we're going to go to the main page and click on the bell icon, and that'll take us to our alerts landing page. So here we'll show a list of all the alerts that we have received. In order to get these alerts, we do have to set our preferences and our rules. So we'll click on that. So we have 3 different kinds of alerts in our system: agronomic and environmental, reports, as well as features, so crop intelligence features as they come out. You control how you want to get those alerts and if you want to get those alerts. So you can get them through the phone or through email or have them disabled altogether. Once you've selected your preference, you have to create your rules for your agronomic and environmental. What we heard from our customers is we want to be able to customize everything to what we want. So if someone has a heat tolerance threshold of 25, others want to be alerted when it's 30, they can set those parameters there. So we're going to go through setting an alert rule for the water-driven yield potential that we got here. There's a few steps. You need to have a name for the rule, so what you're looking for when it sends it to you. You can select stations. If you have multiple stations, you can select all of them at once as well. And here you have to define the condition. So we're going to go to water-driven yield potential because that's the one I'm setting this alert for. You have to enable it, and it'll turn green. Then you can set if you want it to let you know if it falls outside of a threshold or within a threshold. So here I want it to tell me if water-driven yield potential goes below 15 bushels or higher than 15 bushels. So I've set that.
If you have multiple conditions, we have a lot of agronomists setting disease alerts right now that use a combination of air temperature and humidity. They can set to have any condition or all conditions met at once. You can also let it know if you have multiple stations, if they all need to meet the same parameters at once or just one. Alert calendar, obviously we hopefully shouldn't have to care about frost right now, but you can set specific periods for frost in the spring, frost in the fall, and of course your alert cool off period, so you don't want it sending you an alert every 15 minutes if the condition stays. You can save the rule and it will have that alert set up for you. And also a really unique thing is that we can share the rules as well. So if that seems a little daunting, the disease ones can feel a little daunting, you can share a rule as well. So there's my alerts. I want to go and see what that alert was that we just got. So we're going to go back to our alert landing page, and we're going to click on the water-driven yield potential alert, and it's going to take to our water-driven yield potential graph. So in here, we get a quick snapshot of a bunch of data. The blue bars are the rain events we've currently had. The yellow bars are your likelihood of rain for that day based on a 10-year average. Our main focus here is the red dotted line, or orange on the screen. That is your water-driven yield potential. As you get more rain or more moisture than normal, your yield potential goes up. As you miss rains or don't get as much water, your yield potential goes down. And this is based on your starting crop available water from your moisture probe, based on your soil texture, and then the measured rain from the weather station. The blue dotted line is our crop available water as well. So I can see that the water essentially is staying quite flat here with some recent rains, getting some really, really good moisture there as well. So if we scroll over that, it gives you all that data day by day there. So I can see we're in a very positive potential, and we have been sitting at about 107% of normal rainfall. So it's also giving you a percentage of rainfall based on 30-year data. So I don't know about you guys, I would love to grow an extra 17 bushels of canola or wheat or whatever on my farm. So I want to look at what my plant health looks like in my soil moisture graph in order to capture some additional yield. So the moisture tab will take you to the raw probe data here. And if you scan over it, you get an interpretation of the crop available water. So if we kind of go to the start there, so you can see a blue bar just populated. Obviously, I have lots of crop available water. So we have an interpretation of that data right there for you as well. In terms of plant health, I'm looking at the individual sensor depths. So my green line there is the activity at 4-inch depth or 10 centimeters. As that line goes down, I know moisture is being removed from the profile. How do I know its roots? Is when I see that stair-stepping action. A healthy plant, a healthy root system will pull water during the day and rest at night. Pull water during the day, rest at night. When you see the general downward movement, like I kind of do there after May 29th, that's kind of a period of plant stress. The plant, for some reason, has had to pull water 24/7. Could be temperature, could be frost, could be a herbicide application, actually. So as I'm looking through this graph here, I can see some stair stepping at 10, a little bit at yellow. We kind of flatlined in the May 29th to June 5th area. Got a really nice rainfall, so those spikes up on the graph are rainfall's impact on our soil moisture probe. And then we see some really good stair stepping with lots of good moisture again after that. So I'm looking at a crop that went through some stress, but obviously recovered. And I'm going to look at a couple of reports now in order to verify what might have happened out in that field. So Crop Intelligence sends auto-generated in-season reports on a weekly basis. So you can go to your report tab, in-season report. We'll take a look at one here, and it's just a summary of a lot of the data. So as you can see at the top, I have my soil moisture graph right there. I have rainfall stats, so I can look at a per month basis if I'm behind or above. I can look at my temperature stats right now, days over 28 degrees. I've had a few hot days already, a few cool days under 3 degrees, and some growing degree days are really, really high there as well, which we know the crop is growing particularly fast this year. We also have our moisture change at each sensor depths, and this is just an indication of where your root activity is the most, where it's using the most water, as well as how much water in our daily change total across the whole profile. But what I really liked about this report is we had some plant stress around May 29th to early June there. And when I look at my temperature and precip data, I can see I got a rain, but I had a really cool period right after that. So that orange line is my temperature. I had some really hot days, and then I had a day and a half where I just cooled right off to, I believe the lowest point it got was like 3.5 degrees. So if you think of a plant that's going from 28, 29 down to 3, that's a little stressful in terms of the plants. So okay, it recovered. We're gonna look at an agronomy report now. Third-party partners can be connected in your data, and they can enter agronomy reports for you here as well. Because right now I'm thinking I'm gonna chase a lot of extra bushels with my in-season actions. So the agronomist in the field gets a summary of his agronomics driving crop intelligence system, so soil texture, his seeding date. We have a summary of crop intelligence data, so showing what the temperature was, how much rain he's received, our moisture change by depth, indicating where root activity might be. And then he or she can enter all the crop health stage information. So this wheat field here is a 4-leaf, 2-tiller, great condition, great plant stand, great stand uniformity, root activity, fantastic. We're almost at 50, so our wheat is almost a full meter in depth for root activity. Some notes here on weed pressure. I haven't sprayed my herbicide yet, so weed pressure is a little high, but should be controlled by my herbicide. No disease, no insects. Took a tissue test, looked good as well. And we got to see a few pictures there as well. So you can open up the picture, it'll zoom in, you can take a look at what your agronomist saw. Nice stand there. And they can also take a note of station health. So they can go in here and document my station solar panel was clean, something may be not quite right with the rain bucket. The station was level, my station location was good, cable condition, and obviously here we're missing the bird spikes, so the birds like to nest in the buckets. So we want to let them know to come out and take a look there. And finally, the general comments here with the agronomists is they felt weed control was the #1 priority in terms of capturing and supporting yield potential. But we decided we're also going to do a top dress application here and chase an additional 10 bushels of wheat with a UAN and ATS application to capture some additional yield and additionally stabilize that protein with that opportunity we had there. So that's what a lot of our customers are using right now with in-season applications, with their agronomists from herbicide to fungicide decisions. You know, not every scenario is always positive. I can give my own farm, for example, with 25% normal rainfall. I'm in a neutral kind of negative situation here right now. And the decision is to kind of keep some money in the pocket. So right now we're moved forward with our herbicide plan. We're making our plan for what fungicides we're going to keep in our program, and as well if we need to pull back our top dressing aspect as well and let the liquid sit in the tank another year. So there's so much information. We are helping our growers right from planning in the winter right down through harvest. And I'd be happy to visit with everyone afterwards as well. But I'll turn it over to Alana to wrap up.
We'll get my slides back up and finish out here. I just really want to highlight the importance that this is just one grower and an entire network who are deeply engaged with water-driven yield potential. You'll see the map behind me, the red representing the highest density of stations, and this is truly the largest density of soil moisture probes in Western Canada. You'll see that our area and our acreage is growing. More producers are grappling onto this technology and taking it full throughout a season, as Andrea had mentioned. But we cannot do this without our local vendor support. Partners make this happen. Behind me, you'll see our partner map. They're your local support. They know the local farmers. They know the local farmers' goals. They are there to service their customers. As Andrea mentioned, an agronomist made that recommendation to that producer in the field. And currently today, we are working with 15 different agronomy and input retail partners who provide agronomic consultation and hardware support, as well as 12 different hardware dealer partners who focus on hardware sales, installations, removals, as well as any maintenance in season. To conclude, I want to bring you back to the 4 pillars of crop intelligence: the software, the hardware, the agronomy, and the business. Each of these is equally important to continue to drive what crop intelligence does to help producers reach new heights now and into the future. We are proud to be a Saskatchewan-made company in the heart of the prairies where agriculture is thriving and producers in this province are helping to feed millions. I would again like to thank you all for your time and welcome any questions at the back of the room in our booth. Thank you. We're right on time. Yeah.
I'm Max. I've been running CFS socials the last couple of days. How's things going? I'm not too sure if this is a time. Awesome. I've heard great things about your magazine. That's really cool. Awesome. We're going to sit in your
He told me it would almost be better if I held it. He said that this was real finicky.
I can hear you. He said keep it in your hands.
Well, he said it was just this was really finicky, and he said, so don't. I don't know, we can ask him, but he just said it might be easiest to hold it in your hand. I thought it seemed a little strange also, but. He just said, yeah, he just said because the antenna's a little.
On the journey of reconciliation, how does one find their way where no visible path exists? You ask for guidance from those who know, calling on Indigenous wisdom to lead the way. And then you make sure to leave a path so that others may join this important journey. Together, we can do the right thing and do it in a way that inspires action. Together, we can make an impact that matters. And like a circle that has no beginning and no end, we're committed to walking the path of reconciliation. The path calls to us all. Please join us on this important journey.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sherilyn Jolly-Nagel, and I'm the host here at Canada's Farm Show for the Launch Pad. And I could not be more excited to be sitting down with my friend and neighbor. Up next is Carson Green. If you don't know him already, you should. Carson is a young entrepreneur and owner and creator of Everything Country magazine. He was born and raised on a grain farm and cattle ranch near Mossbank, Saskatchewan, where he grew a strong passion for agriculture, hunting, living free, and everything country. In the midst of the COVID pandemic, Carson decided to say to heck with boredom and publish his own magazine. After much hard work and long hours and what he refers to as phenomenal support from his community, Everything Country is now growing to become a nationwide publication. In his spare time, if he has any, you can typically find him putting in pre-season work on the farm, for hunting seasons, dirt biking, and hanging out with his friends. But today, he's going to join us on the launch pad. Please welcome to the stage Carson Green. Already some fans in the audience. This is good. Welcome, Carson.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so full disclosure for those of you that are here and those of you that are online, Carson and I come from the same small town, and that is Mossbank, Saskatchewan. And Carson, when you drive into Mossbank, there is a beautiful sign that says, "Welcome to Mossbank," with some trees. Actually, my brother made that sign, so a shout out to Mike. But our tagline in Mossbank is, "Life is better in Mossbank." Would you agree to that?
Oh, I definitely would.
What makes life better in Mossbank?
I just love the feeling of, living in a small community there where everybody knows everybody. It seems like doesn't really matter what's going on. Everybody's willing to lend a helping hand to somebody, and just such supportive people.
So you called it phenomenal support from your community. Is that specifically from Mossbank? Does that extend outside through Saskatchewan?
So Mossbank definitely has shown me, as you said, phenomenal support, but definitely all across Saskatchewan and Canada. People are just amazing, and I couldn't ask for better support overall.
So Carson, at 15, well, I've known you a very long time, and if it's possible to be born an entrepreneur, I would say that would describe you perfectly. But can you share with us some of your experiences as an entrepreneur at such a young age?
So I guess, yeah, right from a young age, as you said, I feel like I have had that entrepreneur mindset, sort of. In the past, I've raised and bred rabbits where I've sold them as pets. I've also skinned gophers and had a little taxidermy business going there. And then in 2021, now I had that idea of Everything Country magazine, and here we are today.
So tell us more about the idea behind Everything Country magazine, and when people pick up their copy, what are they going to find in the pages of Everything Country magazine?
So as the name implies, you could probably guess Everything Country magazine. There's agriculture, ranching, rodeo, hunting, horsemanship, you name it, it's in there.
So who provides the content for the magazine?
So a lot of my inspiration comes from the setting that I'm in. I write majority of the articles in there, although as I grow a little bit, I'm starting to have a lot of contributions come from around Saskatchewan, and my community around me has a lot of stuff in there as well.
I've read every edition that you have put out. I'm a big fan of this magazine and the content and how it describes the people here of Saskatchewan. You've interviewed some great people so far. Can you describe some of the people that you've interviewed already, and is there anybody that you would like to be interviewed for your magazine?
So in my one issue, the thing that stands out to me is I interviewed Mr. Dixon DeLorme, better known as Quick Dick McDick. He's just a phenomenal guy. That was such a fun interview to do. I've also been in a number of interviews with CTV, other news stations like that. I just did an interview with Turn and Dirt podcast, sponsored by Mazer Group. That was really fun, and I'm looking to do more interviews in my magazine moving forward as well, yeah.
So part of being an entrepreneur is that you really have to be your own advocate and be able to communicate about the business that you're operating. Can you share with us some of the experience? You've already talked about some interviews that you've done. We did Farm Show TV together. What has been your experience in communicating all things country?
Well, definitely, yeah. In this industry, you're talking to a lot of people, and you definitely have to have those communication skills. A lot of the promotion when you're an entrepreneur comes from you. You're your own business card, and it's up to you and only you to get your name out there, as long as also having some help from bigger companies like Canada's Farm Show and other places like that, yep.
So what advice would you give to other young people that are looking for opportunities in agriculture and in entrepreneurship in general?
Well, I remember a time when you told me, you said, you don't get what you don't ask for, and I could not agree more. People are so supportive, I find, and if you just ask, the answer is going to be yes, a lot more likely than you think it will be.
I hope that has resonated with my kids too, because I say that a lot. You don't get what you don't ask for. Can you give us an example of something that you may not have gotten if you hadn't asked for it as it pertains to your business?
Oh, for sure. So one big thing that sticks out to me is I was interviewed on CTV News as well as CTV Morning Live. That was a quick email. I would have never expected something that big, and that sparked so much growth in my company, and like I said, it was a quick email, and they reached straight back out. Another huge thing is well, I asked for booth space at Canada's Farm Show, and here we are today. It's awesome.
Yeah. So Carson's booth, I can see it from the stage here, right here on the launch pad. Everything Country has a great big sign. He has magazines for sale, subscriptions for sale. Didn't you just have our Agriculture Minister Merritt sign up for the department?
Yes, ma'am.
So he was here and he signed up for a subscription, so we hope that you will sign up for a subscription too. You have swag. Did you bring that just for the show? Is this something new?
This just came out. It's out only exclusively to people at Canada's Farm Show so far. So
Incredible. So we've met you now, Carson. Can you share, as an editor and as a publisher, what other entrepreneurship activities have you been involved in that have led you to this stage?
So yeah, well, like you said, I've kind of been an entrepreneur all my life, and I did mention there I'd bred rabbits and all that, and I've always I've been the type of guy to always look for the next adventure, always trying to grow as much as I can in every aspect of that, and you know, my business definitely has grown exponentially in the past, you know, going on 3 years now. Even if you just pick up my first issue compared to my most recent issue, you'll see so much improvement, and that's something I'm really proud of.
Actually, I'm really glad that you call it improvement, because I think part of being an entrepreneur is accepting that there's risk involved and that you're going to make some mistakes along the way.
Yep.
And considering them to be improvements is a very mature way of looking at it. Where do you see yourself 10 years from now? If we're gonna turn the clock for 10 years, and you and me will be on the stage, and I'll be interviewing you again, how will things be different? Where will you be in 10 years?
So I have a huge passion for agriculture and farming. My family farms lentils, durum, and canola just outside of Mossbank there, not too far from you guys. And I definitely want to be working on my farm, you know, maybe working towards taking over that and getting really involved. Maybe the magazine will still be involved, or maybe I'll be completely on to the next adventure. You never know. But I'm still dedicated to my magazine and want to keep that going as long term as I can.
Okay, so now is the time where we need to do a big plug so that everybody can take advantage of you being here at the show. Where can people, one, buy your magazine? How also, because I think there's advertising in the magazine, so we are at a farm show, so there'd be lots of opportunity for that. So how can people find you so they can advertise in your magazine, and in general, how can we support you?
So as you said, my booth is just right back there. You can also find me online. If you search up Everything Country, it's not too hard to find. I'm on just about every social media platform you can think of, Facebook, Instagram. You can email me at everything.country.mag@gmail.com. And my phone number for all this is 1-639-355-7109.
Awesome. Anything else you want to share with everybody about your journey with your magazine?
Nothing comes to mind. Just be sure to stop by after our interview here, and I'm happy to chat with you guys.
Very good. Thank you so much for joining us here, Carson. You can watch this session of the Launchpad and any other session over the first 3 days presented by MyVitera on Canada's Farm Show Regina Sask and our YouTube channel. So check us out there. Up next at 1:30 is the Global Agtech Summit. They're back here to take over the stage. I'm going to give up my microphone for the day, and we will see you all back here tomorrow. Starts up again at 1:30.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon here at the Global Agtech Summit. We're very excited about this brand new creation here at Canada's Farm Show. This is the first annual, but we're hoping that Jen, Kirk, Janine, Tim, and the team are looking forward to a second annual next year. So we'll see what happens there. Next panel here, kicking us off after lunch. We have a very exciting panel here talking about cultivating capital. We're providing a global perspective on investing in ag tech. We've heard a lot this morning about the state of ag tech, the impact of ag tech, what is possible. Here we're going to talk about the individuals managing the assets and the dollars that are investing into these companies. Some might say picking the winners and really influencing the future of ag tech on a global scale. So it is my pleasure to introduce this rockstar panel. We have joining us Kyle Scott from Connexus Venture Capital and Emertech. We have Paul Roos from Regenerate VC coming all the way from the UK. Panelists, feel free to make your way up. We also have Kate Brodock of the W Fund joining us all the way from New York State. And last but not least, we have Jared Shin with Renewal Funds joining us all the way from Vancouver, British Columbia. Let's give them a warm prairie welcome here at the Global Ag Tech Summit.
No, you just start talking into it. Super. Hello, everybody. Thanks for the warm intro, Jordan. My name's Kyle Scott, Managing Director with Agtech Venture Capital, based right here in Regina. We're a $60 million fund focused specifically on Canadian Agtech. We focus primarily where technology meets the crop or where technology meets your livestock. We typically invest $1 to $5 million checks into companies in the Series A to the Series C to the Series C range. So we're focused mainly on early stage startups trying to make life easier for our growers and producers. So now I'd like to pass it over to the panel. If you could, please tell us a little bit about yourself and a little bit about your fund and what your core focus areas are.
I'll start. I'm Kate Brodock, all the way from New York. I've got two projects in this area. One is the W Fund, VC fund based out of New York and DC, early stage investments into primarily women-led tech startups and a little bit into founders from other traditionally underrepresented groups. And one of our buckets is what we call Earth and Human Systems. In that bucket, we have agriculture tech, food tech, sustainability tech, et cetera. And then I am also working on a little bit of a crazy side project. We're trying to buy a college that shuttered in central New York and actually turn it into a global agriculture tech innovation hub as well. So doing a lot in data and technology in that area as well.
Okay, hi. Paul Rouse, Managing Director and founder of Regenerate Ventures. We are a UK-based ag tech focused seed or pre-seed to seed to Series A venture fund. We're part of Regenerate Asset Management, which also has a private equity vehicle. So we buy UK, European operating agricultural businesses. But on the venture side, we focus on upstream technology agnostic businesses and technologies and working with founders that can bring more sustainability and innovation to upstream ag. So we're looking at providing really active capital. We are a group of people who have a background in agriculture and farming and look to corral unsophisticated capital, I guess, to the early stage ag tech space to try and work with the companies, help them grow, and then get them to that late stage capital.
Jared Shin, Renewal Funds is an early stage venture investor based in Vancouver, Canada. We play in the Series A to Series B space and deploy $3 to $6 million check sizes as a first investment and usually reserve up to 10 for follow-on, depending on how things go. And our main mission is to move the needle in terms of sustainability via our investments and partners. And we've done that traditionally in a number of ways. The most prominent way have been traditional climate tech software and web-based businesses, software with slower sales cycle, energy management companies and water companies, et cetera. And the other way have been food systems, upstream, downstream, midstream, CPG companies, Agtech companies. We will look at anything and everything food, which is what brings me here today. We manage about $250 million between three funds. Our last fund was $145 million. And we have one more investment to make in that last fund, and we are fundraising for our next fund, which would be about the same size. So we are always looking for partners and companies to invest in. And so if you have an exciting ag or food company, please come talk to me. I first joined Renewal in 2015, working primarily on the food system side of the portfolio.
Fantastic. Thank you. I'd like to dive just a little bit deeper with each of your unique focus. So whether it's a unique investment angle into different founders, geographies, or different asset types. So if I can, Kate, start with you. I'd love if you could talk to us a little bit about some of the trends that you're seeing in the unique diversity lens that you guys take to investing. And across all things, so whether egg tech, food tech, earth tech, across everything you look at, if there's anything that you can share with the crowd that you guys are seeing out there that's interesting.
Yeah, first of all, so much. I think one of the great things about this space is that you've got such a traditional foundation going, so a lot of leapfrogging can happen, and really just upgrading and refining and reimagining the way systems have been done. So that alone has just offers a plethora of really cool stuff. One of the things that we look at for sort of both of my hats is data usage, and really using data, for lack of a better description, to kind of make the world better. So in this lens, we are really farmer focused. And there's a lot of really fantastic on-farm usage of data. We're going to hear a whole bunch of them in the startup pitch. Shout out to Vivid Machines. Jenny's here, one of our portfolio companies, but really amazing on-farm data usage. But what we get pretty excited about is, first of all, this idea of a lot of farming communities. I know Paul can understand this too. We've got small farmers. We've got smaller to medium-sized farms. Limited usage of on-farm data. So how can we actually think about that from a regional perspective? Like, what's that data layer on the regional perspective? What's that tech layer that actually helps a full farming community both better their own on-farm systems and also connect better to the consumers around them? It's a different consumer model than the larger farms that you have out there. You literally have like consumers as neighbors. So what is that? What does that look like? So we get excited about that. That's one of the things, yeah.
Right on, fantastic. I also think Jenny might be the only one that we share so far. Hopefully many more to come, but I think it's the only one that we have together so far.
Sorry, I didn't make that connection. I'm even more pleased to be sitting next to you.
Fantastic. Paul, you're based in the UK. Thank you so much for being here, coming all the way across. One of the things we run into quite often with our portfolio companies is working on international expansion. Like, Egg is a global business. It's not a provincial business. It's not a country. It's a global business. And so I'm curious from your perspective, how much of your job involves helping companies think about international expansion and think about solving some of the problems that they have, extending the borders beyond the UK or beyond wherever they might happen to be domiciled at time of investment?
Yeah, yes, I am based in the UK. Lucky enough to also be based on our own farm. So for those of you who aren't aware of this, or the UK ecosystem, there's about 180, we're a small island, 180,000 odd farms, average size about 80-ish hectares, 200 acres. Average age of the farmer, 59, which I think is pretty consistent throughout the Western developed countries. 2/3 are owned by farmers and owner-operator. 1/3 of the farms are tenanted. And one of the big challenges is that the farming sector in the UK is less than 1% of GDP. So it's not particularly exciting. But what we do have is we do have world-renowned academic institutions. We have, I think, the world's oldest running wheat trials or wheat experiment at Rothamsted, which I think was set up in 1853, one of those. So we've got a lot of academic research. We've got a lot of things going on, but it's not. It's a test bed. So some of the challenges that we have in the UK. I mean, I'm lucky enough to have our own family farm. We were talking about it earlier. It was somewhere from 1042. We've been farming the same bit of land. So I think that's about 13, 14 generations. I'm not sure. And we are not uncommon, although we're slightly larger than the average size farm. We have the same challenges: adoption, aversion to risk. We're going through the challenges of Brexit. We have protectionism through COVID. So it's really challenging for farmers to look at, and the regulatory environment. I mean, we're obviously combined with Europe. There were challenges around use of GM, which is not right. Challenges around fertilizer usage and pesticide usage is going to be harder for farmers to actually farm over the coming decades as we move to more sustainable business models. So whilst the innovation, and there's one, Sugar Rocks is one of our portfolio companies who's here. We look at working with these companies to provide not only early stage capital, but support to test, trial, and prove the technology in the UK and try and work out ways that they can access international markets from a competitive advantage perspective, looking for customers and maybe easier regulatory environments such as North America. So that's what we try and support.
Is most of your portfolio headquartered in the UK?
Sorry?
Is most of your portfolio headquartered in the UK? Or
So,
is it
currently, with our current structure, we are restricted to only UK companies, but we're in the process of launching a Canadian-UK fund. So it'll be 40% Canada, 40% UK, and 20% other. And really that's to bridge that gap, provide the early stage capital on both sides of the Atlantic, but also that connection. And very similar to what we're trying to do here is, brought in UK companies, but there's a lot we can learn. As you said, it's an international, we have the same challenges, it's cyclical, we're growing the same things, we're an arable farm ourselves, we might call canola oilseed rape, but we have the same challenges. So our next fund will be focused predominantly on Canada and the UK.
That's fantastic. We need to find some opportunities to work together as well.
I think we should.
Jared, you're based here in Canada with us, out on the West Coast. Curious to hear from you a little bit on what some of the more interesting things, or where you're spending, what types of businesses you're spending most of your time looking at domestically, and then if you are looking internationally, anything that you're seeing out there that may be the same or different as well, but just kind of what you're spending most of your time on.
Yeah, no, we invest in both Canada and the US, and so that comparison comes up a lot. I'd say in general, the markets and the big customers you're targeting, generally speaking, is sort of same profile or sometimes the same. And so the problems there is trying to solve between US Agtech startups and Canadian Agtech startups. It's not uniquely different. Although strangely, we do see a lot more waste-focused companies in Canada for whatever reason. So a lot of upcycled companies, a lot of companies trying to use and reuse ingredients for whatever reason. And so we've seen great deal flow there, which is really exciting. But I will say one thing that is really exciting domestically, aside from the verticals that we look at, is something that we've been feeling is we think the funding ecosystem for ag in general in Canada have been really robust in the last sort of 5 years or so compared to the 5 or 10 years before that. Word on the street, we hear a lot of interest from institutional funded funds in Canadian ag. So there's a lot of top-down pressure from VC investors. And also the ecosystem at the various funding stages, like Emertech and Connexus, funds that are purely dedicated to Agtech, and many other funds that I won't name, but also based in Canada and focused on Agtech, just wasn't here 5-10 years ago. And so I think that's really exciting. And from the specific verticals that we're looking at, we don't really confine ourselves to one or two. I think we remain excited about precision ag. We remain excited about new inputs and ingredients. Robotics is also fairly interesting. But at the end of the day, we're just looking for companies with ironclad customer ROI, a capital-light business model, and a talented group of founders that are really obsessed about solving the problem for the customers. We will be vertical agnostic as long as they hit those checkboxes.
Fantastic. I'd like to stay with you for this next one as well. Is as we were talking about what you're looking at right now, where you're spending your time, it's hard not to ask the question with some of the macro headwinds going on, turbulent capital markets, high inflation, rising interest rates, all that kind of stuff. The impact for both the founders and then any other investors we have out here as well, some of the impacts that you're seeing on ag assets and ag startups today, and kind of what you think the next year, 18 months, that kind of will end up bringing.
Yeah, I think it's certainly an interesting time. I'll preface with my thoughts that I'm not worried. These things are cyclical, and we're just in a natural correction. And anyone guess to how long it'll last, and so I think it'll be fine. And if you're a company really focused on solving customers' problem, and you have a good ROI for them by a wide margin, you'll be fine, and good companies will get funded. And that's probably the time to actually accelerate the gap between you and your competitors the most. The good companies will get funded no problem. A lot of people will die out. We as a fund are fundraising right now. And so we can tell you that the impact on venture funds is definitely being felt by higher interest rates and lower public equity markets. Just as a very quick primer, for fund-to-funds, institutional investors, if their public equities go down and the interest rates are high, their allocation in venture funds look artificially high, and so they have pressure to ideally moderate that down. And so when they're looking at investing in funds like us, it's a tougher conversation than when interest rates were nil and public equities were soaring. And so maybe there's a chain effect to be felt 3, 4, 5 years down the road for companies where there may be lesser venture funds or smaller venture funds. I don't know. But I think the funding ecosystem right now for startups probably isn't as impacted as the fundraising conversations that we're going through. I think the discretionary direct investors, like the strategics, balance sheet investors, family offices, they may be a little more cautious because they have that discretion. But fund investors like us, we have pressure to deploy capital that we raised 4 or 5 years ago. We may pause for a year at most, like we've done in the past sort of while, but we still have pressure to deploy that. So, I think if there's any advice for me is just, options are king in these times. So talking with competitors all the time, I think are very, very helpful. Hopefully you have an amicable relationship with your competitors today. You never know who's going to go out of business, either you or them, and having that option on the table is super helpful in terms of customer lists or asset purchase agreements or employees. And please, please, please start having a healthy dialogue and frequent dialogue with your existing investors today. It's amazing how wide of a gap in the range of outcomes of bridge financings that we see. Some of them can be so draconian and some of them can be so generous. And there's a lot of factors at play, but your existing relationship and how healthy that is with your existing investors plays an important role in that. And if you're just showing up asking for money after 6 months of no contact, that bridge round financing conversation is off to a rougher start than you could have. And so I think those two would be one of my sort of two advices.
I'll add a little bit. Number one, cannot even express how much I agree on that last point. Like investor relations, 100%, all the time. Don't forget about it. I'd say, because we do earlier stage, I would say that the fundraising environment now is tight. Lot of slashed valuations. And where I've seen companies be successful is I've seen a lot of what would be priced rounds move into like bridge rounds and being really smart. This isn't going to be like we're going to raise now and then go ahead in 18 months and raise again. That's not what we're in right now. So being really strategic about the seasons. We're going into the summer, not quite sure what's going to happen in September when it's supposed to be energetic again. Being very strategic about your next 12 months and thinking about your numbers are even more important now. You can't go out and get the same exact investor to invest in you with the same numbers that you did last year, right? So really thinking about how can I do something with this that's going to really nail down on my numbers and prep for maybe a larger raise down that. So a little bit of chopping up of raises, perfect place to sit down with your existing investors, talk shop, get a strategy in place, start your investor relations, all that stuff.
I love that. Paul, anything to add?
I guess I think it is cyclical, but a little bit of positivity. I think Agtech, agriculture is an industry which we are in terms of modernization. Technologically, we've got a long way to go. Digitization, we haven't even started. And I think in terms of the ag tech sector, we haven't really, in my opinion, what I've seen in the UK, Europe at least, we haven't been affected like other sectors have. Fintech, data, digital, some of those companies have been raising at overinflated valuations. So I think, at least in the UK, Europe, the valuations are realistic, and the ones that aren't are pretty obvious. And so we probably haven't been hit so much in terms of the negativity around what are these companies actually doing. Because they're actually, what they are doing, if we're investing in real companies with real IP that are solving real world challenges, those challenges are not going to disappear. It's not going to be like, I've set up an e-commerce site and I'm putting a buyer and a seller together for a specific item that may go out of fashion in a year and a half. You know, we're trying to solve some of the world's biggest problems here: access to clean water, access to food, access to a better supply chain, and reduction in food waste. These are all challenges that don't go away. So I think, you know, we're in a good sector. We're in a great time. There's going to be a huge amount of capital. There's already a huge amount of capital late stage, waiting for good opportunities. And what we're all trying to do in this room is to provide the innovation with the capital and the support to get to that wave of capital at the late stage, which we all know that is out there. It's both sophisticated capital, if we look at the CVCs, the Syngentas, and the bigger corporates with lots and lots of capital. They're looking for good investments. They find it hard to get good investments because they can't invest early stage, and it's up to us, all of us here, to provide them with opportunities. So I think, you know, we're playing the long game. We're in a great sector. There's lots of capital there. We just need to bring more support and programs like this to get the opportunities, the capital, and the support to get to that stage where they're investable. So I think it's great times ahead.
It's so funny. One of the things we often end up telling founders is, if you ever hear a no from us or from any other VC, for starters, don't worry about it because we're wrong all the time. So, like that, it happens. And also, when we're out fundraising, so if you pick on something like Emmertech, when we're out fundraising, we talk to 200 investors, and like 30 say yes at the end of the day. So it's like we know what it feels like to have a no. By the way, shout out to any of those 30 who are out in the crowd. We love you and thank you very much. But from Jared's point, I think is really important is that for us as general partners raising funds to then go and look out, it's a different market. Talking to LPs right now, and if you can, if anyone's willing to share some of your conversations while you're out fundraising right now, some of the feedback that you're getting, whether it's on fund size, whether it's on target sectors, whether it's on check sizes, portfolio construction, anything along those lines. If there's anything unique and different that then will sort of trickle down or transcend into what founders and other folks here would expect to see where capital's being deployed.
We have a little bit of a unique model. We're on what's called the rolling fund. And so we actually, like each of our quarters is like a mini fund, and we kind of, our LPs actually sort of subscribe to each of our little mini funds. And so we've had, and most of our, I'd say 60 to 70% of our LPs are individuals. And so we have had a drop off. We have a little bit of a buffer because of that subscription. So we have a built-in subscription rate, essentially. It's been a little harder for us to get new LPs, and much of that is around the general macro environment is what we're hearing. We are hearing that people, no one's really saying no. It's sort of a, can we talk next quarter? So again, very unique structure, and people are able to kind of dip their toes in with us, which is not the same as many other fund structures as well. So that's what we're feeling. We are thankful for that structure right now because it does allow us to have a pretty steady, like, investable capital every quarter. So.
Yeah, I mean, from a Canadian perspective, we're in conversations with a lot of the Canadian fund-of-funds investors, a lot of them being quasi-government agencies that have mandates around their provinces or certain mission towards Canada. And you know, I can assure you they are doing their jobs in making sure their capital that they contribute to a venture fund is ensured to go to a certain area that they care about, whether it's geography or a certain vertical. And so that's a really important dynamic for us. And you know, I'm sure it's not uncommon to see that across all the Agtech funds in Canada.
I'd add one more because I think this does impact founders too. One thing we have seen is that with our existing portfolio companies, we've had a few more of those that have had to, because of the macro fundraising environment, extend their rounds. So we've actually been in support mode more so than I think in a regular environment of our existing portfolio companies. We have been able to say yes to fewer external new deals because we're sort of allocating some of those funds in the right way, in a strategic way. They're all doing wonderfully, but we need to do some bridges. So that is the only thing I would say, is that we're a little decreased on the newer deals right now, but we do hope to see that increase. And I do know a lot of funds that are in similar positions and a little bit more internally focused.
Totally. Paul, do you have anything you want to jump in on? You're good. So, okay, so I want to build on that point then. So one of the comments you made earlier was the bar is different now and the metrics are different. So if you can unpack that just a little bit in terms of what metrics matter more now than they used to, and what do you mean when you say the bar is a little bit higher for the founders looking for either bridge rounds when we're re-underwriting or for net new investments and capital flowing in?
And just to clarify too, this is more apparent in the early stages, so like pre-seed, seed, a little bit of Series A. Once you get past that, you're in kind of like, you know, even territory. You got stuff. Yeah. And we're really talking most around sort of traction. So when, for instance, like a large user count might have been fantastic a year and a half ago. User count doesn't matter. It's, are they opening their wallets, right? And so it's almost, if I could generalize it, it's taking those traction stats that maybe worked in the past, and you've got to bring it one more, like it's like they need an extra step on it. That used to be okay, now you need to be here with that traction. So whether it's, you know, customer, you know, more customers in actual out of pilot as opposed to like pilot. Like LOIs, okay, but really actually we want to see, like, it's sort of that transgression, it's just really that traction. That's probably the biggest thing. They're looking for fun, like they want to see longer runways. That definitely matters. They want to know that they're capitalizing a company because the fundraising environment is tough. They want to know there's something there and that they're not just going to throw money in something that, you know, only has 3 months left. So it's little things like that. I mean, there are a couple of others, but I would say that traction one is the biggest thing. It's just needing to be a couple steps beyond what used to fly, so to speak.
So, absolutely traction. So I won't touch on that point. I think from a UK European outside North America generally perspective, another thing that comes up is the regulatory environment, is how much of an impact does regulatory change have on a business, and what is a company doing to protect itself against that? How is it navigating those markets? And the other big one is scalability. So customer traction is, what we're looking at is pre-seed to seed. You know, the likelihood they're going to have a product that is commercializable in the near term is unlikely. So what we want to see is an LOI, or at least working with customers. And what's great about this is that you see innovators connecting with farmers, and farmers going, well, actually, that works, or that is an absolute pile of rubbish, and we're never going to buy it. But then there's an opportunity, and that we were talking about pivot with one of the companies yesterday. If you have to pivot to create a commercial business model, because ultimately you want to engage with either the corporates or the customers, the farmers who are going to actually buy your product. So if you could do that, and you've got a lineup of customers who are willing to pay you something for it, and your pre-product, that's fine. So then the big thing comes to us when we're looking at sort of these pre-seed to seed deals. We know you're a long way off going to market, but are you talking to your customers, and then how are you going to scale your product where the unit economics make sense? And an example of that is where, you know, there's a company where they're talking to one of the big buying groups. They have 35,000 farmers on their platform. They are willing to buy a product at a given price, and all they want to see is, can you get through the regulatory environment, and can you scale that product so that instead of producing X number of widgets, products that they're currently doing, we need millions per week. They're currently at 75,000. So they have customers lining up out the door wanting 2 million a week. We know the customers are there, but the production scale is something they need to do. So that's what we delve into and you know, I did a site visit of this particular company a couple of weeks ago, and you see the complexity, and you know why they're getting behind because of supply chain, but they have a clear plan of having to getting to scale. And as soon as they get to scale, all of our worries go away.
I love that. Jared, do you have anything you want to?
You know, I agree with everything Kate and Paul said. I would just highlight one thing that Kate mentioned was just the focus on runway has magnified for sure. You know, for us, that's probably more important than it was before. I mean, generally, we're not binary home run venture investors, so high burn would scare us away in any sort of economic backdrop. But you know, these days, a lot of the later stage investors that have carried the ball in our early stage investing, that we share the cap table now, some of them have flat out said at board meetings, we are not writing checks in 2023, just straight up. And so we're thinking, okay, if we invest in a company, do they have the flexibility in the business model to reduce the burn, to really make that bridge round last longer until the funding ecosystem improves a little bit? Because one of the most important report cards for venture investors, and I think entrepreneurs should be aware of this because it impacts you in some ways, is the valuation report. We've filed it quarterly. We show it to our investors, and how that looks like 2, 3, 4 years after your investment period is an important report card for the venture investors fundraising, which we're all doing today. And you know, we consistently keep that in mind, and later stage investors are ones that certainly play a role in that, and also having companies phase down is also an important role in that. And so I think covering the downside these days for a lot of venture investors in this fundraising environment for the venture investors is an important one.
Yeah, I think one of the things we're spending a lot of time with our portfolio companies on right now is making sure that they're out working with it goes under a bunch of different names, but something like a grower advisory council, or that you're at least speaking to the people who you're going to be selling product to and working hand in hand with them. And then the second comment that I heard there was around unit economics, which as a finance dork makes me so happy that that's entered the lexicon again. For so long, it just didn't matter. It was grow revenue, worry about making money later, worry about making money later. And now we get to spend a lot of time around the board table and that kind of thing, working with portfolio companies to be like, hey, here's what unit economics are, and here's why you need to care about them. And it's actually fundamentally changed over a lot of VC investing over the last couple of years. So that's been one of the things that from our active investor role that we've been doing a lot more with our portfolio companies. So maybe if we could, I'd love just to ask if there is something from your board roles that you've noticed over the last, let's call it 12 to 24 months, that you've been giving advice on or pushing your founders and your CEOs to be a little bit more focused on than you would have prior, to make sure that they're pushing the business forward in sort of the economic times we're in right now?
I'm going to give a very qualitative answer to this because one of the big things that we focus on is leadership. And we're in that period where your founders need to turn into CEOs, which then impacts all the discussions about unit economics and where you're going to be focused and how your team's building and all this stuff. So, and we've seen that because it's been tougher come out a lot. What is actually that set of leadership on your founders for our founders? Some it's great, some needs work. We have really nailed in on our founders on that and also taken it into account in our due diligence for new deals as well, I think a lot more heavily. So that's a big one for us.
That makes all the sense in the world. Paul?
So we're venture investors. We're early stage venture investors. We take a minority stake. We don't have a lot of control. There are some line items in the documentation that we require signing, but ultimately we are there as a strategic advisor, an investor, a mentor, a guide. But ultimately it's the companies that are going to make these decisions. And what we're trying to encourage them to do more and more these days, I guess there's sort of 2 or 3 things. One is to very quickly identify the gaps in their capability when it comes to human resources. There might be domain experience with a technical founder. They might have fantastic scientific knowledge within an organization. But if they don't have a commercial person who could start talking to these customers where it's an 18 to 24 month time horizon to either get the product and then they need to start building those relationships. Now, there's a lot of, it's just identifying those gaps and being able to have a plan to plug those. 2, it's not being afraid to listen to advice and be willing to pivot and be agile. And I think it's harder to do in a deep tech environment. It's easier to do with digital because you can tweak this and that. But I think with at least deep tech companies, if they're listening to customers, be willing to change, be willing to innovate and adopt and change their business model and geography if required. And I think in the UK at least, or UK Europe, and I've heard similar things in North America, but just because you're getting government grants and non-dilutive funding is not an indication of success. So
It's really nice on our investment dollars, though.
it's great for us. We want our companies to get free money, but those who are giving out the grant funds are either government or they're academics, and that's great. They play a role, but they're not always best placed to verify that you have a investable business proposition and a scalable business that is either A, venture ready, or B, commercial market ready, and it has a sustainable commercial business model. So they're the 3 points that we sort of drill in, and we continue to remind them that grant funding is not revenue.
I can't tell you the number of times that I've seen different company data package come through, and there's revenue line, and then there's non-grant revenue line, and you're like, but that's revenue. That's what that number is. So, anyways, Jared, closing comment, I suppose, from you.
I think just in that same theme, gross margin has been, I've never heard of gross margin born in a board meeting in the last 12 months than I have in the 12 months before that. So that's one. And we've really pushed companies to do a lot of contingency planning. Plan A, B, C, especially in terms of runway. And if you need to cut earlier than you think, especially for the younger sort of first-time founders out there. And that doesn't mean just your overhead. That also means your customers. If you need to cut customers that are basically just unprofitable for various reasons, that are remnants of the 2021 sort of ethos, we would encourage to do that. So,
Contingency plans for fundraising, too. Yes.
Fantastic. Well, I hope everyone here took a little something away from this. We have somewhere between, we were trying to do the math backstage, somewhere between 600 and 700 million in assets under management to be invested in companies from all around the world and expertise from all around the world. So please give our panelists a big round of applause, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. That is quite something there. As mentioned, $700 million Canadian under management there. Ladies and gentlemen, really appreciate the investor perspective, all the investors both on the stage and off the stage who've made the trek here to Regina, Saskatchewan for Canada's Farm Show and our Global Agtech Summit. With that, we have another panel here before we get to the founder pitches. So founders, if you're not getting nervous, now's probably the time to do so. But the most important, we feel like, of the 3 Fs with founders, funders, and farmers is the farmer at the end of the day. And we're really excited to have an excellent producer panel coming up here with individuals from around the globe joining us. So it is my pleasure to welcome to the stage from Moosomin, Saskatchewan, Christian Hebert of Hebert Grain Ventures, all the way from West Lafayette, home of Purdue University, Johnny Park with the Wabash Heartland Innovation Network, joining us all the way from Deloraine, Manitoba / San Francisco in the winter. We have Scott Day with Fall Line Capital. And last but not least, joining us from Broadview, Saskatchewan, we have Jocelyn Velistuck, co-owner and operator of Velistuck Farms. So let's give a warm welcome to the producer panel here today.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Johnny Park. It's a pleasure moderating this session here with an excellent panelist here. Why don't we start with Jocelyn? Maybe if you want to just introduce yourself and about your operation a bit. Yeah.
Sure, thank you very much, and hello everyone here. So we farm just north of Broadview, Saskatchewan, and we have about a medium-sized farm, I would say, about 3,700 acres of seeded small grains and oil seeds, and then we have another about 3,000 acres of pasture and hayland and forage that we manage for a herd of about 300 cattle.
Hello everyone, my name is Scott Day. I farm with my dad who's here, and we farm between Deloraine and Hartney, Manitoba. Small family farm, and I had a 23-year career with Manitoba Agriculture as an ag rep and a research farm manager. And then I got a call from a friend to be involved with a brand new startup venture firm based in San Francisco. So I was the first employee of a company that's called Cultivating Capital. And we're a farmland investment company, buys farmland in the US with a focus on managing it with soil conservation and moisture conservation efforts. And we're also a venture capital firm investing in ag technologies. And we have about 30 portfolio companies in the ag tech space. And so I live in San Francisco in the wintertime, and I live in Manitoba in the summertime. So here I am, summertime in the prairies.
Yeah, so I'm Christian Hebert. We farm at Mooseman, Saskatchewan. We got a grain and oilseed farm there, and then we do a bunch of work in agriculture and financial consulting. We got a company in Saskatoon called Maverick Ag that does, as I said, risk, finance, and farmer coach education.
All right. So you guys are all farmers. So there are a lot of tech companies here today and also investors trying to find the next good investment opportunities working on ag tech. So from your perspective as a producer, what are the biggest challenges you're facing today in your operation? How about you?
I can go first.
Christian, why don't you go first?
Yeah, I mean, I think every day it's always changing, but currently, I would say a lot of general conversations are around, rising interest rates and access to capital to purchase land. And, we always have to remember farms are two businesses. One's a real estate business and the other one's the operating company. And the company that owns real estate uses a lot of cash. So I think some innovative ideas on capital and finance and risk are always important. I think human resources is something that we're talking about all the time, and how to manage people better and how to build better culture and, how to have better mental health, et cetera, with all your team. So I mean, any kind of tech that can help in those, whether it's with the management of them or better utilization, is something that gets talked about all the time. I'd say personally, we're working towards having a plan where the farm can kind of be managed from a dashboard depending on where it is. And not that we want a franchise, but be set up to the point that we could have, handbooks or standard operating procedures that we could franchise. So that type of an idea of a dashboard management. I go back, John Deere had a good video in 2012, where the guy sets his coffee cup down and the holographic screens pop up on his desk. And I still say that's a dream, but we're closer to it than we think.
Scott?
Yeah, I think maybe today, to echo what Christian said, input costs, which have always been an issue, but right now they seem to be causing a great deal of anxiety in relation to what's happening in commodity prices. So that spread between our costs and our income continue to be a challenge. And I get to play this both sides here as a farmer and an investor in technology. And one thing I see, technology is advancing extremely rapidly, but there is the regulatory process, the access to technology, the ability for these companies to get to a commercial stage, that's becoming more difficult. And so we have these exciting things that could be happening. At the same time, we're seeing the infrastructure and regulatory process slowing it down. And I think that's a threat to agriculture in Canada for sure.
Yeah, similar to both of you folks, I think labor is always a thing that comes up over and over again. And as we've evolved as a farm, there's different challenges. And it's not always a straightforward challenge. There's also opportunities within these challenges, I think is important to note, such as we're transition planning, there's been so many opportunities with that, but also challenges in how we grow or the decisions we make and how we make them. With our land that we farm, we don't farm some of the nicest land in Saskatchewan, so we've had to really sharpen our pencils and figure out how we're going to spend our inputs the best way that we can in order to make sure we make money at the end of the year, and that's the goal, so that we could farm next year. Also, rural connectivity has been a huge issue. Only in the last 2 years have we been able to get internet, good internet, on our farm. So being able to be part of these meetings and being able to be part of even farm groups and without driving 4 hours, 6 hours to go to a meeting has been really huge for our farm, and has been able, to bring us in the modern age. Also, updating equipment is always a huge challenge, and because we're not a very large operation, we're not always buying new, but we also want to be able to keep up with the technology while still being able to have functioning equipment that is we're not losing time because of breakdowns, and that we're able to fix what we can fix and be able to call on other people for tech support if we need it, and that we get the help in timely manner. So that would be, those would be our biggest challenges right now.
Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, I just had one little point that I wanted to add, and partly because I live in California in the wintertime, is that we cannot take for granted the access to the tools and technology we currently enjoy, because that's being taken away in many other jurisdictions for all the wrong reasons. And so we have to make sure that our voice is heard, that we get to use these tools that are so effective on our farm and continue to be able to use them, because they can be taken away in a fairly dramatic fashion, and that's a threat to agriculture as well.
That's good. Broadband is a topic for another time. That's a big topic. I want to switch gear a little bit. So there are lots of technologies coming in the pipeline, and I'm sure a lot of folks are knocking on your door, asking for you to give it a try to implement their technology at your farm. So obviously there's a lot of risk involved in trying out a new technology. So, at our organization, one of the ways that we actually reduce the risk is, as a nonprofit, we go out and vet technology companies. And so we essentially become farmers' R&D unit. And once vetted, then we partner with the company and bring their products into the hands of producers. And we accelerate adoption by subsidizing initial costs. So that has some good traction, at least in Indiana. I'm curious, though, from your perspective, how do you decide to adopt a new technology in your operation? I'll go with Jocelyn.
My background is in science, in soil science. So I'm always saying, let's ask the right questions and let's get as much information as we can. Sometimes you get enough information and you say, okay, let's just try it and let's be able to test it out on our own, but have a way of doing that. Whether it's a side-by-side comparison or it's your own field trials, and maybe an agronomist can help you with that. There's resources now, Saskweet, I'm a director on Saskweet, and they've started this program where they do on-farm field trials with farmers, and it's growing rapidly. So if you want to try a product, or if you want to try a practice even, seeding rates, all those different things that we're thinking, how do we make this decision? Reach out to your commission groups as well, because they're looking into these things and they need to make your money work for you as well. So that's important. Asking the good questions also is having experts at your fingertips that know what questions to ask. I used to be an agronomy consultant, and so I worked with farmers, and they'd also come with me with questions. and they would say, you know, should I try this product out? And I would say, you know, I'm a third party in this, but these are the questions you can ask. So for example, if there's a new type of fertilizer, is it going to be available in your soil because you have these types of soils? I know from your past rates of all your different fertilizers you've been using, you need more of this. Will it be available in time to get the best out of your crop? So that's just an example of how to reach out to your experts and have these experts at your fingertips that you can ask the questions. So we're dealing with a different system with every farm and a different decision-making system. So being able to figure out how that fits in a system to make it work better is really important. So I think that, you know, if it's a labor issue and you're saying, okay, I want to bring an automated seeder, for example, how would this fit in? What is the risk? Will I get my crop seeded this year? Like, you know, maybe it's not that big of a step, but you want to be able to try it out before you go full into it to understand the risk as well.
Yeah, I want to go to Christian next. So piggybacking on what Jocelyn said, I'm sure you try new technologies. So out of all the technologies that you use or try, what percentage of those do you end up continuing to use? That's the first question. The second question is, like, what makes it different? Like, what keeps you continue to use the technology? What are the factors to keep you using it?
You know what? I would say we probably continue to use somewhere between 75 and 80%, but we're pretty critical at the original stage. So I mean, you're right. There's hundreds of technologies coming at farmers on an annual basis. But I mean, in a general sense, it needs to fix kind of one of three problems. One, I better have a problem that it's bringing a solution for, right? Two, it better make me more profit. And three, how does it tie in for the long-term sustainability of my farm? And our definition of sustainability is my financial statements, my land, you know, my community, all need to be in a better state in the next generation. And if it's not checking one of those boxes, or hopefully all three of those boxes, I'm not interested. And then the last piece, and I would almost say it's most critical, is I don't really treat technology any different than I do personal relationships. If I don't trust, you know, and respect and feel that the person on the other end of that technology has the same goals and the same outcomes that I'm looking for, then the chance of us using it are almost zero.
I'm going to go off the script a little bit here, Christian. So out of the technologies that you've adopted in the last couple of years, what was the most profitable technology that you've adopted that you're glad that you did?
So everyone always hopes for a really great answer here. If it's some company with like a $300 million exit, and I've luckily been part of one or two of those. But honestly, the best technology we've adopted in the past few years that equates to the highest profit is we use Voxer for all of our team communication. And whether it's Voxer or WhatsApp, I would actually say streamlining communication on big teams has the biggest impact on my profit. And I have to say, part of my time in San Francisco watching, you know, Slack highly adopted, or WhatsApp or Voxer, you know, so we have Voxer, and we have an office team, and we have a seeding team, and we have the logistics team, and we got the whole team where we can say happy birthday. But we found as the farm grew, I don't need 1,000 phone calls to tell 1,000 people the exact same thing, right? I got 4 drills running 24 hours, and the drills will put on there. I'm going to fill in the northwest corner in 25 minutes, and then the rest of the team just solves the problem. So, you know, yes, my John Deere and Granular and all of those have been really good for us over the years, but the number one thing was something as simple as streamlining communication.
Same question for you, Scott. What, if you had to choose one technology that has the most positive impact in your operation in the last couple of years, what would it be?
Well, I guess, you know, from the farming standpoint, my farm has been streamlined to suit my job. So the farm, any efficiencies I can have in how the farm operates, because Dad and I don't have any extra staff or whatever. There's a million things we're working on that we're waiting to be at that point that I think, you know, you could ask me in 2 or 3 years and I might have a more profound answer. right now I see the fact that I'm variable rating in relation to salt, as opposed to remote imaging or yield maps. I think most of Western Canada will end up going that way at some point. And I think there's a story to tell about that hasn't been commercialized. So that's one technology that I think comes to mind right off the bat.
Can I ask the same question to you, Jocelyn? What was, if you could just one technology, what would it be?
I don't really want to choose one technology because you change one thing, it snowballs. And for us, we changed our whole system of farming as we're evolving. And I guess on the soil side of it, we adjusted our fertility based on the technology we were using, which is the Western Ag technology. And from there, the recommendations and getting to know our soil, we got a new seeding system, and we had, it snowballs from there. You got bigger yields, you got bigger profits, you got to build more bins. So I would say that it's the seeding system with the soil fertility and getting that right every year was really, really important. But we evolved our whole farming operation in the past few years, and so it fits into the whole system change.
Scott, you're a pretty unique position. You farm, but you also invest in Agtech companies. So from an agronomist perspective, what unique insights do you think you bring and that differentiates from other investors?
Yeah, keep in mind our company was started as a farmland investment company with a focus on soil conservation, and then we got invited into Agtech. So I never made that move down to California thinking I'd be in Agtech. And every day, we're a small team of about 6 people. In 2022, we were aware of or talked to 600 brand new Agtech companies, 5 to 6 a day. We visited with about 140 and we invested in 6 of them. So we have to make a lot of decisions very quickly. And this farmer perspective that I have, turns out it's quite unique and valuable when you're evaluating Agtech. And it is definitely a unique thing in venture capital. Last Friday, I was having a Zoom with a new autonomous add-on company, and I was in my tractor spraying Liberty. And they were so blown away that the VC firm was in the tractor reviewing their technology that's for a tractor. They wanted to talk about the tractor more than what their technology was. A few years ago, I got a call late one evening from he was actually from Russia, and he had a system where you use security cameras to manage dairy cattle based on their markings. And I said, well, that sounds cool, but what if you have a brown Swiss or a dairy or a Jersey dairy? And he pauses and he says, damn, I heard you guys are really good. Never would I've had that question from any other VC firm. And there's many of those examples where I have that kind of healthy farmer skepticism. I'm a fan of data, but if you can predict the weather, then that data is much more valuable to me. And most VC firms don't have that sort of background. So we've invested in 30 companies over 10 years. They're all still alive. So we have a 100% survival rate in early stage venture capital investing, which I'm told is rare. I think several of them will not survive this year. But I believe a lot of that comes from the fact that we have a practical approach to these evaluations and investments. I'm not the only farmer on the team, but I am certainly the token farmer when it's needed. So
that's awesome. All right, Christian, back to you. Again, lots of Agtech companies here today. What advice would you give them that would allow them to be successful in market success with producers and pushing out their products in farms?
Yeah, I think a couple of the pieces are pretty simple. I mean, one, don't make promises you can't keep, right? And do what you're going to say, because I would say that's one pretty big stumbling block in a lot of technology, but especially in ag tech. And I mean, and ag tech has its own examples of the Theranos issues. I would say another thing is don't expect farmers to carry all the risk. So don't come and say you're going to solve the problem without a whole bunch of proof of it and want me to write the check for it. So have third-party verification, have referrals, have other farmers, that we can talk to and work with about it. And then third, my other thing that is an extreme frustration from both, investing in Agtech and using it is don't automatically assume because you sold the first 500 acres at a per acre fee that you have an exponential curve of a per acre amount. Because I know a lot of farms that are 500 or 1,000 or 1,500 or 3,000 or 100,000 acres that are easier to deal with than a 50-acre farm. So I get really, really frustrated at per acre fees.
So can I piggyback on that? Because it's off the script. As an Agtech company, pricing model is always something that we struggle with and always be challenged with. So per acre subscription fee based versus kind of one-time fee. Can you comment on that from your experience? What do farmers like and dislike, and what are the pros and cons of those?
So I think that I would rather have the discussion of, I understand that one-time fees don't allow continual adaptation and research and development. So I'm fine with a subscription model, but not a per acre subscription model. Because in a lot of cases, yes, I'm not saying that at bigger acres, the farm isn't going to see value from it. However, they're no more work, and in many cases can actually provide value back. So I would rather see flat fee type subscription models on an annual basis versus a per acre number.
All right, Scott, what advice would you give to Agtech companies?
Well, I think I often bring in my farmer perspective on that as well. And I think if you can have third-party independent verification, you're going to be miles ahead. And I'll give you a great example here because one of these companies will be giving a pitch here in a few minutes. I was at a prominent university in the United States in 2019. Head of engineering says, hey, have you guys seen Swarm Farm out of Australia? Well, immediately that piqued my interest as a producer and investor, that you have a university independent that mentions this company. And that is a very big impact on us as people that are potential customers and potential investors. And I know another one of the pitches today, they're looking at putting their tool at a university, and I think that's a great idea, whether it's universities but independent, verified, third-party verification helps get you through the door in many ways. The other thing that I would look for, and it's not applicable to all of you, but to connect with the producer groups that are connected to whatever you're wanting to address. So whether it's the Potato Growers Association, the Wheat Growers Association, the Keystone Agri Producers, CPAS or whatever, connecting with producer groups gives you an access to a market that I don't think other startups are aware of or kind of understand the power of that connection, as we have so many other distractions to have this connection directly with a producer group. And two fun points I'm going to just add that are specific because of all these companies we review. Don't burn any bridges. It's shocking to me how many of those hundreds that we review get angry at you if you don't invest in them. You've burnt your bridge. And because we haven't invested at that time, doesn't mean we're not going to invest in the future, or doesn't mean we're not going to talk to other investors. So don't burn bridges. And then with your pitch decks, so many of them have stock photos and things that don't apply, and that immediately turn us off when we're trying to quickly evaluate a company. And I've seen some today where the photos have come from some stock thing off the internet, and it shows that you haven't really put a lot of effort into presenting your idea with a relevant graphic or image that applies to that. So those are just two little specific things.
Yeah, and also follow on, as a venture capitalist, you see a lot of companies or portfolio companies with various pricing models. So kind of going back to the previous question, annual subscription fee, per acre fee versus one-time fee. Like what have you seen, the trend and some of the successes that you've seen in the past?
It always comes back to value. So if you're providing value, then that's how it's going to work. Whether it's a subscription fee, as a producer, we've had startups that want to have we have a company that has $1 million machine, and they want to charge an annual subscription fee for it, and I'm like, what are you buying the subscription for? because they see this as an important part of the business model. There better be like free oil changes and tire change. There better be a lot of stuff that goes with that subscription fee, or that's going to fall apart because the value isn't there. And there's different industries, different segments of the industry have different reactions to how these business models work, but it all comes down to value and being in touch with your consumers to find out where you're going to get that value. Yeah.
Very good. Jocelyn, again, as a producer, from producer's perspective, what advice would you give them to tech startup?
Yeah, well, you're in the business of people and relationships still, and not to lose sight of that is really important. So to have your people trained up on the technology to answer these really hard questions and be able to prove return on investment or show how you would prove that and stand behind your product or service is really important to the farmer to build that trust. And building relationships is really hard work. I know from being in the business as well, on the other side of it, it takes a lot of effort, but it is really important to put that effort in to build that trust and have that tech support. So if a farmer has a monitor on the seeder go down smack dab in the middle of seeding, you got to have someone who can get them up and running and quickly, and it might be on a Sunday night or something. So, that extra effort is so appreciated by farmers, and sometimes needed because we need to get the crop in, get the crop off when we need to when it's go time. Also, we have so many products and so many companies to sift through on our own. If we can have some really great data to look at, and that is presented in a really easy way to read manner, then we can better make the decision. And I would second working with the producer groups. And in my experience, there's so much room for growth for helping farmers with these decisions. There's the AgriArm sites as well, all throughout Saskatchewan, that is looking for different products or different things to try out and technologies to try out. So there is ways to be helped out that way, and you don't have to know everything. There's people out there that will research that as well. And providing that coaching in order to learn that technology, because that first year is sometimes really painful learning the technology, and that's when everything's going to go wrong a lot of times, and that can be really stressful. But ultimately, we want these technologies and services, practices, whatever that is presented to us, we want it to make our lives easier. We have so much on our minds. We're stressed out when it's go time. We want it to be able to make our lives less stressful in the end, and it helps everyone. Yeah.
That's great. Well, we got a couple more minutes here, so I'll just go with the last question. I'll start with you, Jocelyn. There are a lot of farmers here today as well, and what advice would you give them about adopting technologies?
Yeah, I guess I would second the having the skeptical kind of nature. I know, because if you've been through a really hard year on your farm, it kind of gives you that insight into, we really need to sharpen our pencils. Yeah, it might be fun to try some of these technologies, but in the end, how much risk is it to just try it for fun versus will it actually make a difference on my farm, and how can it make my farm operate better? So yeah, and again, I would go back to, find out the people who know about this. You don't have to know everything. Most farmers know one area really well and a little bit about everything, but gather your team or gather your farm network around you. I know my husband is here too. He's out there. Jesse is out there, and he has a different farmer network from me. And he gets his farmer network to help him with the operations side of things, and this broke down, what the heck do I do? And it helps keep us operating. Whereas I have a science research, agronomy-based network maybe business management side of it, where I can help with those side of things. So I think it's, you know, important to know those people and even have farmer friends to call on to help you through these times, and maybe they tried it and they can, that's the best way to find out what went wrong. Because I don't want to know all, you know, from the salespeople, you know, how great it is and everything and all the great data. But I want to know what happens when things go wrong, and what will go wrong, what might go wrong, and how much risk is that, but can we get through it, and how? So that is kind of how I think about it from that end.
Scott?
Yeah, I was going to maybe echo some of that. One of them is if you're looking to adopt new technology, try and get some third-party verified information. There was a fascinating report from NDSU, North Dakota State University, a few weeks ago that essentially killed the valuation of a couple of billion-dollar biological companies. And it was the first third-party verification on these products that have multi-billion-dollar valuations. And if that had come out a few years ago, there wouldn't have been millions of acres of those products applied. And that stuff is out there if you ask for it or encourage it. Also, ask for references from the company. You know, they should be able to provide references for you to call, and you should do that before you make a drastic change to your company. And then the last thing would be to try not to rush into this. Last Friday, we looked at a company in the morning that had this elegant GPS solution or autonomy solution that worked under trees and canopies where GPS can't work. That was in the morning. In the afternoon, we talked to a company that plans to launch a constellation of extremely powerful satellites so GPS will be available in this building. So in the morning, that was a cool idea. In the afternoon, that idea doesn't exist. So you have to be really careful about how fast technology is changing and try and slow it down as whatever's practical for what your operation is.
All right, Christian?
Yeah, I think my advice would be, you know, number one, keep an open mind and be careful of groupthink. I mean, Henry Ford once said if he asked his customers what they wanted, they'd have said a faster horse. And sometimes in agriculture, if we're only visiting with farmers, that's what we look at. So I agree, don't feel you have to be on the leading edge and looking at different types of things like Scott just said, but I also read reports of, you know, GPS and variable rate that haven't been necessarily adopted. And I can remember having arguments that light bars were hard on the eyes and I could still drive straighter than it, right? So I think one, we need to keep an open mind. Two, there's a lot of technologies that a lot of farms have adopted already that you may not have, so it's probably worth talking to them, and that's a really easy first step. And then on the investment side, make sure you know your numbers and at least look at what you're going to be willing to invest into technology. So I have a lot of friends that'll be completely willing to upgrade their tractor for $100,000 even though their tractor might only have 300 hours on it. But to think of having a $100,000 technology budget is absolutely foreign. And I'm not saying that's okay or not okay, but make sure you assess your cost of production and which ones are actually going to give you, you know, a gain in revenue and a gain in EBITDA or a return on investment or whichever you're looking for. So yeah, I'd say, like I said, open mind, talk to farmers that are already doing it. You don't have to be leading edge and you can still adopt a lot of stuff that's fairly well proven. And three, know your numbers and have a technology budget.
Well, very good. Well, thank you so much for your insightful conversations this afternoon. Let's thank the panelists with a round of applause.
Check, check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more big round of applause for the producer panel. Really appreciate them coming out today. And with that, it is now the time you've all been waiting for. I know the founders have been waiting for. We have 16 companies traveling from far and wide, some of them delayed 2 days in Toronto, actually, in some cases, unfortunately. But they've made it here to Regina, Saskatchewan for the Agtech Accelerator Demo Day. This is a partnership between the great folks at Economic Development Regina, the investors at Emertech Venture Capital, and Cultivator powered by Connexus, and many, many excellent partners who help bring this to life, who you're going to see introducing companies in just a couple minutes. So we have 16 companies coming up. You've heard from the producers. You've heard from the funders. We're asking you now to pay special attention because somebody's walking away with a $1,000 check for People's Choice today. So we want you to make sure you're watching and getting ready to capture your vote. But with that, to provide greetings to officially kick off our demo day, it is my honor to introduce the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Minister David Marit from the great province of Saskatchewan. Let's please give him a warm welcome here on the main stage.
Hello, thank you very much.
We got this one? Yeah, we do. Thank you so much, Jordan. Thanks, everybody, and good afternoon. I'm honored to be here on behalf of the Government of Saskatchewan to celebrate the hard work and the success of the Agtech Accelerator, the Cohort 2 founders. 3 months ago, we welcomed 16 companies to the Agtech Accelerator community, and today we get the chance to take a closer look at their projects. The members of this cohort are using new technology to promote sustainability, increase productivity, and assist in timely decision-making. And we just had a great panel discussion on the whole idea about technology. This province is home to world-leading agriculture and food companies, which means Saskatchewan is in a perfect place to advance technology, development, and agriculture best practices. As you will see in the pitches this afternoon, the Agtech Accelerator brings agriculture and technology together to inspire innovation and industry. Innovation is the key to growth and feeds expanding economies. Two very important pillars when it comes to working towards the goals Saskatchewan plans to achieve in the next decade. I want to thank Economic Development Regina, Cultivator powered by Connexus, and Emertech for partnering to make the Agtech Accelerator possible. And thank you to Agtech founders for your passion and commitment to Saskatchewan agriculture. Each of you brings a different outlook and perspective to the industry, and your innovation will help drive agriculture for the next level. I look forward to hearing all the pitches here this afternoon and learning more about the future of agriculture. Please, let's enjoy this, and I couldn't be more prouder to be the Minister of Agriculture in the province of Saskatchewan with all the brilliant minds that are going to bring forward some great technology. Thank you very much, and let's enjoy the afternoon. Thank you.
All right, and with that, folks, we're going to get ready for the pitches. And before we do so, I just want to take a moment to give a big shout out to the Agtech Advisory for the Agtech Accelerator. We've got a wonderful group of individuals from across North America who are represented on our advisory council. So I'll just ask them to give a little wave if they're here in the crowd today. We've got Kyle Scott with the Emertech Venture Capital Fund. We've got Kim Nicholson traveling all the way from Atlanta with the Mosaic Company. We have Doug Zielinski with Prairie's Can out of Saskatoon. We have Christian Hebert, who you just saw on the stage here from Moosomin, Saskatchewan. Kerry Harvey, CEO of Innovation Saskatchewan, and last but not least, Mr. Kim McConnell from previous founder of Ad Farm, who's on the stage here yesterday. So a big thank you to the Agtech Accelerator Advisory Council. Let's give them a round of applause there. And with that, these are the 16 logos of the companies that you will be seeing today on the main stage. So just a second here, you'll see those slides come up. But these are the companies that are going to be pitching. They have 3-minute pitches each. No Q&A today because we're going rapid fire. But our ask is, if you've got some questions, comments, feedback, want to learn more, please try to scout out those founders in the crowd today so that you can have a conversation with them at some point or into the evening. With that, these companies are coming from all across Canada, across the UK, and this year, for the very first time, we snuck in an Australian company there who we think you'll be very excited to see in just a couple short minutes. So, with that, we're officially going to transition. Our ask of you as the audience is to watch these 16 pitches and think about who you would vote for the People's Choice Award here today, and show a lot of love for the founders who are going to come up here. With that, I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Doug Zielinski of Prairie's Can for our very first introduction this evening. This afternoon, sorry. Should be good.
Hello. Sorry about that, everyone. First of all, thank you, Jordan, for the introduction, and I want to thank Minister Merritt for his opening remarks. I am here on behalf of Prairie's Economic Development Canada, or Prairie's Can as we are now called. I also want to note that I am very pleased to be here on Treaty 4 and part of the Agtech Summit here this afternoon. So Prairie's Can has been a proud sponsor of Agtech, and of course also the Agtech Accelerator. We were first involved as Western Economic Diversification, and then we changed to the Prairie's Can as we are today. We will continue and have continued to work to grow the ag tech space as well as the value add space across Saskatchewan. I would note that as an example, over the last 4 years, we have invested approximately, over $40 million in the ag space. That includes projects like the Agtech Accelerator here in Regina, and also like the Global Agri-Food Advancement Partnership up in Saskatoon. I would also mention that we have invested in a growing number of companies, and we will continue to do so for the years to come. We do invest in companies that are in that sort of precision ag space and in advancing sort of the integrity of our food supply chain. Prairie's Can will always look forward to continuing to support the ag space, and I will just note a few ways that we do so. Of course, as an investor, to support innovation and scale up of new ag products and services. However, we also work as a pathfinder and convener. We do that to connect businesses and organizations into new opportunities. And finally, we also work as an advocate for Saskatchewan businesses. And that advocacy work involves working to ensure that Ottawa knows what's in the best economic interests for us out here on the prairies. Now, it is a great privilege of mine to introduce the first startup founder in the second cohort of the Agtech Accelerator, and one of our imports through the partnership with Innovate UK. His name is Casey Woodward, founder and CEO of AgriSound. AgriSound aims to protect pollinators by transforming how we monitor insect activity, then targeting specific interventions to areas of greatest need to drive performance and yield gains. Sounds interesting, sounds very cool, and I'd like to please welcome Casey Woodward to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. Great to be here today in the beautiful province of Saskatchewan. My name is Casey, and I'm the founder and CEO here at AgriSound. And for the next couple of minutes, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of the work we're doing to protect pollinators across the globe. Okay, so pollination is clearly a vital input in any farming business, but many different farming systems rely on insect pollinators, as we all know. And clearly, insects play an incredible role in protecting food security across the planet. And in fact, estimates now estimate that around 75% of all food systems are dependent on insect pollinators. However, insects are undergoing a pretty tough time at the moment, and we're finding that insects are dying out from a whole range of different reasons. And what we set up AgriSound to do was look at the ways and means we can capture this information to be able to deliver precision inputs to protect pollinator communities and protect food security at any one time. So this is kind of what we're going up against. You might recognize some of these systems from on your farming business or across some of the land that you manage. These traditional ecological sampling techniques can be very slow, they can be very labor intensive. And what they do is they provide information around what's happening at a local area. And that's really what we need to be able to understand to deliver change at the scale we need in order to deliver pollinator recovery efforts. Now, the problem with this is that there simply aren't enough ecologists, and there isn't typically the budgets in order to be able to deliver this at a scale that will be able to deliver the system requirements that we need. So this is what we've done. We've developed an automated system that aims to enhance pollinator monitoring across farming systems. We took inspiration from the Amazon Alexa, so it works in a way that it recognizes sounds, and particularly the sounds of insects, to be able to quantify the number of insects within a given environment at any one time. And it's designed for use in the rural environment, so it's powered through a solar panel and has no need for Wi-Fi in order to transmit data. So why do we care about monitoring pollinators? Well, clearly from a farming perspective, depending on the type of system, they can play an incredibly important role in boosting crop yield and crop quality. We know that almonds tend to be the poster child for insect pollination, but in fact, many different types of systems have suboptimal pollination, and we can use technology to help to address that. Depending on the type of territory or the environment that we're in, there can exist certain subsidy support from governments and regulators to protect pollinators. But also we're starting to see the emergence of ESG and other forms of private sector funding, like we've seen with carbon, for protecting biodiversity. And our technology can help farmers and growers to really start to capture some of the value from that. So what does the technology look like in practice? Well, what you can see here on the slides are a relatively large farming system in the UK, and what we've been able to do is quantify pollinators at different areas within that farm and really help the farmers to be able to target interventions to those sites to be able to boost pollinator levels, which can then help to, in turn, improve crop production and productivity. So we work with a whole range of different farming systems. Some of them will be brands you'll be familiar with, both within the food sector and without. And if you do have any other questions, I'd be delighted to come and answer them. Again, my name is Casey, and I'm the founder at AgriSound. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Rob O'Connor. I'm happy to represent Glacier Farm Media, one of the sponsors for today. Glacier Farm Media is a company that has spawned from the publication business. Our primary magazine, one of them is Western Producers, which is celebrating its 100th anniversary this year. We also have other publications, both digitally and in print, as well as some properties called the Discovery Farms in both Woodstock, Ontario, and in Langham, Saskatchewan, which is the home of Ag in Motion, which in a month we'll be putting that outdoor event on. And one of the great things about Ag in Motion is you're able to take the technology that is invented and created here in Canada and see it operating in the field. So we do invite you to come out on July 18th to 20th. But what I'm really here to do today is introduce you to the second pitch of the day. I'd like to introduce you to Arthur Chen from Verity. Verity is building the climate adaptation platform for agriculture. They've developed the first commercially scalable technology for variable rate irrigation and fertilization in specialty crops. This enables the world's largest food brands to optimize crop production and save millions of liters of water every year. Now I'd like to call to the stage Arthur.
Hi, thank you. All right, nice to meet everyone here. My name is Arthur, and I'm the co-founder and CEO at Verity. Now, we are building the climate adaptation platform for agriculture, starting by optimizing the most important resource for farmers, water. In the next 5 years, our goal is to save farmers 40 billion liters of water every year. And this is all because water is running out for agriculture. In the US alone, over 40% of farmland is under drought as we speak. And even here in Canada, we're starting to feel the pressure. Just look at how Saskatchewan is investing in irrigation. One of the largest problems today is that the infrastructure for delivering water and fertilizer on farms is outdated and inefficient. It uses miles of plastic tubing to just dump water and fertilizer on crops, causing farmers to waste up to 60% of their inputs, but most importantly, lose up to 10% of their crop yield. That's huge. And that's why at Verity, we've built the world's first scalable platform to personalize healthcare for plants, allowing farmers to radically optimize the way they grow. Here's how it works. Our software analyzes satellite imagery to create prescriptions for farms. We then retrofit farm infrastructure with fleets of smart devices to control tiny valves for targeted water and fertilizer delivery. Here's a real fleet of Verity devices on a farm in California. Each box that you see here comes equipped with proprietary algorithms for automation, networking, and battery management. Once we bring infrastructure online, we can then control it with our software and AI to optimize the way growers are managing their crops. And our value is backed by traction. This past year, we grew agreement value 26x to $650K USD in ARR. And not only are we seeing zero churn, we're also seeing over 80% of our customers expand within 12 months of starting. Our customers include the world's largest food brands at the Fortune 1000 scale. And last year, we saved them over 7 million liters of water by bringing sustainable management to over 600 acres of farms. We provide best-in-class performance on automation at a fraction of the cost of existing solutions. Although we started in irrigation, we actually go beyond that, managing everything from plant nutrition to soil health. We started in a $7 billion market of personalizing healthcare for wine, now expanding into general fruits, nuts, and vegetables, worth over $40 billion worldwide. We're building strategic partnerships to accelerate our path to scale. And our team of 8 combines top talent from Silicon Valley with decades of Agtech experience. And we're advised by top executives from the ag industry. To summarize, Verity is building the climate adaptation platform for agriculture. This past year, we've seen incredible growth in customer traction. And now we're excited to announce that we're kicking off our C2 fundraise. If you'd like to learn more, we'd love to chat. Thank you.
Good afternoon. What an amazing event and an amazing venue and some amazing startups. I'm Janae Meiser, the Director of Innovation from UFA Cooperative. We're a 114-year-old farming cooperative serving producers in Western Canada. We are here today excited to be partnered with Agtech Accelerator as we expand our reach into the Saskatchewan network. Please visit our new sites in Weyburn and Yorkton. We commercialize technology and invest in early stage technologies to advance agriculture in the future. It is my honor and privilege to introduce our next technology who is changing the livestock industry, is using computer vision to look at animal health. They are one of UFA's portfolio companies, and I'd like to introduce CEO, co-founder, and board chair Mocha Shmagalski of One Cup AI.
Meet Betsy, your AI ranch hand. With Betsy by your side, managing your herd becomes as effortless as enjoying your first cup of coffee. Betsy seamlessly identifies and tracks and monitors your livestock on farm. With Betsy by your side, she uses advanced computer vision technology to uniquely identify your animals and track their changes in behavior, activity, and health, providing you with seamless data to manage your herd. Every day, 10,000 calves perish prematurely in the US alone. That is identifying the very real need that we need to have more management on farm, as well as a lack of labor shortage. It identifies the need that we need to have automated data collection and management for your herd. The solution is Betsy, or Bovine Expert Tracking and Surveillance. Betsy's user interface is producer designed for ease of identifying individual animals within your herd that need care. We collect automated data for all of your herd activity and provide it in an easy-to-use online platform. In addition, we have proactive alert system to enable producers to know what is going on with their animals at any given moment. With our custom video player, the producer can view their animals through the Betsy lens. You can quickly identify animal cards and individual animals within the video player itself and easily pull up notifications that you might have missed. Betsy is a very affordable amount of $40 per month per camera, and we are located at 140 nationwide locations, allowing producers across the country to know what's going on with their herd. This year alone, we sent out over 4,000 notifications to our producers, enhancing their calving system in the wintertime this year. If you have any other questions and want to learn more about Betsy, we have a booth outside. You can go and talk to my team at booth 11169. And if you have any inquiries about our investment journey, please find me after.
Good afternoon. My name is Johnny Park. I'm the CEO of WIN. We are a unique nonprofit organization located in Indiana. We go out and vet innovative technologies around the world, and once vetted, we partner with a company and bring their products into the hands of farmers in Indiana, and we accelerate adoption of that technology by subsidizing a significant portion of the initial expense. We're very happy to say that we have announced our partnership with Cultivator and Innovation Saskatchewan to bring this awesome tech startups in Canadian ecosystem to help them enter into US market and also bring our companies to enter into Canadian market. The next company that on the deck, I've had a pleasure of meeting them several months ago. They did an excellent job of pitching their product, which prompted us to reach out to some of the customers in the US to see if they're interested in a pilot. And right after that, we received a response from the largest privately owned seed company that they are very, very excited to pilot this technology. So we're very happy to see how this incredible technology you're about to see can be applied in corn and soybean in the US. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a founder and CEO of MyVitera Systems, whose name I'll never be able to pronounce correctly, Xavier Hebert Couturier.
Thank you, Johnny. I think you did a pretty great job. And thank you, Cultivator, for the opportunity to pitch here. I'm Xavier Couturier of MyVitera Systems, where we're developing real-time plant tissue analysis for agronomists and farmers to know exactly what their crop needs, when they need to know it. The slide deck's coming up real quick. So we're developing a system where instead of having to, there it is, I see it come out. Don't want to spoil it, yeah. There we go. So with MyVitera Systems, our goal is for you to know your crop in depth so you can grow your potential. The problem we're going after is the delay between when you need to know the information and when you actually get it. Right now, if you want to know how your crop's doing in terms of nutrients and health, you need to send a sample to the lab. That means going out in your field, taking a bag, packing it up like you were packing your lunch, and sending it off. This delay can take 4 to 10 days plus shipping, which is critical time in the growing season. When we talk to a lot of growers and we hear that they want to get this feedback quicker, and they also want to see the impact of when they spray, exactly what happens. Is it uptaken? Is there any more issues? So our solution for this is we're equipping scouts with real-time plant tissue analysis, meaning they can scan directly to leaf tissue on site, no chemistry, no prep required, and we sell all the nutrients you would get from a lab sample sent to your farmer, the whole team, within 3 to 5 minutes. So here's a look at our first system called the Lens. We have this deployed across 10 different potato agronomists across Canada and the UK this year, and we're expanding into other crops as well. But that's exactly the goal, just like you would go take your sample, you scan 10 to 15 leaves, and then with our platform online, you can go directly to see what part of your fields has which concentrations and act accordingly. So you can see which fields need your attention the most, and you're able to act that same day. So the value props here is, of course, saving time on sampling, comparing field trials closely, being able to diagnose issues right when you can fix them, automatic season reporting. You can send grower reports within a couple of minutes instead of having to do a lot of data analysis as the agronomist. You can coordinate a plan of action with your growers once you get your results, and all the goal here is to maximize fertile application and your yield at the end of the season. Just to compare the time saving of this type of solution, we can save the scout. So of course there's a turnaround time, taking days into minutes. You can also have the scout take much more data in the same amount of time, giving you a greater insight into what's happening across your field. And there's also the reporting aspect to it, where a lot of agronomy right now is going through the results to figure out actually what's going on. We can automate a lot of that so you can focus on the important part of your job, which is working with growers to get the best result. So right now, we're deployed across potatoes, but we want to get into more crops. So my main ask today is, if you're doing trials in any type of crop, that you're doing leaf tissue analysis, we'd like to join and actually provide a system, add a step to your sample validation, and develop that new crop capability. So we're already doing this with corn and a couple others, but I'm sure there's plenty of people in this room managing trials, working on this, that we'd love to collaborate with. We're also doing our best to take what we're learning in the fields from doing agronomy and sharing that with our wider community. So that QR code right there is for our Field Notes newsletter, which every month will give an update on what we're doing and also what our customers are seeing in the field, what's new in agronomy. So it's a great way to get connected. That's my pitch today. Thank you very much.
Wow, the future of agriculture looks really exciting today, doesn't it? My name is Christopher Johnson. I'm with Olds College of Agriculture and Technology, and I'm really happy to be here today as one of the sponsors. It's a pleasure to be here to present one of the many incredible companies that are taking part in the Agtech Accelerator today. Olds College understands the value of supporting these small businesses, initiatives, and entrepreneurship in both innovation, both with students and in small to medium enterprises across the country. Our mission is to encourage students and community to seek solutions by providing learning and training opportunities, as well as support from our expensive pan-Canadian network. With that, it brings me great pleasure to introduce a company that revolutionizes how AI can be trained for agriculture solutions using synthetic imagery. From the UK, please welcome Tom Devine from AgriSynth.
Hello. Here at AgriSynth, we are on a mission to become the go-to solution for computer vision in agriculture. I'm Tom Devine, the CTO and AI lead. So I've come from a tech background, but my co-founder has an ag background. So if I say anything stupid about farming, that's why. Just waiting on that to click through. Yeah, so to train a computer vision system, what you have to do is essentially take a load of photos, label those photos, and then train your AI model. Now, if the AI model comes across something it's not seen before, like cats in hats, as you can see here, it might get a little bit confused. And so what do we have to do? We have to go back, get more images of cats in hats, and retrain our solution. And even then, it's still going to struggle with things that look quite similar, as you can see here. Now, think about applying this to agriculture. So similar, we've got that. That's a big problem. Here we've got one crop and 4 weeds in this image. Now, even a trained agronomist would struggle to perfectly annotate this. Luckily, this is one of our CGI images, which is about to come up. Yeah, so the label is automatically generated. So here you can see the crop is in yellow, and the pesky weeds, they're in all the different colors. And the purple, that's the really bad one here. And as you can see, I'm not a trained agronomist. I can't tell the difference there, but the AI solution can, and that's the main thing. So think about when you need to deploy your solution from wheat to barley, for example. You've got a cats in hats solution. You're going to have to spend all that money to re-get the photos, train your AI again. Same with, let's say you've deployed here in Regina. You want to move over to Manitoba. The soil type's different. What do you have to do? Take a lot of pictures, train the AI at great cost. Or you can just give your friends at AgriSynth a call. We'll sort it all out for you. We can produce millions of images very quickly and automatically train the AI solution for you. There we go. So yeah, we are the computer vision experts for agriculture. We can be your trusted partner to help you deliver what you need to deliver without having to waste your time when we can do it for you. So come talk to me if you're looking at computer vision in agriculture. Thank you very much.
Hi, folks. I'm Alex Hayden, and I'm happy to be here from the University of Saskatchewan at home on Treaty 6 territory. Really pleased to be a partner with Cultivator and in the Agtech Accelerator. Last year, anybody who was here will hopefully remember, I was telling you that we're building a deep tech accelerator at the University of Saskatchewan inside our commercialization and innovation mobilization team. It's called Opus, and we ran a pilot program last year, and it's really a perfect example of why we support things like the Agtech Accelerator, because we know our tagline at the university, our aspiration is to be the university the world needs. Not that we are always the university the world needs, but to be that, to aspire to that. And in doing that, we know that there's incredible innovation inside the university, and we need to find amazing, exciting ways to mobilize it. So Opus is one of those ways. We're in year 2, and we have a cohort of about 30 excited academics, and what we're providing them is services to help them explore being startup founders, using inventions at the university, meeting sort of the unique needs of a founder out of an academic setting. I have the very great privilege today to introduce the next company up to pitch. I was told that if I have any stories or fun things that I can say them about the founder or the company, I have a lot to choose from. So we're really pleased. This founder has come on with Opus actually as a mentor. Proud USask alumni and Huskies alumni, go Dogs, Huskies football. The one thing I will choose to tell you is that we've seen at Opus, at our accelerator, firsthand how much this founder cares about entrepreneurship, entrepreneurs, and startups. He told me that I could share this. We saw at a mentor session him literally get emotionally brought to tears with one founder's story. So he's passionate. He's going to just as passionately tell you about Cultivate CI and his proprietary carbon scoring system and predictive analytical tools. Please welcome to the stage Boyd Coldness.
You are awesome.
Go.
Thank you for that introduction, Alex. I think you have about 5 or 6 more slides to do up here, so if you don't mind. Good evening, everyone. My name is Boyd Coldingness. I'm CEO of Cultivating AI, and we're providing carbon-based decision-making to buyers, sellers, and growers. So founders are myself as CEO and Kyle Hoyda, and we've had a lot of experience in carbon before. It's kind of that cool, sexy word that it is today. And we started to see some flaws. And so we worked with the Walmarts and the Gates Foundations and the Kellogg's, and we started talking about sustainability plans and what the carbon offset world meant. And they kept saying to us, something doesn't feel right here. How can we go back 5 years and generate a financial transaction that offsets our pollution today? And I said, yeah, you're right. And they said, well, what we need to do is find some way to measure that. How can we measure, report, and validate? So there has been no standardized or consistent approach to measuring, reporting, and validating until now. So our platform is focused around the monitoring, the reporting, and the verification. So we use on-farm data. We do have the patent pending to use multi-source on-farm data in real time. And so that's the first of its kind in the carbon industry. We measure the carbon intensity, which is the amount of carbon produced per ton of crop grown. So what the opportunities have unlocked here are plentiful. And so it's on the grower side, you'll be starting to see low carbon grain programs coming out through your Viteras, through your Richardsons and your G3s. And what this can do is it can lock anywhere from up to $100,000 in incremental revenue by continuing your standardized practices, but measuring your carbon. For grain buyers, it opens up market for low carbon premium grain, which we're already starting to see into Europe and around the world. And for CPG companies like Walmart's, it's fully traceable low carbon products that you can actually back and verify. So our operating model is we work with on-farm producers. We have low carbon certification for the grain buyers. And we have specialty scoring, so when we're working with the crop chem companies, fertilizer groups, helping them understand what their green footprint looks like. The market opportunity we found here to be tremendous, and I'll get to this in my next slide, but what you see there is we are on track to achieve potentially $241 million in revenue by 2026, end of 2025, and that's with current contracts that we have in place. So competitors, we're looking at BMO, Radical, and Regrow. But what happens is they're using model data. They're not using the actual on-farm data, which we do. So we're uniquely positioned to lead through the highest degree of field accuracy, real-time data, which also provides complete verifiability. We're also API-driven, which means we know growers don't want another farm platform to have to enter information in. We have the ability we API into all the providers and where the data already exists. This is an area that we've had a lot of experience with, and so we've made this kind of the cornerstone of our company. So a customer snapshot to date is we do have a signed partnership with one of the big 6 banks in Canada. They need to report on all their financed emissions by 2025. They've selected Cultivate AI to do this for them. We have one of the largest co-ops in the US who are going to be providing us 10,000 growers and scoring 140 million bushels of grain in 2024. As of last week, we just signed one of the leading global crop input and fertilizer companies, and we're working with grain merchants. So we're very excited today to announce that we will be scoring the first ever carbon scored trainload of grain destined for export. And that's originating here in Saskatchewan, just outside of Swift Current. So we're very thrilled to have that. The future of carbon is here. We are actively raising. We've raised just shy of $250,000. So if anyone else is looking to invest and join the carbon revolution, please come and talk to me. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Darren Sauer with FCC, Farm Credit Canada's venture capital group. Many of you will know that FCC is the largest provider of financial solutions and knowledge to Canadian agriculture. But what you may not know is that we've had a venture capital program for over 20 years. And we're committed to the ecosystem, we're committed to innovation within Canadian ag, and we do that through investments in venture capital and private equity funds, as well as support for accelerators and incubators that are focused on Canadian agriculture. We have about $550 million committed to 17 different funds, and we have relationships with 5 different accelerators. And I'm super pleased to announce that the most recent relationship was just formed in the last several days with Cultivating Agtech Accelerator. Yeah. So we're super thrilled to be part of what's being built here and to participate in an event like this with so many great companies and presenters. And so my distinct honor here is to introduce the next presenter. Vive Crop Protection uses precision chemistry to help growers achieve real results. Located in Mississauga, Ontario, Vive has a state-of-the-art laboratory where research and development continues to identify and produce leading-edge products that create real benefits for consumers and growers. Please join me in welcoming Vive's Chief of Staff, Megan Wheeler, to tell us more about the company. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Darren. So I'm Megan Wheeler, Chief of Staff with Vive Crop Protection, and we create precision chemistry to help growers achieve real results. So Vive is creating better pesticides, both biological and synthetic based. We are fully commercialized. Our products were put on over 2 million acres last year. And just a couple of weeks ago, we closed an extension on our Series C round for a total of $46 million Canadian. So we are headquartered in Mississauga. As said, all of our R&D, all of our technology manufacturing is done in the country, but Vive really has a global vision. And the reason for that is agriculture is a global concern. It impacts all of us. We all know that growers are facing challenges such as climate pressure, cost pressures, industry consolidation, and consumer pressures from a growing population that wants safe, healthy food. And this is really necessitating that growers get innovative and do more with less. This is where Vive comes in. We have an innovative and patented nanopolymer technology that can be mixed with pesticides for application in the jug, in the tank, in the soil, on the seed, or on the leaf. And it's very cost-effective and scalable. And as Vive scales, we have this massive opportunity in front of us. You can see that the biological CI market is estimated to be worth $19 billion by 2025, and synthetic $71 billion by 2025. So this market opportunity for us has spurred Vive to have a goal of putting a Vive solution on every acre of every crop around the globe. Today we sell through established distribution, and this represents about 90% of our revenue through branded products. We are selling to through all these distributors and retailers listed here across Canada and the US. And the remainder of our revenue comes from our B2B partnerships, which is an area that we would like to expand in. We're also very concerned with environmental sustainability, so we recently commissioned a study that compared our products to benchmarks in the industry, and it demonstrated that our products have reduced water usage, reduced GHG emissions, reduced synthetic active ingredients used, and up to 60 re-entry hours saved. We're here to raise capital so that we can continue to improve our existing products, build new products, expand into new segments, expand further across Canada, and form new B2B partnerships. We have an experienced leadership team or experience in agriculture and scaling companies. And so if you are interested in helping us build the future of agriculture, whether it's through fundraising and investment, M&A, geo-expansion, other countries, or even joining the team, please come talk to me at the show or feel free to email me. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I want to begin with a quote from Jordan. That actually truly sets the tone for today's event. He said the two key ingredients in Agtech industry are farmers and founders. And if we bring those two together, great things are gonna happen. And guess what? I couldn't agree more, because we are here pretty much witnessing the greatness unfolding right now, right here. Can we get a big round of applause for the incredible energy in the room, please? I'm happy to be here representing Saskatchewan Polytechnic. SAS Polytech is proud to partner with Agtech Accelerator, where it allows transformative ideas to come together to shape the future of agriculture through collaborative efforts. That ties back to what Alan was mentioning during the panel discussion this morning. Like, that is truly says like how SAS Poly performs as well. So what we do at SAS Poly is basically we add that extra sprinkle of creativity, knowledge, and practical education to the mix. I'm actually here to represent or to call to the stage one of the great companies, remarkable companies that are taking the agricultural world by storm. Hailing all the way from United Kingdom, here we have Phlox with their visionary CEO, Imtiaz Shams. Phlox provides a fusion of cutting-edge technology and AI-powered solutions to the challenges faced by the farmers. Well, what type of challenges? They have set their sight into a very niche area, but I'm not gonna delve into the details of their work, because trust me, you will want to hear it from Imtiaz himself. Well, without giving too much away, let's just say their innovation is feather ruffling and egg salad. I guess you got the idea, right? So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Imtiaz to the stage. Thank you.
Had to go with the chicken puns. Hi, everyone. Chickens. If we can move to the next slide, lots of chickens. This is one chicken house or barn or shed, depending on where you live in the world. It's got 50,000 birds in it. Every year it does about 370,000 chickens. There's 7 of these. That's one farm. And at the bottom you'll see there's 2 tiny little farmers managing the entire farm of 2 million birds approximately a year. What these two farmers are doing is walking inside the chicken sheds for about 20 to 30 minutes a day. They're grabbing the birds and flipping them upside down and weighing them, because that's what matters. Weights matter a lot. They have scales in the sheds, but those scales are about 80% accurate. They just don't work after a certain point. And they do have temperature and humidity sensors in there, but it doesn't really talk to anything. So there's very little actionability with sensing. What does that mean? So you've got mortality deaths of about 1.5 to 5% per house, per flock even. That's 400% sort of differential. You've got weights ranging 1.8 to 2.5, that's about 30%. Bear in mind, you only get paid if you hit a certain weight target. And your environment fluctuates 10 degrees Celsius to 30. If you're in Regina, I think that's very different. You're going minus 30 to plus 30, but you know, we're talking about the UK here. And this is fantastic chicken farming. The UK is some of the best chicken KPIs in the world, and that's how variable it is. Multiply that by the 400,000 chicken houses that are there in the world, doing 66 billion broiler chickens, and that's the scale of both the challenge and the opportunity. So, what are we doing? We put cameras and use various types of artificial intelligence and sensing in the sheds to figure out what the birds are doing. This includes how they're growing. So for example, we can weigh 50,000 birds in an hour at a 95% accuracy. No one else can do that with just cameras. And finally, the sensing they already have in the chicken sheds, we absorb that and do more with that information. So we take existing data infrastructure and do more. We started building the product back in 2021. Today, with our commercial system, we're on target by the end of the year to watch 40 million birds a year. There's many, many customers we can go to. Like we can go to large farmers, we can go to integrators, the likes of Tyson's, we can go to the retailers who care about getting planning right and getting animal welfare right, and we could go to input bodies like pharma and input companies. We have customers in every single one of these segments. Our customers today do about 50 billion revenue annually. It's a massive industry, and we're not talking about eggs, turkeys, or ducks, which is another additional industry we can enter. Our team has built, grown, and sold a number of companies. Me and my business partners have built 12 companies with about 100 mil valuation between them. One of them is now majority owned by Microsoft. We also have an ex-member of the USDA on our board, and we've got a lot of chicken people on our board as well. So, if you want to talk chicken, get in touch with me. I live between London, UK, Toronto, and also Buffalo for some odd reason, but you can always find me. Thank you so much.
Good job.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kirk Westgard, and I have the honor and privilege to be the Vice President of Agriculture here at the Regina Exhibition Association. I am proud to work at Canada's Farm Show, where we have the pillars of innovation, collaboration, and education. And those three pillars do nothing but exemplify what Cultivator does and have the Global Agtech Challenge here on the stage today. But today I have the honor of introducing a homegrown BSc, MSc, PhD candidate, all the way from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, co-founder and chief executive officer of Dark Horse Egg, Tyler Leffley. Is that all right?
Yeah, everyone's stationary up here, so sorry, cameraman, I'm going to move around a bit. It's like everyone's dad after, cell phones first came out. Dad toured de France, toured a house. That's exactly what he did. So before that, we'll get on to more of the data side here. So I'm Tyler from Dark Horse Ag Ventures. And of course, I think I double click, but end of the day here, farming. Yields are variable, so is the profit opportunity. And by using more technology, farmers are now able to better adapt and take advantage of this variability on their farm. So farms are producing so much data nowadays, some of them don't know where to start, some of them already started, but they really want to figure out how to maximize it. Yep, little delay, come on. There we go. And so by being able to mobilize a lot of this data, we can actually reduce the cost of variable rate technology by over 60%. We already have products in market. We got Harvest Cylinders is able to automate yield targets. This is all using farm-generated data. We also are able to model nutrient efficiency and then further automate crop planning. We also have our variable rate fungicide product using maps and satellite imagery. So the future of Dark Horse Ag Ventures is building a platform that will be the farm data analytics headquarters. I know it sounds boring, but stick with me for a minute here. We're able to aggregate and standardize any form of precision agriculture data. Now, imagine the next step of that is symbiosis, which is now having all of your data analytics react to how much soil moisture is in your field. So that's what makes us different as a company. Everyone else, Boyd covered carbon, and then on top of it, if you're measuring other soil properties, that's okay, cool, you can focus on it, then we're gonna go after water. And so up on the screen here is NASA data with a 36 kilometer resolution, and it's publicly available, you can go online, but we're able to turn this into 100 meter, and in the future, we're gonna bring this down to 4 meters. And that's what our special sauce is. So in the future, we wanna have a whole entire live data layer for Western Canada with soil moisture under 10 meter resolution. We've been busy the past 8 months. Traction-wise, we got 4 distribution partners of our products, and in terms of demos that are already out in the field for 2023, we're over 5,000 acres. We're currently raising a seed round, so after presentation here, Garrett and I will be hovering around if you're interested. Looking to secure our staff and build up to being able to obtain 3 million acres globally in 5 years. There we go. And this is the team that's going to get it done. So we got myself, Garrett's our GIS wizard, Alex used to be the global digital farming lead for Bayer and BASF, and Elson Solberg used to be the president of Agritrend Agrology. So, ready to put your data to work, get a hold of, again, myself or Garrett after if you want to chat about our tech or our seed round. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. My name is Rob Russell, and I'm here representing Emertech, a venture capital firm based right here in Regina, Saskatchewan, investing in agricultural technologies around the world. We're also very proud to be a founding partner of the Cultivator Agtech Accelerator. When I first heard about a husband and wife couple who are farmers who were building robotic tractors in a shed in the middle of nowhere, Australia, I was immediately intrigued. But after spending the last 6 months working with them, it's my absolute privilege to introduce Andrew Bate from Swarm Farm to share their vision of platform autonomy in agriculture with you. And I hope that before too long, we're going to see hordes of swarm bots autonomously roaming the fields of Western Canada. So with that, Batesy, I'll let you come up here.
Thanks, bud. Over the past 100 years, agriculture's experienced three big revolutions. The Industrial Revolution brought us bigger tractors and bigger farming machinery. The Green Revolution brought us synthetic fertilisers and pesticides, and for the last 20 years, everyone's been talking about big data and how it's going to revolutionise agriculture. But they're wrong. None of that matters if farmers can't use it. I'm Andrew Bate, co-founder of Swarm Farm Robotics and farmer of 25 years. For every problem we face in agriculture, we're looking for an answer in a can. We're looking for the next product we can spray on our crops to solve our problems. Agriculture needs new farming practices, new ways to produce our crops. So we developed what we call integrated autonomy. So in the ag-robotic market, we're kind of seeing three distinct categories play out. The first category is what we call driverless tractors or strap-on aftermarket kits. And what we're seeing here is kind of incremental improvements to a traditional tractor. So we're not really creating much new value other than getting a driver out of the cab. But this is where we see the incumbents playing. It's a big market and they're going to fight to keep it. The next category is far more interesting, and this is what we call specialty robotics. These are companies that are solving deep problems in agriculture, things like how to robotically harvest crops, how to kill weeds without chemical or prune vines. And what's important here is these companies are creating new value that driverless tractors can't actually get. The third category is what we call integrated autonomy, and this is where Swarm Farm sits. And what we've got here are specialist tool carriers that are designed to carry the smart technology out of Cat 2 to market as integrated attachments on board. This is critical because the high-value attachments out of Category 2 need a pathway to market so they can be adopted across broad swaths of agriculture. So if you kind of think about, Cat 1 with driverless tractors doesn't really create much new value. Cat 2 are kind of one-trick ponies. Cat 3 is critical to deliver those broad solutions across agriculture. We can't build everything, so we built what we call Swarm Connect. Think of Swarm Connect kind of like the App Store for autonomous agriculture. All of the guys developing that really high-end technology in Cat 2 can integrate their technology and be released as apps on board our robots. We don't need dozens, we don't need hundreds, we literally need thousands of companies around the world developing new solutions for agriculture. This is the revolution that agriculture has to have. To date, we've got around 58 robots delivered to farmers out there. They've gone on to use those robots fully commercial, hand over the keys to do around 1.5 million acres of farming in Australia. They've clocked up about 70,000 hours and they've saved around 1 million litres of pesticide to date. Autonomy is heading mainstream in Australia now. It's really common to see these machines in farming areas across our country. We'd love to share this technology in the North Australian market, so if you're interested in autonomy, we'd love to chat. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Good afternoon. My name is Tamara Kononoff. I'm with the National Research Councils Industrial Research Assistance Program. It's a pleasure for me to be here and sharing the stage with the Canadian and UK-based SMEs. In this, what seems like a perfectly natural relationship between the Canadian and the UK SMEs started really as a larger strategic conversation between NRC IRAP and Innovate UK. At the time, the Agtech incubator was not yet fully launched, but the reputation of the Cultivator as a world-class tech incubator was certainly established. As Innovate UK was looking for an Agtech incubator in Western Canada for a home for their global incubator program, introductions were made to Jordan and his team. I could say that the rest is history, but we all know that it took many conversations and virtual meetings to get us to where we are today. It's exciting for me to see the Canadian and the UK relationship build from this larger strategic relationship onto boots on the ground and to see the real relationships established between the Canadian and the UK SMEs. With that, I'd like to introduce Bianca Forte. Bianca is the Business Development Director for Sugar Ox. It's a spin-out company from Oxford University and Rothamsted Research, developing a new generation of crop biostimulants. The technology that Bianca will introduce to you is based on 20 years of cutting-edge science funded by the UK government. Bianca, good luck. Good job.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with you today. I am Bianca from Sugar Ox, and we are a venture on a mission to help farmers improve crop productivity to address what will become one of the biggest challenges facing humanity in the future, the challenge of feeding a global population of 9.8 billion people. And that challenge needs to be tackled in the context of climate change with increasingly variable and difficult growing conditions. So our solution to that problem is a biostimulant that farmers will be able to apply on crops to improve productivity and resilience. We are a venture at seed stage, and we estimate our time to market as 3 years. Our biostimulants will be based on a single molecule inspired by a natural plant sugar. That molecule is called 3-halo-6-phosphate, but I'll call it T6P for short. T6P plays a key role on carbon use and allocation by plants, and it influences crop development, growth, and also grain filling. In its natural form, T6P cannot cross cell membranes. So we synthesize a special version of it with a small chemical modification that allows for plant uptake following a foliar application. This technology was invented by scientists from Rothamsted Research and Oxford University, who showed in glasshouse that the application of the molecule on wheat could improve yields by up to 20%. To put that into context, the biostimulants in the market today only deliver 2 to 5% yield gains. So when the scientists published their results in Nature, this technology attracted a huge amount of interest from industry. That led Dr. Cara Griffiths, one of the scientists behind the technology, to launch Sugar Ox in early 2021. Today, we have grown to a team of 5 people with expertise across organic chemistry, plant biology, and industrial manufacturing. Since launching Sugar Ox 2.5 years ago, we have translated the research on wheat from glasshouse to field trials, and our field data show that the technology has potential to improve wheat yields from 12 to 22% when crops are grown under typical conditions. Under drought, the yield benefit ranges from 5 to 15%. The natural molecule that inspired this technology is found in all plants, and we've been testing the potential of this technology on additional crops. Our data from glasshouse trials on sorghum, millet, barley, and maize is equally exciting, as you can see from the figures on this table, as well as the image on the slide. Our B2B business model will allow us to partner with companies that have established routes to farmers to place our products in key agricultural markets around the world. As a key agricultural producing country, Canada is on our target list. So I'm delighted to be here today, and I hope to connect with manufacturers and distributors of inputs, as well as early stage investors who understand the needs of Canadian farmers and can help us bring this product into this market. So these are my contact details. If you fit our profile, please come and find me. Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and good afternoon. My name is Chris Lane. I'm the CEO of Economic Development Regina. We are the lead agency in this city for the growth and development of business, entrepreneurship, and yes, startup companies. We are a proud founding member of the Agtech Accelerator, and as such, we get to have a front row seat to the businesses, ideas, innovations that you all see here today, and we're proud to support that. And all of this that you see here today is not happening in Regina by accident. It's not a coincidence. You have in this city and in this region a collection of decision makers, companies, investors, and innovators that exists nowhere else in Canada, and I would argue nowhere else in the world. So what you're seeing here today is a product of the place we live and the people who choose to call this place home. And so with that, I am proud to introduce to you a founder here who knows that story very well. Not only will he talk to you about revolutionary innovation that you can actually see, touch, and feel outside here at Farm Show today, but he himself is a founder, he himself is an investor, he lives, breathes the entrepreneurial spirit, and he's a homegrown product here in Saskatchewan. Please welcome Trevor Phoenix of T-Bin. Thanks, sir.
All right, to start this off, I just have to make a little bit of a comparison between Uber, Airbnb, and Instagram. Now, what do they all have in common with the T-Bin? They were all reimagined and imagined after about 8 kokanee pints at the small town dingy bar in Fillmore, Saskatchewan. I'm obviously joking, I don't drink kokanee. What we're trying to do is address one of the biggest issues that farmers face today, and that's the massive chronic labor shortage that occurs throughout the year, but that's exaggerated during harvest time. From the words of a 2,000-acre farmer at Ag in Motion last year, I can buy more semi-trucks, but I can't buy more drivers. This goes on to prove a point that not just is it difficult to find people, but also the logistics of harvest become quite apparent when you start to run short on some of the key personnel that are required to keep the machine running. In the next 10 years, this labor problem will only get worse. As reported by the Royal Bank's climate report just in 2023, it's estimated that about 30,000 new farmer operators will be required to fill the actual labor shortage in the next 10 years. Even worse, or even more pressing, about 40% of farmers plan to retire, and most of them don't actually have a succession plan. This likely will lead to a lot more consolidation and more laterally extensive and laterally spread out farming operations. Our solution is the T-Bin. T-Bin stands for Mobile Telescoping Staging Bin. You might ask, why do you need a mobile telescoping staging bin? The biggest idea and the biggest pain that we often see is trying to plan for the logistics of the combines running and trucks not stopping. What we've developed is a product that actually allows you to retract a grain bin down to a transport-friendly height of less than 17 feet. This actually allows a farmer to grab it with a tractor or semi, pull it without any special permits, any pilot vehicles, any route approvals, or even better yet, without letting anybody know in the RM that you're sneaking a bin down a very skinny road. When fully telescoped, we actually are capable of storing up to 10,000 bushels of grain. This is completed by our patented support and sealing system that allows us to elevate our bin up to 36 feet in height in less than 10 minutes. What this actually allows you to do is store upwards of 650,000 pounds of product, about 300 tons, of anything that's granular, not just agriculture products, but we've also seen interest from other areas outside, including mining and oil and gas. Now, how do we actually save people time and money? Here's a quick little case study of a 6,000-acre farming operation. When the trucks leave, unfortunately, if the grain cart fills up and the 2 combines are full, everything basically shuts down. This leads to unexpected and unplanned downtime, ultimately increasing the time of harvest. Integrating a T-bin alongside the operation allows you to actually eliminate up to 2 different trucks depending on a 6,000 acre farm operation. And when the truck leaves, it actually gives you a much needed buffer so that as that truck is returning or as that truck is still actually unloading, it allows you to keep running the combines and trucks and grain carts without stopping. This allows you to actually truck after operations have shut down or potentially leverage probably some of the most reliable skill sets you have coming home on the school bus, your children labor. What this can do is reduce your harvest days by up to 33%, can reduce 1 to 2 truck drivers from a typical operation, and most importantly, result in savings of up to $150,000 per season. There is an alternative to a grain bag. We're not necessarily looking to replace it, but what we do expect is that this will be used as a complement to potentially address a lot of the issues that are faced with grain bags. And most importantly is the recycling issue, which there's obviously programs, but it's not necessarily super user-friendly to get the bags to them. So we expect 1 T-bin can eliminate over 10 tons of plastic waste. That's actually about 24 million Slurpee straws. So we could potentially bring back a few plastic straws in placement of those paper straws we use now. It's a patented innovation, engineer validated, farm tested, 10,000 bushels in capacity, and most importantly, it can be easily towed with a tractor or semi. Here's our team. Our little roadmap. So we've been around since 2020. It's a COVID project that escalated out of control. We just completed our 4th prototype actually. And this prototype is actually going to be one we intend on using for demos, trials, and storage of a service here in fall. We're also looking for potential partners for the sale of our 2 prior prototypes, and you can actually see our unit in operation outside today. Our team consists of Pat Bojo, former CEO of Seedhawk, Dave Kozier, a lifetime agribusiness owner and farmer, and myself, Trevor. I'm a failed engineer, now running an IT firm for essentially the 2 old boys. This is the real team. Pat Bojo breaking in a hat for Puerto Vallarta. We got Dave Kozier showing me a drawing upside down and backwards. And this is what you get to go through when you run a COVID project with 2 retired farmers. If you have any questions or want to chat more or want to see it running, we're just outside the doors. We'll give you a full demo of it moving up and down. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Ren Lauer and I'm a Trade Commissioner with Global Affairs Canada and the Trade Commissioner Service. We're a network of 1,300 trade commissioners in over 160 cities in our embassies and in our consulates spanning the globe, there to help you as a Canadian company succeed in international markets. We provide you tailored advice for you to succeed, find a pathway to market. We have programs that are available to help you succeed in those markets, including our very own Agtech Accelerator program that we offer in Mexico, United States, and Singapore. And we also have funding that's available to help financially de-risk your exploration of a new market. So if you're thinking about exporting, we want you to know that our door is wide open, and we want you to reach out to us to see how we can help you succeed in new international markets. And at the Farm Show, we're very, very privileged to have been able to recruit international buyers from around the world. We have over 50 international buyers here at this show that are looking for our Agtech solutions that we have to offer the world. We have people from Nigeria, from Turkey, from Japan, from Nigeria that are here to help increase their productivity and provide food security in the world. And speaking of international visitors, I have the distinct privilege to introduce our next company, BioNema. BioNema is an innovative UK-based company that is a leader in biopesticides. Using fungi-based pesticides, farmers can control pests, control weeds, and increase their productivity. And what farmer doesn't want to hear that? So I am excited, I am honored to welcome to the stage the founder and the CEO, Dr. Minshad Asari.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's fine.
Good afternoon. I hope you're still awake. So I'm here for a different purpose, the biological crop protection for sustainable agriculture. We are a biotechnology company based in the UK, and I'm founder and CEO of Bionema Limited. What is the problem today? We are talking about the farming community here. The farmers actually lose 30 to 40% of their crop because of the pests and diseases. So we are facing a serious problem. Now, they spent about 209 billion USD to managing those pests. And nothing is wrong in that when we are saying the population is increasing and we need to feed the world. I have a very high regard for the farmers. Those are actually producing foods for the people. But indiscriminate use of chemical pesticide, the problem is increasing. The pesticide is becoming resistant and they are losing their arsenal. Some of the removal of the pesticide in different parts of the world is creating problem as well. So what we got, European Union is very brutal. They want to cut 50% chemical pesticide by 2030. And I think that's going to be a catastrophic in next 10 years. Whether or not the Canada going to accept that one, but sooner or later farmers have to use non-chemical approach. So it's very much starting now than later. Crop protection can be done naturally. That's what basically I'm here. Biologicals are abundant. They can found around the world in form of the bacteria, fungus, nematodes, all those are there. So those can be formulated and applied. What we are providing solution, a groundbreaking microencapsulation technology, first time in the world, which can encapsulate these microorganisms and deliver where they are needed, safely and effectively. So this is the first time coming in the world and has a wide applicability. They can deliver biocontrol for pest and disease control. They can deliver biostimulants for crop enhancement, and they can deliver biofertilizer for crop nutrition, which means we are talking about a full or complete organic food production. Market is growing 5 times higher than chemical pesticide. So everybody's excited about the sector. And what we are looking today is 13.2 billion USD. What we are projecting 1% in next 5 years, which is 132 million USD. We have already business-to-business model, which is a tried and tested. We have many multinationals and national companies, including Canada, in the lined up. And we're already marketing in Canadian market. What we have done so far, we have demonstrated commercialization, we have raised seed round, we have demonstrated getting the grant funding, product sales, and more importantly, Syngenta has recognized our technology and they acquired 2 of our technology in 2021. So that's basically bringing us a commercial partner as soon as the technology is going to come into the market. And big thing is going to come 30 million in next 5 years. So I'm here today. I'm representing my team who has a business, technical, finance, and marketing skills to bring the success. We are looking for 10 million Series A, which is very much for the growth stage where we are to commercializing some of the product in Europe, Canada, US, and the North America. So I'm looking forward to meeting you, some of you. Those are very much interested in changing the world and bringing biological solution, reducing the use of chemical pesticides. So thank you very much.
Hey folks, Rebecca Franklin with Cultivator here. So from a biological crop input company to a software that ensures that you never have a bad glass of wine. Yeah, I think I saw some ears perk up out there. So this team started their entrepreneurial journey at the University of British Columbia, and now they're working with the top wineries in the world to ensure their producers get the most out of their crop. So please join me in welcoming Jason Sparrow to the stage with BarrelWise.
Rebecca.
So a lot of people love drinking good wine, right? But making it is a whole different story. And a big part of that is because of oak barrels. They're a real pain to manage. Wineries have hundreds, thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of oak barrels, and they don't just sit there during the aging process. They're actively managed. Every 2 to 6 weeks, barrels are brought down from the stacks, they're opened up, samples are drawn from them, these are sent to a lab, and then a little bit of sulfur is added into each barrel and they're topped up and then put away. It's a very labor-intensive process. But the problem is that winemakers don't have the time or the tools to examine every barrel. And this is largely because lab throughputs are slow, and what happens is unnoticed quality degradation. Imagine if you went out to try to make a $100 bottle of wine and you bought the best grapes possible, the finest oak, and put a lot of work into it, and at the very end of the process found that it's not good enough to be $100. Maybe you can sell it for $20, but in that case it'd be a $25,000 loss per barrel. And we see these losses all the time in the form of barrel downgrades. Routinely, 1 to 5% of barrels get downgraded, and it's just considered as part of making fine wine. But winemakers have no way of knowing which of the barrels will get downgraded until it's too late. And that's why we at Barrelwise care a lot about the chemical measurement of free SO2. This is a leading indicator of spoilage, and it's currently measured in the winery, and this is what the data flow looks like. They'll measure maybe 5% of the barrels, mix them together, and then one sample gets analyzed. And so the winemaker's left with one number to represent and make decisions on a large group of barrels. But the reality is that there is a lot of barrel-to-barrel variance, and outliers are very common. These barrels in red would be at risk of a downgrade, which would be a loss of $5,000 to $50,000. And so the earlier the winemaker can find out about these, the sooner they can do something about it. And that's exactly what we help them do. We've designed our FS1 system to work directly in the cellar. It takes samples right from barrels, and it's 15 times faster than the industry standard wet chemistry methods. It's very accurate and reliable, and it's fully automated, so anyone can use it. You don't need to be a trained lab technician, and it fits easily into any cellar. We're fortunate to be working with many great wineries. We have 20 FS1 systems that are in the field, and we've generated over 35,000 barrel analyses. And we have representation here from some of the major groups in the US, like Constellation Brands, St. Michel, J. Lohr, and many others. And we're currently building relationships for our next financing round, so if this is something that interests you, please come find me. Thanks a lot.
Hello, everybody. My name is Bree, and I'm with Cultivator. But today I have the honor of bringing greetings on behalf of the University of Regina, who is a great partner of us with the Agtech Accelerator. They really are a key partner for us, and I think from their notes, they really appreciate the ability to work with the other academics that really helps us to push agriculture and technology forward in both our province and our country. U of R is really pushing forward both the commercialization of research and IP. They have a brand new commercialization officer, Andrew Doan, who wishes he could be here today, but they are very excited to push that forward. As well, they are very dedicated to entrepreneurship with their new GATE Center for the Graduate Studies, as well as recently they received a $9.3 million grant, which helps to fund entrepreneurs for creativity and innovation. So absolutely a great partner of Agtech Accelerator, so happy to be here on behalf. And I am also very happy to be calling up Jenny from Vivid. So Jenny is an absolute powerhouse when it comes to Agtech, and I will let her take it away and tell you more.
Thanks, Bree. Hi, everyone. I'm super excited to be here. This is such a great opportunity. So I'm Jenny. I'm the CEO of Vivid Machines, and I grew up on a farm, which ultimately led me to co-founding Vivid Machines, where we're working on solving the problem of food security and farm profitability, starting in fruit. So with climate challenges and labor challenges, fruit production is harder than ever, and efficiency is critical. Today, many fruit growers collect data manually so they can understand how best to optimize volume, maximize color, intervene for pests and diseases, and try to predict whether they're going to achieve their yield targets. But with millions of trees or vines, it is humanly impossible to get an accurate understanding of what's going on the farm. And inaccurate yield estimates lead to massive losses across the supply chain. So we've built an easy-to-use computer vision system that mounts onto existing farm equipment, takes images of every plant, and provides accurate geolocated predictions. Our system uses multispectral imaging to see more than the human eye so that we can detect diseases early and distinguish tiny green fruit against green leafy backgrounds so we can do things like count and size them. We provide accurate predictions immediately so that growers can intervene right away in the field and that data can be sent downstream months before harvest to help with cost optimization with things like packaging and cold storage, as well as the negotiating of the best possible sales contracts. So we have grower, pack house, and marketer customers across North America and in New Zealand. We're working really hard to help growers operationalize data and looking to expand with them. And then we have a really deep pipeline of interested fruit producers. So today, we are delivering, on average, $800 per acre in value to apple farms with thinning and yield prediction. Our technology is pretty generalizable, so we're going to be able to introduce new use cases with the same system and scale into other fruit. Selling to the top 10% of apple and grape producers in accessible markets is a $4 billion opportunity, which scales as we expand into other specialty and permanent crops, and eventually a broader variety of crops. So we have an incredible data set of over 150 million frames, a great team, and we just raised our seed round and are looking to build relationships with fruit farmers and investors for our Series A. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Maggie Sinclair. I'm the Chief Growth Officer for Conexus Credit Union and very fortunate to be the executive sponsor of the Cultivator and the Accelerator programs. Conexus couldn't be more proud of the work that our team has done, the partnerships they've created to help build these founders and support throughout. Jordan always gets to tell the stats, and so I'm stealing a bit of his thunder today and just talking a little bit about the fact that these cohorts are smashing it, and when you look at, since January of 2022, they've raised over $32 million in private capital, 19 million in public funding. They've had over 280 mentorship programs, 16 million in revenue grown, and net 76 net new jobs. So these two cohorts are smashing it. I don't usually get to do this very often, so I'm going to take 2 minutes and say thank you, a big thank you to our team. My team at the Cultivator do an amazing job. They give all their time and energy and effort into making the experiences of our founders, our investors, our mentors, our partners. They do a great job every day, and they care so much about this ecosystem. So thank you to Jordan, Bree, Kyle, and I'm sorry, Rebecca, our newest Rebecca. So thank you all very much. So enough about us. I get to introduce Ground Truth, our homegrown Saskatchewan company. Kyle Folk is a second-round founder, and I've had the privilege to work with Kyle alongside him at the Advisory Council for the Cultivator for the last 3 years. And he gives so much back to our Cultivator, and I'm so proud of the fact that we get to support you, Kyle, and your team, and support you to get this company off the ground. So with that, I'm going to introduce Divnesh Patel, who's the Chief Operating Officer for Ground Truth Ag. The stage is yours. Have fun.
Thank you for that introduction, Maggie. My name is Divyesh Patel, and I am the Chief Operating Officer of Ground Truth Agriculture, and I'm here to get you to no more samples with no more samples. And I think that requires some explanation. So here you are. You're driving a grain truck off to the elevator. It's loaded up with your grain. You've been told it's number one, but you don't really know what price you're going to get until you actually make that transaction at that elevator. There's some uncertainty in that process, and most of that uncertainty is really outside of your control. There's two really main reasons for that uncertainty. One is sampling error, and the other is subjectivity of the grading process. So when you look at the sampling error, with farm operations are a lot larger than they used to be. Maybe you've got a 30,000 bushel bin. If you're calculating how much grain is in there, there's probably about 400 football fields worth of grain in there, and you are using a sample about the size of a kitchen table to represent that amount. On the subjectivity side, Canadian Western Red Spring wheat, for example, has about 40 visual grading factors. And when you try to set the boundaries for those visual factors, sometimes it's really tight. And that's why when you send your sample to 3 different buyers, you might get 3 different results. So we have 2 different solutions, either for a grain buyer or a farmer. If you're looking to address the subjectivity issue that we talked about, maybe the benchtop unit is right for you. It provides consistent results in a high throughput manner with a comprehensive view of all of the grading factors that you're looking at for your grain. In 2025, we'll also have an on-combine version available, which has all of the things that the benchtop unit has. In addition, it provides continual sampling of your grain. So as you're driving through the field, you'll be able to know more samples. And knowing your grain quality information has a lot of practical applications that you can use in your operations. You could be blending up your grain to take advantage of good prices. You could be using that quality information in your precision ag decisions. So instead of just using yield per acre, you can add quality per acre to your precision ag decisions. You can package all of that information up in a digital format and pass it off to your buyer so that both the buyer and the farmer have the same information and can reduce the friction in that transaction that we talked about at the start. So we are here at the booth. We've got a booth just outside the door here. We're happy to talk about our product, get some feedback from you about what we're providing. We are doing a very limited pre-order of our benchtop unit, which we have on display at the booth. So thank you very much for your time, and we look forward to hearing more from you.
All right, folks, that officially wraps up all 16 pitches. We just heard from companies all across Canada, the UK, and Australia. Let's give those founders one more big round of applause for coming up on the stage today. We greatly appreciate that. Now is the time for you to get involved. So if you've got one of those mobile devices, a laptop, or whatever you're using to connect to the interweb, we'll ask you just to pull that out. Throw up menti.com in your browser, and now is your chance to vote for People's Choice. Now, we run a pretty tight ship around here, so this slide may only be up for about the next 60 to 90 seconds. If you're slow on the thumbs, I'd take a picture just to make sure. But you get to vote today for one of the 16 companies that pitched today. Founders, if you're here, yes, you can vote for yourself. We have no way to restrict you from doing so. So if you'd like to do that, please do. So somebody's going to leave here with $1,000 Canadian, and we're going to be pretty excited to share that information. So the People's Choice happens here. We'll leave this slide up for a little bit longer as you get to go. Make sure you're using that code there. That is 72527494. While that's happening, just a reminder to founders, we need you to stick around to the left side of the stage. We're going to announce that shortly after a few more slides here, and then we're going to pull you up for a little team photo before the end of the day here today. So with the People's Choice information out there, what I want to talk about next here is how to stay connected with Cultivator and what we're doing here today. But before that, I want to give a big thank you to all of the investors that have come. We're very fortunate here to have investors joining us all the way from as far as the UK, New York State, all across Canada, into the US as well. So I want to say a huge thank you to all of the investors that came out today and give them a big round of applause here. Additionally, we want to say a huge thank you to all of the farmers who came out here and generally just to Canada's Farm Show for making this possible. This doesn't happen without the support of producers. I know I mentioned it this morning, but also want to give a very special shout out to Shoemaker Ag Ventures, who kindly hosted the cohort of individuals from around the world in Gray, Saskatchewan earlier this week. So a huge thank you to all the farmers who come out and joined us today. And I want to give a thank you and a shout out to our Cohort 1 companies who were on the stage here last year. I believe we've got Karen from Livestock Water Recycling in the house today. We've got Jason from Lucent Biosciences, and we've got Sam from Crystal Labs in the house. So we greatly appreciate those companies and the growing community of Canadian ag tech companies that we're seeing created here. And the numbers don't lie. These companies are doing quite well. We're very impressed by their early success. That Cohort 1, and we're excited to see the Cohort 2 companies here, but those Cohort 1 companies raised over $30 million in private capital. They raised over $19 million in public funding and $16 million in revenue generated. So very impressive early traction there. We love what we're seeing. And without any further ado, I want to give you a little bit of a sneak peek into what the Agtech Accelerator program is like for our founders. So with that, we're just going to roll a short video here to help you see what we did as part of our kickoff week in March of this year. Or maybe not. We'll see if the video's coming up here. If not, we might have to save that video for a little bit later, but we'll see if we can get that rolling. I think it's on the screen here now. Looks like we might be through the slides. I think somebody backstage is getting us closer and closer to that video. No pressure for whoever's on the mouse. There it is. All right, here we go. All right, what a video there. Nothing like some good old Canadian curling bond spiels and some line dancing. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I've been told the results are in, so I'm going to ask Ms. Amy Carragata from the Cultivator team to make her way upstage here. We have the votes. The $1,000 check is going today to... This was a close one, ladies and gentlemen. Very close one, but we are very excited to announce today's People's Choice winner is our very own T-Bin. Trevor Phoenix, get up on stage here. You're leaving with $1,000 today, so we'll ask Trevor to come on up stage. If you have not yet seen, the official T-Bin is outside, ready for demo. We'll ask Trevor to come up here for the obligatory giant check photo, so he wants you right on the green stage there. Awesome, folks. One more big round of applause for Trevor and the team at T-Bin there. With that, we want to say a couple major thank yous. This is the first time we've ever done the Global Agtech Summit here at Canada's Farm Show. So we want to say a huge thank you to all of our partners who make that possible, both the partners who've been with us from day one to those who have just joined us here in the past week, those who are local and those who've joined us from other countries. This is not possible without a very collective ecosystem. We think the true advantage here with what we are building is that the ecosystem is so connected and working so well together. So huge thank you to our founding partners and all of our partners who've been joining us along the way. We also want to say a huge thank you to all of the Cohort 2 companies and Cohort 1 companies who took a chance on us to come out to Regina, Saskatchewan to participate in a brand new program. We're only in our second year of running this program, and we really appreciate the absolutely amazing quality of companies that we've been able to attract to this program. Furthermore, I want to say a huge thank you to the Cultivator team for all the work that they've been doing behind the scenes. This is not possible without that crew, as well as the amazing team at Economic Development Regina and the support that they have provided and the belief in this mission from the early days. Let's give a round of applause to the ECDev Regina crew as well. And last but not least, it's not possible without that venture capital check that gets infused to each of the companies. A big thank you to Emertech Venture Capital and all of the LPs that are in attendance here today as well. We've also got a big differentiator. That is our Million Acres project. We really appreciate all the producers and ranchers who are part of this program. And I want to make sure that we also say we're constantly looking to expand that. So whether you're on the prairies, you're on the coast, you're visiting from far and wide, we'd love to get in contact about how we can connect you with some of these early stage companies to make sure that your voice is heard and that the future of ag tech is built with founders and farmers at the forefront. So with that, we also want to make sure that you can stay connected. Reach out to agtech@cultivator.ca if you've got some interest in learning more. You can also check us out on social media at CultivatorSK. We'll be around over the next couple days and are more than happy to chat with anybody exploring the ag tech space. With that, we're officially coming to a close here at the Global Ag Tech Summit. And with that, we're going to do one little final celebration. So it is my pleasure to call the entire Cultivator team and every one of our Cohort 2 Ag Tech founders to the main stage. Please, here to join us for one final hurrah here. These folks have been working hard for the last 3 months. They've been prepping. They were up late last night getting their slides ready. And it takes a lot of courage to get here on stage and to share what you're building. We believe the future of ag tech globally is standing right in front of you here. So group, we're going to combine together for one nice big family photo here. So snug in around the corner. We'll have a couple layers to the photo. But audience members, please give one big round of applause here to the Agtech Accelerator Cohort 2 companies who are making this all possible. Photographer says we're going to need 2 rows here, guys. So we might even need to semicircle around that. Yep, there we go. We've got the logistics. For those of you who are part of the Global Ag Tech Summit, supper will be served shortly in the back room there as well. So if you've got your passes, you can feel free to start to head in there. We got about 15 cameras taking photos. This is a big deal. One more with flash. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that officially wraps up the Global Agtech Summit. Thank you very much for coming out. Have an amazing week here in Regina.